right, I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy weekend to you. And almost a full moon in Sagittarius, a blue moon. So exciting times. Always excited to see what messages we'll be having coming through this eve. But before we get into all that, let's get out of that outside chaotic world, out of the future, out of the past. We'll do that by taking a big deep breath in, holding for as long as feels comfortable, and a slow exhale out. That helps us come back to this moment where there is love, not in the future and the past where fear exists, but in this lovely place of stability and unconditional love and joy and gratitude. So, and then after we do that, we'll bring in the singing bowl for more movement of energy. And so we'll dive in after that. So if you want to join me in taking a big deep breath in, let's do it. So here we go. Big deep breath. Beautiful, beautiful. So calming, isn't it? So, like I said, I'll also hit the singing bowl 3 times. On the third one, I'm gonna been bringing in a little feather action and bringing energy up and doing some cleansing of our mental energy, our emotional energy, our physical energy, our energetic fields, like our auras and chakras. So if you want to partake in any of that energy as it's emanating from the singing bowl, just open up and receive it and let your higher self do what it wants to do to help your being be at its highest energy. Yeah. And then, of course, anything we can do to help raise our vibration, one huge thing is gratitude. So while we're in this energy, if we just focus on one little thing that we're grateful for right here, right now, in this moment, it immediately begins to raise our vibration to this higher level, opens us up to receive messages from spirit, but also magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So it's always a win-win, win-win-win. So that's what we're going to do. So buckle up. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, so powerful. I love it. Just it's bringing so much warm energy these days. I'm like, woof. Heat flowing through our bodies. That wonderful cleansing of that chakra energy, I think, is what's doing it. Let me just put the feather back here too. Go. So, hello, everybody. Excited. See what we got going on in the world today, and so wonderful. Must be this full moon energy, Sagittarius. It's very flooding. Of course, full moons already expand everything, but it's a fiery energy. Full moons in Sagittarius. Um, I looked up just to see what the internet says about the energy of the full moon in Sagittarius. It is fiery, of course, but truth seeking, which makes a lot of sense. And of course, adventurous force. So we got all that energy flowing through us. It also demands radical honesty. It rejects stagnant routines and it pushes you to step out of your comfort zone, embrace the unknown, and pursue our biggest goals. So that's some pretty awesome energy, isn't it? So I'm excited for this. And here we are starting like it's the last day of the month. So, we're getting ready to start a whole new month already. Can you believe it's going to be June 1st on Monday? Crazy. But let's get some action going toward our dreams. And June can be a very big month for us. So exciting. But if you're new to my channel and new to these readings, hey, I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea. We do have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. Thank God, because we like to have a good time. We like to laugh. We like to support one another and spread the love. So thank you all for being here. And there's always room for more Zen friends. You're always welcome here. We try to keep it a safe, high vibration space. So welcome. If you want to know how the whole process for the readings works, it's all down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. And if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom of the chat. Or in the description area, it does talk about my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. So whatever way you'd like to give a donation is whatever way you're able to do it. And I don't have any set dollar amounts currently. So whatever you're able to give from your heart, I honor that. We do dive deeper into donation readings, meaning we pull more cards. If your donation's $5 or more, or your donations, if you have multiple, add up to 5, then you'll get a special oracle card for your fortune cookie. For everyone else, we do have angel number oracles that you'll get one of those with your reading. Just a little fortune cookie to kind of round out the meal from spirit. So we do have those. And we're going to continue to use tonight the Light Seers Tarot. I do have 3 of these decks. One I purchased, one I was gifted from a friend a few years ago. And which was great because my first deck had one bent card in it, but they gave me a second deck. So I was like, I'll take that. Thank you so much. And then my host last year, she was like, I saw these. I thought you would like them. And I'm like, I sure do, because now I have 3 decks. So I shuffle them all in a huge stack, and then I split it off into 3, and that's what we'll use. So if you have 3 cards in a reading, there's a chance you can get 3 of the same card, which is a very strong message in itself. I had it happen once in using them that way, where someone had all 3, and I liked it. But that's the way it works. So that's what we'll be using tonight, card-wise. I do get to free readings every session too. Just a matter of getting through donations first. Sometimes that's 3 hours, sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 5 hours. But I do post a pinned comment. Oh my God, I can't even talk. Blah, blah, blah. Gonna speak in tongues. Yabba dabba do, right? I do a pinned comment at the end of each session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you get your question out there and you go live life and do your thing, you can always find that timestamp later when you return. Or if you come back while I'm still live, if you go, hey, did you get to mine yet? In between readings, I do catch up on the chat, and I'll answer you that. So yeah, that's the way it works. Also have a free podcast called The Easier Path. And we're in the process of learning about empathic abilities and expanding our spiritual gifts too. We're in phase 1 of 4. So if you want to catch up on that or any of the other podcasts episodes, the playlist is down in the description area of the video, and also if you click on my little name and go to my main YouTube channel page, it's all up yonder, up on the top of the YouTube channel. So there you go. So what we'll do here, and I tell you guys, so I've been doing reading since Wednesday. Wednesday was 4 hours, Thursday was like 4 hours, a little after that, and last night was a little over 7, so I am in a little bit of a drunken spirit mood. So you guys get to put up with my giddiness. The Sagittarius full moon energy is only making it worse, so you guys are so lucky tonight. All right. So let's do some shout outs. I'll make sure all my lists are up to date and we will get into it. So we got Olivier in the house. Hey, my friend. Good to see you. Hello, hello. We got Chelsea in the house too. Hey, Chelsea. Good to see you. We got Ruby. Hey, hey, hey. Good to see you as well. We also have Celestial Nebula. Hey, good to see you. And yeah, I'm getting a little hand. We do have your free question. We'll get you on the list here. Boom, boom. We have Kat Marie in the house too. Hey, Kat, good to see you. And Sarah Taylor. Hey, Sarah, good to see you. Hope you're doing well and staying. Let's see, you're in the middle of, well, you're in fall right now on that side of the planet, right? So you're staying cool. And I do have your donation came through the PayPal, so thank you so much for that. And I got you on the donation list there. Hey, Snow, good to see you. Hello, hello. Of course, we've got here too. Let me just make sure I'm at my list here. We got Butterfly in the house. Hey, good to see you. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing your poetry too. If you guys have a chance to check out some of the posts that I make, the social posts, she's putting out some of her poetry on there and pretty amazing stuff. So check it. Yeah, just starting winter, right? Yeah, June 20th, right, is the winter summer solstice. So here it comes. All right. Let's see here. So we've got you're on the free list there, Butterfly. Thank you again for all your wonderful support in the chat. We got Debbie O, my tech Zen friend. Good to see you. We got your question on the free reading list here. And we do have Asura, if I'm saying that even close. Good to see you. We got you on the free list and Lotus of Serendipity. We have you and Ashish and Mini Heal. You guys were from earlier, so you may not be here right now, but hello, good to see you. We also have Sudeshna on our donation list here. And then Michelle Smith, we also had you. Thank you for your donation via the Cash App. We got you on the list for donations too. And I think, just make sure that was it for up above. And then I know some more people came in, so we'll scroll to the bottom here. All right, so Olivier, I see your question. So we will get you on the free list here. Boom, boom. Get some space there. There we go. And we have Kat Mia in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And we'll put you on the free list here. There we go. All right, there we go. Oh, in the week. May I ask the fun surprises starting. For the week. Okay, I get you. Olivier. So fun surprises, the starting of the month during the first week, right? I don't think I got it all. There we go. All right, we got that. And then Snow, we have you here on the free list as well. So we got you. We got Ruby. Hey, Ruby. Got yours here too. You're just gonna cry all weekend. You're so funny. We'll definitely find out here. All right, and I got everyone else on here. It's interesting, talking about cycles. I didn't know this, of course, being a man, and growing up, I didn't know about all that stuff, and especially being a gay man, didn't even, although I had a lot of close female friends, I started learning a lot of stuff, and when I I actually lived in a house with one of my close friends. She had a friend of hers move in, and then, my mom actually, I went and had her live with us for a little bit, because she was having a tough time, so all 3 of them in the house and the next door neighbor, which was really close, all of them, their cycles aligned because that's what happens when, like, you're in a village or close proximity, everyone starts cycling up to be the same one. So, um, it could be interesting to find out when we get to yours, Ruby. Yeah, have you, do you have people around you that maybe it's all everyone's aligning to that, right? But very interesting about the human body, right? Especially the female human body. What a miracle it is to bring that birthing and creation of life, right? It's amazing. All right. Well, I think I've got everyone up to date here, all the lists. So we'll start off with Sudeshna for donations, and then Michelle Smith, and then Sarah. That's all I have so far. If I don't have any others, we'll be jumping into free readings and we will see what is going on there as well. So we will do that, but we'll start with a cheers. Hey, me, good to see you. Oh, you found a home for the kittens. Yay. I'm so glad. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Just know I'm so grateful to have you on this journey together and your thirst for searching after spirit. Thank you for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love, commenting on the stream and watching the videos, all the things that you guys do with that. It helps spread the Zen love. You are part of the love tsunami, and I love you guys. So thank you so much. Cheers, cheers to you. Yum, yum. So I got a nice little vanilla cinnamon coffee with a little bit of zero sugar caramel macchiato creamer. So we're back to the liquid cake taste this evening, like a giant cinnamon roll. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So let us get in and see what we have going on here, too. All right. Sure, me will get you on the free list here before I jump in there. That way I know I'm all up to date right there. So, Sudeshna, we're at 1751 for your donation there. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So thank you for that. And you want a full moon. What is the full moon in Sagittarius bringing for you, right? All right. So let's shuffle these up. See what we got going on. What does Spirit want you to know about this full moon in Sagittarius? What's it bringing you? Got 3, got 2, and 1. So a little countdown to something here. Oh, I like it. Which makes sense. I was talking about the Sagittarius full moon energy in the beginning, which is an energy of like going for the gold, going for your dream, stepping forward. In the bottom of the deck, you got the star card, which is wishing upon a star. So I like this. I feel like it's putting some energy and movement. This fiery Sagittarius energy is helping. And I feel like the moon energy of the cycles, the moon is like the release energy. So any kind of release ceremony that you can do tomorrow with the full moon to let go of that which no longer serves you, to open up space for those things. And you can do it in a gratitude energy. We don't want to focus on what we want to leave out of our lives. We want to focus on what we're wanting to bring in. So gratitude, thank you for making me aware of the blocks that stand between me and this new job or this new romance or whatever it is that you're wanting to bring in. So I like that. Let's see what else it is here. So you have a countdown, 3, 2, 1. The 3 cards. Ooh, yep. Action energy. Here's that fiery Ace of Wands, along with the 2 of Cups, the power of emotional choice, and the Page of Pentacles, which is bringing forward like new opportunities that come in here. So they are saying use this because, of course, the full moon, fiery Sagittarius full moon, it's going to be action energy. So whatever we're focusing on with our energy, our mental stories, our emotional choices, like the 2 of Cups, our physical actions and our overall focus, manifestation kind of energy, it's going to be expanded in a big way. So this Ace of Wands and Two of Cups, they're really saying focus that thing. It's like having a very powerful laser beam that grows things. And it's like, what do you want to grow? Make sure you're zeroing in that laser beam of all this energy into what you want to grow, into what new opportunities you want. And of course, with gratitude is a huge way to draw things in. The need, the want, the I don't have, lack energy, that's just going to push it, blast something further away. So we want to focus on what we want to draw toward us in gratitude, right? So I like that awareness for the moon. And then you have the Hanged Man and the Eight of Swords. Feel like it's a good time too to with the hangman is see things from a different perspective. It's a cocooning, a little energy. It's a transformational kind of energy, as is the Eight of Swords here, which the Eight of Swords is kind of stepping back, questioning the stories of our mind. That's what the, sword suit does. And that reflective energy here of, seeing yourself here, look in the mirror, see what of your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. It's a good energy, the Eight of Swords, because it's a flowing energy. It has things get moved out. The small T truths rooted in fears. We're like, those opinions, I'm done with those. I'm going to pack them up and box them away. And I have new thoughts from a higher perspective rooted in unconditional love and gratitude, right? And joy and laughter and play and peace, right? And so as you're doing that, you're letting go of these, strings that were binding you. You can even see all these, thoughts that make us feel like we're trapped. So there is the fear is what traps us, not joy and gratitude. So I feel like with this switch and seeing things differently, it gets things moving for you. And then it is bringing a change of direction with your thoughts changing and with your perspectives changing. You are going to be using this energy to change direction, to go in a different way than maybe even you have thought up to this point. But it's going to bring a lot of clarity for you and a lot of fire to help you move in a direction that's in alignment with that dream come true, the, star card, which is a great hope card too. So I like this fiery energy for you. So hopefully that helps. And then for your fortune cookie, we'll look at the angel numbers here. And you got 3333. You got social skills, but that threes are also creation energy. So I do like this this energy. So it is hope. There you go. Optimism, liberation, success, prosperity, excitement, and enthusiasm. The problems you have today will eventually disappear. Your guardian angels encourage you to maintain a positive outlook on life since your luck may be about to change. It is a time to put to use your captivating energy and inspirational personality. Don't let your ego get the best of you. Don't let it go to your head. But I love that for you. So that's what they got for you, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. All right. Let me just get that updated there. Let's see, anyone else? Ruby, you were Pinky for a long time in many forms. Now, oh, okay, Pinky. I remember you. Well, that makes sense. I know when names change and IDs change. So we will look at that. All right, absolutely. And so, all right, let's check here. So Ruby. Got a couple of rubies. Threw me off there for a sec. I was like, Ruby, but we got the other. I'm like, oh no, we got Ruby Grimm and Ruby Camellia. So Pinky. I'll still call you Ruby though. All right. So yeah, we got you on the free list. So hello. So good to see you. All right. So, and then we have Michelle Smith up at 25 even. So Michelle, here is your timestamp. Thank you again for your donation via the CashApp, and you wanted a general reading. So let's take a look here and see what we have from Spirit for you. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. So, the bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of Pentacles as the underlying energy. So we'll see what this is about because it's abundance and fullness energy. It can also be relationship energy, depending on what all these cards tell us here. So we'll get these. Uh, okay, they're kind of moving the cards around. So these will be these. I only see the backs of them here, but they're like rearranging. So there's something. And I feel like that's part of your reading is it started off kind of stuff everywhere. Now it's kind of coming into alignment. And that makes sense with the 10 energy, like your outside world and abundance is coming to alignment too. So it just feels like your external world is shifting. We like that. So you've got like four little steps. The first one, you have the 8 of Pentacles. And the 8 of Pentacles does, tell us here that you've only been putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. I love the cycles of the moon here too, with the full moon tomorrow. There is the cycle of you've been putting and doing the work, doing the transformation, like caterpillar to a butterfly. And now you're starting to see the fruit of your labor coming in here. And that makes sense with the 10 of Pentacles. So your outside world, you're starting to see the fruit arrive. Because a lot of times when we do inner work, and we do the inner stuff, it takes a while for it to get to the outside world because we change and our world changes from the inside out, not the outside in. And I feel like that's what's kind of coming in here with this 8 of Pentacles. Underneath that, you have 3 cards. Yeah. So you have the 5 of Pentacles. So you've been really looking at your fears and beliefs and lack, things below the surface where you felt, the fear of being abandoned, like being left out in the cold, left behind, kind of lack energy that, um, fear of not being enough, all that lovely lack, energy was being transformed through this process that you were doing. Yeah, 5 of Swords, 5 of Pentacles, 5 of Swords. Again, conflict between your head and your heart. You were also transforming there. And with the Empress card, you've been spending a lot of time focusing on yourself, which is good. Giving yourself that Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, Empress energy. So I really like that. It's beautiful. Um, uh, nurture, taking care of yourself, being in the cocoon, and this transformative energy. So I feel like they want you to know that this harvest, this abundance that's coming in is because of the work that you've been doing. And so it's making its way to the outside world. Then stage 2, that's here. Yeah, you've got here the World card, which is a victory card. It's an ending of a cycle, getting to a certain point. And then also, it's like, I feel like this has to do with the 9 of Cups energy of the emotional dream come true. I feel like you've gone to a new level in that. Like, it's like when we start anything in life, when the first draft is kind of like, thrown together, right, throughout our lives growing up. And then as we mature and we experience things, we adjust and adjust and adjust. So I feel like the list or the definition of what an emotional dream come true has also changed with this transformation. And so, like a year ago, you would have been like, oh, for me to feel happy or to feel fulfilled in a relationship or emotionally, I would have had to have dot, 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 dot. Now you've like overhauled it a lot. And you're like, really, I almost feel like you're to this point of I don't need anything in order to be happy, because I can be happy for no reason at all, and then no one can take it away from me kind of energy. But you're also going, but that doesn't mean I don't want to have other things. I just don't need anything to be happy, but I want things, that bring a little different kind of happiness, to me, make it easier to be happy, right? So I like this. I like the clarity that you gain there. Underneath that, yeah, Yeah, the devil card. So again, here's that shaking and rattling of long-held thoughts and beliefs of what you were supposed to have in order to be happy. You did a lot of that release energy. So I feel like so far it's kind of like um, kudos in a way of look what you've done and look what's coming your way because of it. So I like that. And then the third little group here, yeah, we got the Seven of Swords. So I feel like this is something that you're kind of working on right now more so. This is the kind of a tougher one, which this Seven of Swords is, you know, overcoming mistrust because of liars and cheaters and deceivers and, realizing, especially in our day and age, it just seems like everything you don't know what to believe anymore, especially with AI and everything else in the world. You're just like, I don't know what the truth is out there, and I feel like you're coming into, the awareness of, especially with, kind of this Eight of Swords energy that I feel is coming here for you is you're realizing what of my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, I was like, I believed a lot of stuff that I was telling myself, and then when I started realizing, "Wait, this isn't true," I'm like, "Can I even trust what I'm thinking?" And then when you connect higher and you have the capital T truth rooted in unconditional love, really shines a beautiful light upon these small t truths rooted in fear, and we stop trying to defend our small t truths, thinking that they're more truer than other people's small t truths, because we're focusing our energy on the higher truth, knowing that all the small t truths are untrue, you know, the beliefs of like our worth is determined outside of us and all this wonderful blah, blah, blah stuff. But so I feel like this is, um, this is like the project that you're on right now. It feels like the deceit and the lies of the outside world and the reflection that it's bringing about any deceit and lies you have in your own mind and the stories you have about people and yourself in the world. Underneath that, you do have the Knight of Cups. So it does feel like this is zeroed in on, more so the relationship cheater, lying, cheating, blah, 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 SOB, more that energy that we're, because that's when I first saw it. I go, that's the hard thing, because when you trust someone with your heart and they, it makes it very difficult for us to trust again. And I feel like that's the one of the big things that you're, doing final. It's like you made it your project right now. And then you also have, yeah, I like that you're getting this wonderful Ace of Cups energy, your self-love, the Queen of Swords energy, realizing, that somewhere out there, as you raise your self-love and your self-worth internally, as your vibration goes up, you're drawing in someone that matches that. And it is gonna be someone compatible, but you're realizing first that I'm the one I'm looking for. I'm the most compatible being to be with, and then I can find someone that matches that energy in the outside world. And I do feel, if you're not already, you have the Four of Wands, which is a joyful energy, joy, celebration, marriage too. So if you're not currently, married and you're wanting to be, I feel like this is all headed that direction, and they're showing that that's part of the energy of, um reward of what's coming your way because of what you've been doing. You're drawing that sooner and sooner closer to you. And that 10 of Pentacles on the bottom makes sense because that, again, like I said, it is a relationship card, but it is a lot about your outside world too, which makes sense because that's what your reading kind of was all about. So I like that for you, kind of a celebration and just a, recognition is a good word of what you've been working on, and encouragement to continue going because it's worth it. So I like that. And let's see what your fortune cookie is here for you as well. If I can put these cards back in without having them fall over the place. My goodness. Okay. Yeah, and we're down to, was it 5 of the soul coaching? All right, done with this one here. Then we'll move into another deck after this is gone. Yeah, I like it. You are finding your truth, your capital T truth. What a beautiful card. And that is card number 50. So this is all about find your truth. Be honest with yourself and speak your heart. Walk your talk and follow your inner guidance in all activities. The truth is within you. Listen for what is sincere and honest in others. There you go. Your soul wants you to know. Often, the hardest thing about living your truth is knowing what that is. There's a place inside of you that always knows what's true for you and what isn't. Sometimes it takes sincere silence and deep stillness to find that voice. But once you do discover it, let go of anything in your life that isn't authentic. Release relationships that don't empower you and situations in which you find yourself being less than honest for fear of being judged or not accepted. Miracles follow when you take the time to be genuine. And your affirmation is, I live my truth, exclamation point. I live my truth in that capital T truth we were talking about. So I love that for you, Michelle. And that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So let's take a look here. We have Ruby Grimm. Thank you for your donation. Get you on the list here. And we got Lauren Smith in the house. Hey. And we go, what's your little monk? The little monkey. I like it. So we got you on the free list here. And Debbie, you got all the doggies. Hello, hello. And we got Alice. Hey, Alice. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the list here. Let me see. Let's get these. There we go. Got it all on there. And then Debbie O, thank you so much for your donation. And is that for your question you had earlier, or are you going to put a new question? Just let me know and I'll adapt accordingly. So cheers, everybody. Thank you again so much for all of your support and love. And thanks for being here. Cheers. Happy Saturday. A new question. All right. All right. And thank you, Ruby, for your additional donation. We'll get you on there too. Boop, boop. All right. So let's give those a love and a like since it lets me. Oops. There it goes. That way I know I've gotten to those. And then Debbie O, as soon as you put your question, no rush. We've got a few before you anyway. All right. So I think I got everybody. We'll continue on here. So we have Sarah up next, and then Ruby Grimm, and then Alice, and then Debbie O, and then back to Ruby Grimm. So that's where we're at, what we're going on. All right. So Sarah, 38. 53 is your timestamp. So thank you for your donation via the PayPal. And I'm doing well. How are you doing? So we said that Sir Mick would show he cared by giving you something for your cat. That's right. He gave you some cat grass and he gave you more celery. Such a unique character, isn't he? I like it. Some people show us through their actions, right? Maybe that's their love language, right? They just think that's the way everybody does it. No. But my cat's grateful. All right. So you want a general on what do you need what you need to most know. All right. So let's take a look here. See what Spirit has here for you. Okay, we've got 3 cards and 2 cards and 1. So there's a countdown to some sort. You want them this way, all right? And then underneath all that, you've got this other stuff going on. So we've got that. And do you want this one too? Okay. Oh, both of those. All right, I gotcha. I gotcha. All right. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Six of Swords. I like this energy. Six of Swords is a very flowing energy. It's about the mind, of course, the mindset, and leaving some old ways of thinking behind, seeing some things from a higher perspective, which takes us from like choppy waters into calmer waters. And then with this movement kind of energy of mind, it ends up triggering movement in the outside world too. So we'll see what this is all about here, because you do have movement of 3 cards to 2 card to 1 card, which is a countdown to something. So we'll see what that is here. Your first 3 cards, you got this kind of dream come true, mental dream come true. You do have the King of Swords, who's the master storyteller. He has the Ace of Swords, which is they kind of give it to you as a gift to be able to clear away those old ways of thinking and see things differently. And it's attached to the 5 of Cups. So there is this it's an interesting energy because it's showing that some old emotions, some lower vibration emotions that you had when you were younger created stories of to protect you, because you didn't want to feel the same pain again. Because we'll either create those to avoid pain or to um, repeat pleasure. But this feels like with this 5 of Cups, it was sorrow energy, not pleasurable energy. So there was these very strict foundations built of the mind of this is the way things have to be, which built into this mental, this is what a dream come true means. And I feel like that has to do with our expectations around, and this feels like around relationship, kind of energy of what it's supposed to be, who they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to bring to the relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start, how it's supposed to progress, how it's supposed to end up. They just had me do it a flash in my head of she's just not that into you, I think, is it? Is that the one that had all these different couples that were going through things, and there was why can't I think of their names? I can see their faces. She was on Friends and oh, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Aniston. Okay, thank you. That's all I had to say. They're like doot doot. um, and spoiler alert, because they have a lot of these relationships, and they had this relationship that was not normal like everyone else's. And people were getting married and doing all this stuff, and these other people were all miserable. They had a great relationship, but she fell into the pressure of the expectation of, if you don't want to marry me, that means you don't love me, because obviously all these other people are getting married and they love theirs. And it's a beautiful story. If you have a chance to do that, I think that's the name of it. Um, but just look Ben Affleck and Jennifer Aniston movie, and you'll see which one it is. But or if anyone else wants to, if you know it, just sort of they're out in the chat, and you can be my little resource. I enjoy those. But I feel like that's kind of what this is about, is going, wow, you know, I don't need it to be something that everyone is saying it needs to be. Is it okay for me? Is this the kind of relationship I want? And is this what they want? As long as it's something we both want and we are happy and loving in it, then it just can be whatever it's going to be, kind of energy. And I like that. Um, so I like that. That's the 3 energy. And then the 2 here, you have the High Priestess, the King of Pentacles. Yeah, and I feel like there's been a little bit of a time here. The High Priestess, you go up into your High Priestess temple to connect with the upper realms, step back and see things from a different perspective, and dive into our own emotions and look on what's going on behind the veil. And this has the King of Pentacles. I feel like that there's been a little bit of journey about your self-worth here with the King of Pentacles, because one of the big things they learn through the whole process is that um, when they define themselves by the outside world, they felt unstable, right? Because the 3 buckets of relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, etcetera, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, possessions, kind of thing. All those are unstable, constantly changing, things breaking down, things being stolen, things changing, people passing away, walking away, people changing too, and so everything's always in flux out there, and if we define our worth by it, then our worth feels like it's constantly in flux. But it all points us back inward and upward to where we eventually find the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms, which of course is very solid. It's eternal. It's no conditions. It's unconditional. Nothing you have to do to earn it, nothing you can do to lose it. So it's a very solid foundation. When that becomes the foundation of all our worth, going, the creator of all things totally loves me forever, and no judgment, whatever. They're just totally loving and supportive of each of us, then when does anything else matter, right? And I feel like that's the kind of foundation of that. And doesn't mean we stop wanting things in the outside world. We just don't need them. And for our definition of our worth, then we can want things in the outside world, and whether we get them or not isn't a big woo 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 because we already have everything we need in here. It's just above and beyond extra, and life is so much more smoother, kind of energy. So I feel like you're in this. I'm letting go of expectations. I'm looking at my self worth, bringing you to, yeah, 10 of Cups. Then that brings you this overflowing, joyful relationship. So it's not about the outside world matching our inside, it's us aligning with who we really are. Then everything, the world automatically changes from a place of lack to something that feels above and beyond extra and overflow. So I love this. Underneath all the surface, yeah, we got the 5 of Swords. So there's been a little battle between the head and the heart going on here too. The mind going, no, 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 expectations, all this, and the heart going, no, I just want to live and enjoy life, not exist and check all these boxes off, right? So there's been a little battle going on. And you even have 1 card, 3 card, 2 card. So it's not going in order 1, 2, 3, or 3, 2, 1. It's 1, 3, 2. So this underlying surface just feels like things feel a little helter skelter, a little sketchy, with things not, um, in proper order. And that's okay because what we were just talking about, right, is that things can be in a different order. It doesn't have to go the way everyone thinks it's supposed to, right? So I like that. You do have the King of Wands as one of your 3. Yep. And then you have the Ace of Wands and the 4 of Wands. All this Wands energy that's coming in here. And I feel like they're one of the with this message that's coming in is, if we want marriage, which is the 4 of Wands card, the King of Wands is an energy of clearing the throne room, getting out of our head and into our heart, deciding what we want from our heart, then creating a plan and putting action behind it. That Ace of Wands is putting the action behind things, but it's also being aware of where I'm investing my energy. And we talk about that, right? If I focus my energy in on what I'm grateful for, what I do have, and what I have had, that opens up the floodgates and draws things that match that energy toward us. If I'm focusing on, I need to be married, I need love, I need someone, I don't have anyone, I fear I won't have anyone, all that lack energy and fear energy, we know what that does, right? It shoves it all away because our energy is saying, you know what I love? What? What I want more of? What? More lack. We're like, no, that's not what we want. So when we change that energy, it can draw things into. So I like that. And then your last 2 cards. Yeah, something that's going on right now for you. You have the Knight of Pentacles, which whenever we get like a slow moving card, which the Knight of Pentacles is one of the slowest moving knights, we usually get a card along with it that tells us why are things going slow? Because it's always for a reason. Life kind of goes where it goes frame by frame and everything slows down, giving us the opportunity to stop drawing in the things we're drawing in. It kind of pauses everything and doesn't really pause it, but it slows down enough where it feels like it's paused. And then it gives us an opportunity to release thoughts or emotions or energy or physical things out of our life to make room for higher things, and it moves our self-love and self-worth and our vibration, love vibration higher. Then that speeds things up and it draws in things that match that instead of what we've always done before and getting what we've always gotten, right? Well, your little period of time here with the Knight of Pentacles is the Eight of Cups. The Eight of Cups is walking away from emotions and relationships that no longer serve you. It's like a kind of like an emotional inventory, because when we're investing a lot of emotions out into the outside world, our little emotional bank is being drained. And our heart won't allow any new emotional endeavors if it doesn't have the emotional energy to fund it. So it looks at the budget and it looks at the increments that we're regularly putting out, or maintaining emotions below the surface, which I'll talk about in a sec. And says, no, we don't have it. Sorry, denied, and so it doesn't allow that to come in. So the two areas, one is relationships with people. Those are the ones when we evaluate and go, a good balance where, equal-ish that we're giving back and forth. And sometimes we're giving 80, they're only giving 20. Sometimes we're only giving 20 and then they're giving 80. Healthy relationships, right? And and it's a relationship we want, so we're maintaining it, it's going. And then there's some that we're giving consistently 80, 90% of all the energy in, and they're consistently giving only 10 and 20. We're the little life, um, life preserver or whatever. We're keeping them alive, right? We're keeping the relationship alive. And so sometimes it's like, well, let me back off to 50%. And if they don't give up, make up the difference, then the relationship drifts apart even more. And then you can just stop giving altogether and you get all of it back. Or there might be some you're like, I know these need to go. And you're getting all this emotional energy back. So your emotional bank's filling up. The other thing is the emotions that we have suppressed, the sad feelings and angry feelings we had when we were 7 years old or younger, and we weren't allowed to express them because everyone wants a happy child, not a sadsy child or an angry little child. So we're taught, don't do those. And we're like, what am I supposed to do with these emotions? We don't know. So we push them down. They're charged emotions, taking emotional energy. Then it takes emotional energy to keep it down where we're not crying in front of everyone all the time or angry and, expressing that anger. We're keeping it down because that's what we were taught when we were younger. But they had been down there. If we haven't processed those, allowed our inner child to feel those, they're still down there taking up energy. So when we evaluate those, the more we transform these energies, the more our energetic bank fills up. And then we're all ding, ding, ding. The heart goes, oh, look, we have enough. We can have a relationship come in now at a higher level, more emotion, right? So I like that. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. You do get a soul coaching. Yeah, you got inspiration. Look at that. Beautiful card. And it is card number 29, which says, be open to divine inspiration. You inspire others. Immense creativity, motivation, and energy are expanding in your life. Your soul wants you to know life without the fire of new ideas is dull and separates you from all that's sacred. Creativity and inspiration are, in fact, receptivity, being open to the Creator. Even if the motivation that occurs seems unusual or strange, welcome new ideas and fresh ways of viewing the world. Open yourself to the deep flowing wellspring of visions, ideas, and intuition that dwell within you. Through the morning mists, the golden light of sunset, the wind in the trees, and the gentle thoughts at the edge of your mind, let the Creator's wonderful ideas stimulate, enliven, enrich, and revitalize you. And your affirmation is, I am receiving divine inspiration right now! Exclamation. So I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that is helpful. And again, thank you so much for your donation and many blessings to you. All right, let me catch up here and see what we've got going on. What we got going on. All right, so let's see here. I did those. And let me add this for Ruby here onto that one here. Extra detail, got that there. And then Debbie O, thank you for your additional donation. So you have a donation for $3 and for $4, but I only see one question. So did you have two questions or did you add on extra for the first one? So let me know. Help unconfuse bruddaZEN. Because it is not not hard to do. Oh, move free to paid. Okay, I get you. So the $3 one, well, it doesn't matter. They'll get taken care of one way or another here. So we'll move your free one here. Oops, try that again. We'll move that one to the first one there. Boom, boom. Okay, thank you so much. And then for your second one, will be whatever comes up with this date with this mail. Ooh, oh, someone's going on a date. All right, and then we've got. I know I'm so immature sometimes, right? Na 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 na. All right, and then we've got May. Hey May, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you also on the donation list here. All right. I think I've got everyone now. Let's give that a love and a like. I know I've got down to there and make sure nothing else came in here. Oh, whatever comes up with my next date with the mail. Oh, okay. So you want one. It's not what's coming up on this next date with the mail. All right. I get you. So what comes up with my next date with the mail? Thank you for that clarification there. Okay, I think I am set. So I'm gonna take a sip and we'll dive back in here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. So the list is so we got Ruby next, and then Alice, and then Debbie O for number one, and then to Ruby for number two, and then Debbie for number two, and then May is after that. Sure, absolutely. Because one of them will be already, because your total is going to be $7, so one of them will automatically be that. But if you want two extra, one for each, then you can do that too. Yeah, I think so. That sounds good. All right, let's get back in here. So Ruby, for your first one here, we're at 58.50. So here's your timestamp. And we'll start back over here. So is it safe to have an online presence yet or not? Let's take a look here. So based on your current energies, what kind of experience would you have if you showed up online? Dun, 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 dun. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Fool card, which is actually Aquarius energy. It's Uranus, which whirls over Aquarius. So the Fool card is an adventure, a new beginning, and Aquarius energy does roll over like electronics and online stuff in a way. So I don't know. We'll see what this energy brings in, but that being the underlying energy does feel like you're ready for this, like, um, leap taking a leap, right? Because that's what they are, leaping off into something there. So let's see here. What energy comes in if you go out online here? Yep. I mean, you have the 5 of cups, which is some lower vibrational energy, but you have the ace of swords, which is creating a different story around being online, right? Because I know, if it's like, oh, people are gonna, are people gonna say things, or are people gonna use the information, blah, 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 blah. But when we realize that, well, what if someone does? You know, what's the story we're putting to this, right? Our fear. What what's at the root of the fear, right? And I feel like that's an important thing to do. Because definitely being online over the last, what, since 2016, with when I think everything kind of escalated and there was a lot of division that started in United States especially, but it's been going on for a while, that you realize being online helps you grow a thicker skin the hard way. Right? Because people will say the rudest stuff for no reason at all, because they feel like, and that I experienced that, like, when I worked in a call center. People are willing to say things over the phone or online, especially if you can hide your real name. People are willing just to let their fears roll and but if you're in front of people, especially with me being 6'4", people tend not to act that way. But online, people are just like, wow. I remember the first time I got brave and started posting, on Facebook way back in the day, and someone, I think I promoted something once where it goes and puts, the ad out, and someone told me to keep my happiness to my blah blah blah. I cussed at me myself, and I was just like, oh. You just didn't expect it, but it teaches you to go, this is about them, not about me. And there's some learning, I feel like, with this here. So I like it. I know that starts off like, ooh, I don't know if I want to do this. Let's see what else comes in here, though. You have temperance. Yeah, it does teach us patience. And this is an energy that you can turn anything into a golden opportunity, as well. You have the hermit card, which is, you an online presence. You can still, of course, it's interesting that they have privacy settings is what they're bringing in with the hermit, that you can still have yourself. What it's like in Facebook, especially there, because we're talking about Facebook, they have settings where only your friends can see what you're posting. So there's, privacy, where, and can people find you? Can anyone find you? No. You have all these different settings that you can do to control what people can see you, depending on what platform you go on. But I feel like they're saying, but you don't have to go like full. That's funny. They're a full Monty. Ta-da! You don't have to be this person that just exposes everything. You can be like, "Hey, everybody, look at my shoulder," in a way, in a sense, not literally. That's funny. Your spirit guides are funny. All right, and then what else we got here? Yeah, and there is this, it's a wonderful way, this is the little shaking and rattling of our sense of, our fear of being abandoned, being left behind, um, not being enough, not, having enough. And it's like, or being unfriended or blocked by someone, or, someone saying something rude to us, and it's like, it does teach us. It teaches us to take a breath and go, okay, I don't have to defend myself. I don't have to answer someone. In fact, on some platforms, whatever, you can just delete and block people. And I like this. The page of wands underneath is, you have the power on a lot of your online presence, depending, on what you're wanting to, be on, but you can gain a sense of your power in doing it as well. So if that energy interests you, there's no have to or need to, you get to choose, which is beautiful, right? But you are the one that holds the power. So I like that. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let me just put these cards back in there. All right. And then you get an angel number. So let's see what else they say here about the online presence. Nope. They didn't want either of those. All right. This is the one. Yeah, you got 1001 Spiritual Awakening, which says new beginnings, personal development, like we talked about, prioritizing creativity and heading in the right direction. A new phase in a religious or spiritual quest. You're going through a spiritual awakening, which can feel like the dark night of the soul, and you're on the path to enlightenment, and this too shall pass. So it can help you in your journey of, facing your fears and like, why didn't I go on there before? Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. So, um, So that's the fear, right? Understanding that, going, "Well, I'm not doing anything wrong. What am I afraid of? I'm afraid they'll use something." And you're like, "Well, am I doing something wrong? If I am, then, you need to put it into court. But if I'm not, then there's nothing to do, right?" So, exactly. I like that. All right. So that's for number 1 there. And we'll circle back around for number 2 here in a momentito. Let me just thank you, Deb, for your number 2 here. I'll just change one of these here. Yeah, so we'll do this one here. All right. And then we got JV in the house. Hey, JV, good to see you. And we'll get you on the donations here. There we go. And I think that's it. Okay, perfect. Check my emails real quick. I don't think anything that's coming in there. All right. All right. Then we got Alice. Hey, Alice. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. Here's your timestamp. And why does Lucas not message me back? Does he plan to reply and when? All right. Let's take a look here. Right, Ruby? Like, oh, only if you're, don't do the full Monty till after the court cases are done, right? That's funny. All right. So, Alice, let's take a look here. So, why is Lucas not messaging you back? All right. Got this and this and that and that. All right. And does he plan to reply and when? We'll pull a when card for that question. All right, well, we've got the 8 of Wands on the bottom, which is a lot of energy. It's a lot of activity. It's a lot of passion, and we'll see what these other cards reveal. But there's a lot going on with them. So, this can go, a couple ways. It could be um, that they're so busy and they're just so caught up in work and overwhelmed that they're not messaging anyone back because they're overwhelmed, or they got a lot of passion going on and they have like an interest in other people or something like that, right? So that's where that passion energy can go. So let's see what's going on here, right? So the first two here, yeah, we've got the King and the Queen of Wands. So we have divine counterparts here. Looks like maybe their wife said to stop texting you. I was kidding. What? Let's see what's underneath that here. Yeah, we've got the 6 of Wands. So all this fire energy. 8 of Wands on the bottom, the Queen of Wands, the King of Wands, the 6 of Wands. What do we have happening here? Yeah, I feel here, there seems to be this, this energy of that they are a bit distracted with some other, energy that's going on and, interesting, passionate interest in other individuals kind of with this energy that's here. Because the other cards that are here, I'm like, what is this all about? We got of course, the devil card, which is the shaking and the rattling energy and, there's this awareness of or challenge of them of what do I want? What do I really want? And I'm unsure and a lot in their mind about what they're wanting. And underneath that, which clarifies, well, about what? What are they in their head about? Which is a relationships and sharing emotion with the Queen of Cups energy that's here, right? And I'm like, okay, well, so what's the dealio? Are they gonna reply back? And when? Well, we got the King of Swords, which is huge in their head energy again, like the Devil card. King of Swords rules over the mind with the Queen, but also all kings get a second portion. So they're the master of thinking and overthinking in the lower expression. The timing is May 11th to June 10th. So, there is an energy here of, that they are um, going to contact you when they get out of their head based on current energy between now, because we're actually past May 11th, but up to June 10th. So it feels like they'll reply anywhere from now and June 10th here, but I feel like they're in their head a lot about, being able to share emotional energy because 'cause they're very much about, I can give passion, but the emotion thing scares me. I'm not able to share, emotionally, and I feel like, there is this energy with this of, you know, um, this is how they learn to express it and that they, don't have that self-love, so they can't express it that way, but I feel like they're kind of caught up in their head and they almost in a way, they're like, "I don't know if I can give you what you want because you have such a huge heart and you are able to, give so much emotionally with ease." And for them, that's like, it's gonna take me, forever to give you a little bit of this because that's we only can give as much love to others as we have for ourself. So if I only have this much self-love, this is all I'm gonna be able to give, and you're giving like, "Here's a barrel." "No, no problem. I have plenty." And they're like, "Well, here's this back." And they're like, "Really?" It's like someone giving someone a car as a present and someone giving them a matchbox in return, a little matchbox car. They're like, they feel less than because they can't keep up, and that's where I feel like they're struggling, in here. So they're in their head about failure and not being able to do that, right? So interesting energy there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. But I feel like that's kinda what's got 'em in not responding because 'cause they're looking and going, "Well, maybe there's other people that can, they don't have self-love either. That's a good match for me." You're just like, "Ugh, why am I drawing all these guys in that are going through this," right? There's a lesson somewhere in there. But let's see what your fortune cookie we have the angel numbers. So let's see what your angel number is here. You got 777. Good luck. No, I don't know if that's how they're saying it, but you got good luck, which says contentment, prosperity, abundance, spiritual awakening, divine intervention. So this message is most likely to reach you during intense uncertainty. You'll come out winning from everything that may come your way. It's also a sign that you have much life experience and wisdom to share, yet you'll need enthusiasm and effort to get this message to others. Yeah, and I like this about, you come out winning in any situation because you grow through it. So even if Lucas ends up being, um, someone who's kind of absorbed in a way with their passions and not able to give the emotion. You're like, I learned a lot about myself during it, but I know what I don't want, kind of energy sometimes as well. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Hang in there. All right, let me catch up real quick here. Ruby, you're so funny. And we got Lauren of the Light. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. I was just thinking about you today because I was like, I hope you're okay. I was, hoping, like, you didn't get kidnapped or something, because but I thought things are either going really good, but we'll take a look here. Oh, things have been great. Oh, and very stable. Okay, there you go. Really good. And he's been showing up. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I did send you some wonderful tidbits on Instagram that came across some of that avoidant energies, which was really, I was like, oh, this explains so much. Just clarity. Yeah, caring for mom. Yeah. So yeah, definitely. So I got your questions here. I did get your Cash App, so thank you for that. And you're on the donation list. So where we're at, we have Debbie O up next, and then to Ruby, back to Ruby, and then back to Debbie O, and then to May, then to JV, and then Lauren, you'll be up after that. So good to see you. Glad things are going well. It's gonna have to send out a search party and hope that you're okay. Yeah. Very good. Very good. All right. So Debbie O, we got 11624 coming up here. So there is your first time stamp. And you want to know, how is your doggy, Samson? I love him. He's so cute. How is he going to behave with two large female dogs? Your dog is a male, and he'll be gone 2 weeks. Oh my gosh. Let's take a look here. So, how is Samson going to do with two Delilahs? Let's see here. All right. We got those. I think that's it there. All right. Oh, I like it. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Three of Pentacles, which is about camaraderie and, helping each other out, collaboration. I feel like they're just gonna, they're gonna be fine together. They're gonna cause trouble together. They're like, uh, they're gonna be the ringleader. They're gonna convince the other dogs to do things, right? I can see it. But let's see here. How are they gonna get along here? Yeah, we got the Nine of Pentacles. I feel like in the beginning, they're gonna kind of, be a little standoffish. So when you first, you know, leave them off there, they're gonna kind of be like, "What's going on here? How dare you?" Kind of energy, because they're gonna be like, this is a different pack that I'm used to, right? So just I feel like in the very beginning, they're gonna have that. And then they have the Six of Cups. Oh, look at the puppies. Then there is this energy here with the Six of Cups. It's kind of like they kind of return back to a little puppy energy. Oh, maybe, maybe. Oh, because there was going to be a new dog coming into your life, right? Well, there you go. That definitely could have been, right? But just for a moment, because you're leaving him and you're going, right? But yeah, there's some good puppy energy that comes in. I feel like they revert back to, puppy kind of energy while they're there. So I feel like um they either act like a parent to them two, or one of them acts like a parent to them. Either way, it just feels like there's this good energy, right? Yeah. Hoping at their house. Yeah. Let's see here. We've got the Ace of Swords, and we've got the King of Cups. Yeah, and the World card. So these three coming out together here, they're bossy, right? Um, so there is a victory energy, there is a very balanced energy with the King of Cups, and the Ace of Swords. It's like they see things a little differently there, which interesting. I worked at a dog kennel for a summer, uh, and when I first moved back to Colorado, like decades ago, and and they taught me so much. But one of the things that you realized is, like, when we're acting in control of it was called Dog's Best Friend Bed and Breakfast, and it was like a kennel. And he was a dog trainer, so he taught us how to, because they weren't allowed to bark because of the neighborhood he was in. The neighbors had complained, and so they were not allowed to bark, and we could have up to 50 dogs and none of them would bark. It was kinda eerie, but they taught us how to, just tell them no, and then they were like, "Oh, okay, I'm not supposed to do that here." And so I like this, that, when people would show up and their dogs were just going out of control, not that your dog's out of control, but they would be out of control, and then they'd leave, and we would do the little, maneuvering, like, we'd put them in a kennel, we'd open up, and they try to get out, we would close the door pretty soon, like, after just 2 or 3 times, they'd stop, and they would listen to us and go, "Oh, you're in charge. You tell me where I can go and can't go." And then they would listen to us. They were so obedient, and when the owner would come to pick them up, they weren't like, all the dogs couldn't see the people coming in, 'cause then everyone would bark all the time. So they had it where we could bring the owners in, we'd go and get the dog, and they were looking at the window and seeing how their dog was being so obedient and kind. Soon as they got in the door and we closed it and they saw the owners, they went crazy and wild and did their own thing. I'm saying all that because I feel like they're gonna act completely different over at their house. They're gonna be like, "Oh, this isn't my place. They're in charge. I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna be like the other dogs." So it's very interesting, with this here too. Oh, your dog learned to bark from a different dog, right? Yeah, yeah, I feel like they're gonna be fine here because I feel like they're going to fall in line and not, just run wild. They're gonna be like, "Oh, this is I'm not the head dog in charge." Yeah, right. Let's see, yeah, and again, you got this again here. So this was on the bottom of the deck, and you've got it here again. So 3 of Pentacles, camaraderie. They're just really gonna kind of fall in with the other dogs. Yeah, peace of mind. They're gonna rest. And yeah, 4 of Wands, joy and celebration. So I don't feel like there's gonna be a problem here. It just feels like, they're going to, fall into that, which, it's funny. Not that this applies to you, but maybe if it resonates. Um, because when the people would say, "Why are they acting all crazy and everything?" I go, "Well, here they know they're not in charge," is what I would say. And they're like, "Oh," because it would take a sec from the register, like, at home, they might be in charge. But when they're here, we're in charge, and they know it. And and they're like, "Oh, yeah, you're not wrong," is what they would say. It's funny. But it looks good. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in, so we'll get you a soul coaching one here for your little rascal. Well, we're just gonna say it's, your lovely little angel, because what we speak in energy we put forward is what grows, right? Yeah, look at very peaceful, very zen essence. Maybe they're gonna love love them so much, you're like, "You can keep them, right?" And then you get a new dog. That's the new dog, they wanna keep keep them, and you're like, "You can have them. 'Em. I'll go get a new one." Just jokes. So, find your essence, simplify and contemplate in the Zen garden of your mind. Discover the stillness in the center of the cyclone. Do what's important and let go of the rest. Your soul wants you to know, peel away everything that isn't truly you and let your essence shine. If you've ever watched a cut crystal hanging in a window in the sun, you'll remember seeing small rainbows around the room, yet they all emanate from the same source. You have different parts that comprise your identity, yet beneath it all is your spiritual core. Take time to find your source and live life from your center. If something doesn't give you joy, don't do it or find a way to make it more pleasurable. Don't try to expand your personal power and intent without first exploring and understanding the wisdom of your soul. Your affirmation is, "In my essence, I am joy." So, you know, it is good energy. I mean, good awareness that animals pick up our energy. And I had a friend who they were moving out of state, and when we went to walk with the dog with when I was along, they were fine. They were calm. They were like, "This is weird," and I'm like, "Not really." I go, "Because you're afraid they're gonna act up." And so when they are picking up your fear, I'm talking to my friend, but maybe talking to you too. When you fear that they're gonna act up, they sense it, they sense you're in fear, and so they're hyper aware and they're in fear, and then they act like that. And when I was around, my calm energy, they picked that up and that overrode their, energy because they were calm, both the adult, human and the dog, um, got calm because their person was calm, and they were just like, "Oh," and because they asked me, "Do you think they're, freaking out about us moving?" And I'm like, "No, you're freaking out about you moving, and they're picking up that you're freaking out." Because dogs are like, "Let's go," they don't have those, "I'm really concerned about moving out of state." They are just like, "I'm in the now, and you're freaking out, so I'm freaking out," but if we're calm, then they're very calm, which is great. In fact, before she had that dog, she had 2 small dogs, 2 little Chihuahuas, and, usually, I guess they were like monsters, and they would, um, snip at people and whatever, da 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 da, and, I stopped over at her place, because I was gonna give her a reading, and she goes, "Do you mind if I let my dogs in? They're gonna be monsters and da 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 da." So I just sat down on the ground, you know, um, um, with my legs crossed and just waited, and they came running up, and one of them laid in my lap and went to sleep, and the other one, just laid down right next to me and was calm and looked at her, and she was like, "They're doing this just to make me look like a liar." But it's the energy. Whatever like that Zen essence, when you put out Zen energy, I always have animals when I go over to people's house come and fall asleep in my lap. Or the ones that, "Oh, don't worry, you'll never see the cat, they never come out." Doop a doop a doop a doop a doop, plunk plunk, right on my lap, and they're just like, "What the hell just happened?" Right? But so I feel like they're saying if you don't freak out and you're like, "You know what? They're gonna be fine. They're gonna get along with their other friends, and they're gonna be fine, and I'm gonna be, away, so they'll figure it out." So I like that. Right? So that's what they have for that one, my friend. So hopefully that helps. Cute. All right. So I think that was it here. All right. I've got Benita in the house. Hey, Benita. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. I take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Yeah, I'm sure he will. Even if he doesn't do it for a minute, he'll end up eating. Like, I feel like when he first gets there, that's hermit energy. He's kinda, like, pouting for a minute just because he's, like, in a strange place, but then after the other dogs are eating and he's like, "I wanna eat too," right? Right, Ruby? Yeah, my host, she has a black lab named Frankie. She's so cute. Um, and she did have a boxer. It was a boxer something. Oh, greyhound, a boxer greyhound mix, and she put her down a couple years ago. But not, this Monday, but next Monday, we're going to go pick up 2 pit bull puppies that a friend of hers at work had a litter, and they're just giving them away. And so she's gonna get a brother and a sister. So we're gonna have 2 puppies. It's gonna be a house full. So you might see some dark circles under my eyes for a couple weeks. Nah, she's gonna kennel train him and she'd be fine. The puppies in the house, you know how, like, when you have a newborn in the house, how you don't get any sleep? but I feel like they'll be fine because the older sister's gonna make them obey. Yeah. No, no. So, let's take a look here. So, Blueberry, hey, I'm doing good. How are you? Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Got you there. Yeah, aren't puppies adorable? They're just so cute. Kittens too. My dad, he lives in Hawaii, and they take care of a lot of the wild cats. And one had kittens, and he sent me videos. I'm like, oh, I'm a huge cat person. I love all animals, but I'm more of a cat personality. Aren't they? They are the best creation. So I love that. All right. So I think I've got everyone. Let's get back into the readings here. I know I can get so distracted so easy, can I? All right. So we got Ruby back up here. So 13110 for your second one. So Ruby, there you are. And so thank you for your second donation. You want to know, is your son safe with his dad right now? He said something ominous about a fun weekend, and I haven't heard from them. I'm worried he took him out of state or something. Okay, we'll take a look here. Oh, you're right. Yeah, my host also does. She feeds the squirrels and the birds because it's a combo kind of thing, and then also during the winter the raccoons, and also a couple cats. She's like Snow White, right? All right, so let's take a look here, Ruby. Is your son safe with his dad right now? Okay. Yeah, we'll answer that real quick here for you, just so you can have some relief. Four of Wands, joy, celebration, party time. So yeah, he's having a good time. So he's full of joy. Let's see, can we find out anything about where they were, you know, where they're at? Are they out of state? We'll ask that specifically. All right. So are they out of state? No. We've got the Lovers card here. That feels more, um because that would be illegal, right? And I feel like they don't wanna ruin things right now, here with this relationship, because if they do something and take them out of state when they're not supposed to, or do something, right, that it's like not without permission, not without my awareness or something, right? So it doesn't feel like it here. It feels like maybe on the state lines, but not over it. It feels here. Let's see, what are they doing here? Yeah, balanced Queen of Swords. So a balance between head and heart. Knight of Cups, movement of emotion, doing something fun that they enjoy. Yeah, we got the Chariot, more victory, more movement energy. The Ace of Pentacles, which is trying something new. Um, yeah, and the Knight of Swords. Just, here's again more movement energy. And I feel like they're really caught up in having a good time, and, you know, doing all that, and, you know, really this, um, I don't know, I kind of sense there a little bit of, I get to do what I wanna do, I'm not gonna put them in danger. I don't need to tell you what they're doing unless it's court ordered or something like that, but just feels like there's this, they're not doing it. I don't feel like they're doing it to try to make you anxious. I feel like they're just feeling, if they're just in themselves, that I don't have to tell you all this stuff. I'm here to have fun. We're gonna do all this stuff, and, I don't need to be, they're not in the communicating blah blah blah. They're just like, we're going to a community event. I don't need to give you all these tons of details. He's fine, kind of energy. So I don't feel like their intentions are, to try to upset. They're just more reacting. If they're ever acting like a douchebag, it's because they're, reacting from a place of fear, not because they're trying to do something against you. They're trying to protect themselves. So the more that we are lenient and the more that we have like grace and give people the benefit of a doubt, the more that we get a calm and communication. But if we have a volatile relationship and we're, because they're, then we're just gonna have a hissing, match all the time instead of, gratefulness, for what they are doing that you like and not focusing on what they're not doing. I think we talked about that one of your readings, right? Where it's the more I focus in on all the stuff they're doing bad and they don't communicate and they try to make me anxious, they do this, they do this, they do this. I'm asking for more of that because that's what I'm focusing on. When I change my energy to focus on what I'm grateful for about what they do, like they do watch out for them. They do feed them on a regular basis. They, make sure that they don't, um, whatever you're grateful for that they are doing, then that changes it, right? So, um, so that's all you can do, right? Focus on what you can control, and you can't control him, so let go of that energy, right, and focus in. So, I like that. Yeah, and you got your fortune cookie is 1616, which is readjustments. So overcoming obstacles, it is soulmates, romance, affection, support, and comfort. Says your level of self-control is sufficient to make things right. On the horizon is the possibility of beginning a new romantic or platonic friendship, as well as the chance to begin life anew with a person from one's past. Everything, like, this is a language barrier, I think, because they go, everything will fall to pieces. It's supposed to say, everything will fall into place. But it always cracks me up when I read that. Um, yeah. So, this is this energy of readjusting and going, I can either have a very volatile relationship with them and not get any cooperation and get butting heads, or I can start adjusting my energy toward them, from focusing on everything they're doing wrong to focusing on what I am grateful that they're doing in there, right? So that, changes it. And as long as he's safe, it's like that's an expectation, that's lower vibrational energy, right? That's conditional. It's like I can't control that. The more you try to control it, the more you invite the opposite of it, right? So, I like this energy of awareness of going, you know what? I can't control, and worrying doesn't help. It actually makes it worse. I invite more things to worry about. When I focus on, creator, I have to trust you because short of going and kidnapping them and running away to another country where they can't find you, there's nothing that you can do. And I'm not suggesting you do that. It's, really releasing all of that um, old stuff, forgive them, release all that energy that's impacting you and not them, obviously. Release all that, and then you can focus in on, what I'm grateful for them, even make a list. I know it's gonna be hard, but how are they a good father, and what am I grateful for about how they're a good father? They show up, one that's they wanna be present in their life, maybe, right? For whatever reason, but they are present in their life. Some don't even, you know, they don't want anything to do with their child, and people are like, "Oh, if they would just want something to do with their child," and so, like, that's something, it's like grasping, that they are feeding them, I don't know what they're feeding them or how they're feeding, but they're feeding them because 'cause they're not coming back starving. They're taking him to go do fun stuff. Obviously, they're on a fun weekend, so and he got the Joy card, so he's doing fun things with them. So, just a change of energy, like I said, a readjustment can help. All right. I know, fun times, right? Alright, so that's what they have for that for you. So thank you again for your donations, and I think we have you on the free list as well, so we'll scroll down there eventually here. Alright, and we got Christy in the house. Hey, Christy. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your donation. Get you on the list here. I'll give an update on where we're at. I'll give that a love and a like, so I know I have it on my list here. So we've got Debbie O up next for number 2, and then we got May, then we got JV, and then Lauren of Light, and then Christy. You'll be up after that. All right. Yeah, exactly. Hey, hey, hey. All right, so Debbie O, we're at 140.49 is for your second one. So thank you again for your dual donations. And we are to this stack here. So whatever comes up with your next date with a male. So what can we know about a next date, the next date with a male? So what can we know about it here? All right, and these three here. All right, so we got those. And I know you're kind of wanting to know a when, probably, maybe. So based on current energies, can we know about the next date with a male? When is that going to be? All right. Bottom of the deck, you do have kind of a temperance, patience, grasshopper, patience. So we do have this energy here, you know, of you can trust that things are unfolding, even though sometimes it's like, what? Yeah, yeah. Of course, when. But this is like, you can trust that things are unfolding, that even though sometimes it might feel like, are we standing still? No, there's movement. It's not as, um, fast as, of course, that our human side would like it, right? Yeah. Is that crickets? Crickets and snails? I like it. All right. So you do have here, it looks like it's almost a little out of order because you got 2 cards and then 1 card and then 3 cards. So it's interesting. It's almost like it doesn't unfold the way you expect it to. Like, you might have this idea of, "Oh, this happens first, and then this happens, and then this happens." It's like you jump to stage 2, and then you step back to stage 1, and then you leap forward to stage 3. So, we'll see what this is about. You got the Magician and the 9 of Cups. Wow. So, yeah, this feels like someone's taking action with the Magician, Divine Masculine stepping forward, and the 9 of Cups. So I feel like there's this, uh and this feels like you, like, meet someone, and you're just like, "Wow," kinda, like, blows off your blows the socks. Is that a whistling cat? Because it's like someone like, you meet someone, and the way they act and the way they're being, you're just like it almost feels like love at first sight energy, you're just like, "Wow." You know? And I feel like, the interactions and all this stuff happens first, um, and then, like, a date comes second. Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune kicks in. So that's like, all right, then that happens. So it's not like it's a date where you're meeting someone and like you're on a dating app or someone's setting you up on a blind date or wants to introduce you to someone, nothing like that. Feel like you're doing something you love, something you're enjoying, and you bump into them doing that, and you're like, wow, they're just awesome. They love doing what I'm doing, whether it's a concert or something like that, and you meet them there, and you're just like, "Wow, they love the same music I do," and you guys hit up a conversation, and, you're talking about this other band that they like, and you're like, "Shut up," and it's another band that you love, and, there's kind of this thing that kinda unfolds like that, and it's just and then it's like, um well, hey, think about it. We can talk in between, but that they have a concert coming up in like 2 months. Would you like to, go to that? Because my friends love this, band or whatever, but they don't like this other one. And you're like, Mine too." And you're like, "Oh, huh," you know? So, I feel like it's something that would unfold. It doesn't have to be that exactly, but that's the kind of energy around it that I feel, that comes in here. So it's something that you really enjoy. And then, um yeah, and this kind of feels like this might be kind of a stepping stone energy because we do have, here's this passion energy, this wow, excitement. But then it kind of I know, right? Then it kinda goes 3 of wands, it goes a different direction, and the 4 of cups, kinda get bored with it, because I feel like it's exciting and everything, but you realize they don't really have a lot of all the stuff that you're wanting, but you learn through it all. I feel like not to have expectations and you learn to have fun and focus on what you like about them. But then you realize it's okay. I've liked all this, but I feel like you're the one that kind of goes, no, I think this is good. I've had a great time and I love going to these concerts and stuff. Um, but we can be friends, uh, or whatever, you could be my concert buddy, but I feel like it kinda just you're not emotionally excited about it, but also you're not emotionally hurt by it either, right? When is this happening? Yeah, you got here the Page of Wands, June 21st to September 22nd, so that is this year, that kicks in with all that, so, it's like you're not you because 'cause you're learning through this to kinda go with the flow and you're learning to communicate your feelings and I feel like you're kinda learning just to kinda go with the flow of it instead of trying to control it, and I feel like if you go into it knowing it's a stepping stone and not a forever thing, that you don't get really attached, like, if you're maybe this maybe this is the new dog coming into your life because it's like you're fostering a dog. If you know you're fostering it and they're not gonna stay with you, you don't get attached to it knowing that it's gonna leave, right? That's funny. Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie is here. I snorted. Alright. Yeah, so you're focusing on delight. I like it, which is card number 14, which says, "Clap your hands with joy and let your inner child play. Be silly or play hooky and take a day off. This isn't the time to buckle down and get to work. This is when you should be madcap and spontaneous. Have fun." So that's exactly what I was talking about, right? This is like you're allowing yourself to play and not be so serious with it. And you're learning to have fun in the relationship and not be on task or for something. So your soul wants to know that your spirit guardians are delighted when you're filled with childlike wonder, joy, and exuberance. When just one person experiences true delight, this joyous energy radiates outward like ripples in a pool, reaching even the farthest shores of humanity. Your pleasure can rejuvenate you and can have a powerful healing effect on others. Your affirmation is, "I delight in everything in my world, and divine joy fills me." So I like that. This is about focusing on the playful, fun, not I need a person who, fulfills these duties and da da da. That feels like work. This is about gratitude and joy for who someone is. That creates a joyful relationship, and I feel like you learn that through that. But then you're like, well, they can't give things emotionally to me like I want. That's all right. I'm realizing it was fun playing, but, I want to have more than just a kind of playmate. I want more, but I definitely want them to be this play person as well, you know? And I like that because I feel like you learn that going, yeah, because that's like my first relationship. I was all about work, 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 and if there's time left over, play. They were kind of like play, 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 and if there's any time left over, then do like the housework and chores and stuff. And they brought me to the middle, and I brought them more to the middle. Balance. I didn't bring them all the way to the middle. I brought them toward it, and they brought me, to where I was like, "Yeah, it's okay to go have fun, before, everything is done. We can go see a movie and then finish the other stuff later or tomorrow." I was very, very, serious. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. You funny. All right. And then up next, we've got May. Hey, May. Thank you for your donation. Here is your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And you want to know when he went back to visit the city he used to live in, did he just hang out with his friends or were there any romantic encounters? Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun. Let's take a look here. You're very welcome. All right. So when he went back, where's it just friends or were there romantic encounters? Let's see what we got here. So what? This one too. All right. All right. Let's see what we got here. We have the Ace of Cups underneath it all here, which is an energy of, it can be self-love. Let's see what these other cards are here because that can, you know, bring in a variety of things. So let's take a look here. Yeah, so we got the Strength card with Leo energy and the Eight of Swords. So nothing, not notorious. Nefarious is the word I was looking for. Nothing nefarious with that, besides maybe them wanting to be seen by friends and be seen by people. But the Eight of Swords is letting go of a lot of old stories and, kind of thing here. Good flowing. I'm letting go of old mindsets. And it's a good energy with these two flowing, not, so far anything there. So I feel like, yeah, maybe they were hanging out and people were noticing them and, if there might have been some chatting with this Eight of Swords, because that could also be some communication, but, liking the attention. But let's see if anything romantic happened here. No, I feel like here we've got the Three of Pentacles, which is like friends, and the Ten of Pentacles is family energy. So friends and family, friends and family, friends and family, underneath the surface. And I don't know if they worked. But the devil card is work energy and death and rebirth energy coming in here too. So I don't get any kind of romantic things here. It feels more um, you know, hanging out with friends. And like I said, friends and family. Um, and there might have been some chatting, but not anything serious. Oh, okay, yeah. So it was work was there and this other the death and rebirth was feel like they wanted to go there, do the visiting, do it, and then be gone from there. So I don't feel like they were in a that kind of mindset. They might have been noticed by people and people chatted them up or whatever, but I don't feel like anything was romantic. I feel like they were focused in on who they were there to see, not do anything else there. So that Ace of Cups, you know, felt like it's self-love and focusing on self, because that's what the Ace of Cups is. Sometimes it could be a new relationship, but all these other cards do not provide that at all. It just feels like they were there for the experience of I visited everyone. Now I'm done it. I'm done now for a while, right? I don't have to go back for until a holiday sometime, right? So they're like, "Okay, I did it. Check, check." Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too with the angel numbers here. What else? Oh, that one here. Thank you. Yeah, I like this. 0330. Mirroring energy. Lucky shirt. That's funny. Love, peace, hope, and optimism, transferring responsibility to others, progress, creativity. Says pursue your goals and get what you want. It will provide wonderful benefits for you and the people you hold dear. Your ability to communicate is improving at this time, which will make it easier for you to interact with a broad spectrum of individuals. I like that. I feel like that's kind of their energy too. I kind of feel like that's maybe theirs because it's like, I wore my lucky shirt to go visit, maybe it's a sports shirt of that everyone, all his friends are. So he like wore something that to support the sport of whatever their friends all like. But I feel like, this is all about, their kind of energy. Nothing, Nothing, like I said, nothing nefarious, poking its head up there, so right, so that's what they got for you, May. Hopefully that helps bring a little relief there. I know. Phew. Well said, well said. So, I appreciate that. Alrighty, and we got Marissa Smith in the house. Hey, Marissa, good to see you. I do got your donation over here on the PayPal, so I'll get you on the list here. Where we're at, we have JV up next, and then Lauren of Light, and then Christy, and then you'll be up after that. So not too long of a wait there. Boom, boom. Yeah, isn't that great? Isn't it spiraling fun? It does reveal our fear, right? And what are we fearing, right? I know I went through 5 relationships. Well, I would say the last one I really it was more the first 4 that I was concerned that, they were gonna end up cheating, and 3 out of the 4 did, which kind of, you know, made it to that, energy. The 5th one, I didn't feel like they would, which was because I healed. There was 3 years in between number 4 and number 5 where I was single and learning a lot about myself. And I talk a lot about this in my podcast too, like why people cheat, why humans cheat, and I talk about things I learned in there. If you're interested, check out my podcast. Can help you get to the root of those there, right? So, cheers, cheers. All right. All right, Marissa, I do have you on the list. Marissa, did you make a I saw your first comment you donated. Did you donate again or just the one? Just to make sure. All right, and then hey, Moonlight, good to see you. All right. Oh yeah, no problem. I just want to make sure there's not 2 coming in to keep my eye peeled for it. Okay, yeah, he might be behind. Let's see. So we got Moonlight. So up next we've got JV, and then Lauren of Light, and then Christy, and then you, and then Moonlight will be up after that. All right. So let's dive back in here. Get moving along here. So we got JV. You're at 158.27. So JV, thank you so much for that donation. And you wanna know, when will your gym crush approach you? Oh, okay, let's take a look here. We'll pull a when card based on current energies. When? When will they approach you? And what else do you need to know about the gym crush? All right. So you do have the Justice card, September 23rd to October 22nd currently. But with and this is a maybe energy, but the Justice card, gym gym crushes are dangerous. Yeah, because if it doesn't work out well, do you have to change gyms? You know? But the Justice card is a little bit of, that is Libra energy. That is, they roll over the house of partnerships and relationships. And there is this, kind of clarity that comes in, right? Oh, we've been eyeing and looking at each other, woo. And so a little bit of clarity and seeing things from a different perspective can make it come, towards you sooner. And we'll see what they kind of, you know, um, say here around all this, because I feel like there's a change of mindset that then changes either your attitude toward them or, other things too. Yeah, like, hello. But yeah, September 23rd to October 22nd right now, but let's see what is coming in here. Yeah, we have the Knight of Swords. Here's that again. The Knight of Swords is on a quest to seeking clarity. We do have the Death and Rebirth card here. I wonder if they're going to disappear for a little bit from the gym because with this date energy here, it's almost like that they go away and come back kind of energy too. Oh, right? Hot. You feel safe there, huh? Yeah. So it feels like he's kinda gonna be stepping away here for a little bit, um, and, we do have the 6 of Cups, which is, like, coming, then they return, that's like the Death card is. They go away, the Rebirth, they come back. And they have the Page of Cups energy. I mean, not Page of Cups, Page of Wands and the 3 of Cups. So Page of Wands is action when they come back, but the 3 of Cups, it does feel here like they have a couple interests of people that they're, interested in too. So, it wouldn't be like you're the one kind of energy. It's like more hanging out and, um, but it wouldn't be like an exclusive kind of thing that's coming in with them, at least at this point when they return, because they do have another interest in their life. And it's like I feel like it's third party where, it's him and then you and then there's someone else kind of energy. Um, so, it's good to know that's kind of where they're at. They're kind of involved with someone, but not exclusively involved. And so it's good to know that. Under the surface, we have the 4 of Pentacles, which is the energy of you know, finding the sense of our worth inward and upward, not outward. So I feel like it's kind of a journey that helps us with that too, as we're going through it because, we're like, "Oh, I wanted them just to choose me," Um, but it's like, well, I can enjoy them for who they are, and and as long as it's true that they're not, committed in a relationship, like they bring their wife to the gym, and you're just like, "Oops," no, it's not that at all. But I feel like that's kind of where they're at there. I feel like they are going to disappear for a little bit, and then they come back to it too. I know, but you know. I know, does that make the crush kinda go but that's alright, you get to know who someone is, and it doesn't say that they don't, when it comes down to it, they're like, "You know what? I do wanna, be with you or not." But that's the thing, what do they say about, like, movie stars? Never meet your movie star crush, never meet your crushes. 'Cause it's like when you get to talk with them, you find out they're human, and that beautiful fantasy we had in our head, we're like, "Oh, man." Now you're gonna go to the gym and see him and give him a scowl. And they're gonna like, "What? You two-timer." Whoopsh. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, you got high vibes, 1144. which is divine intervention, prosperity, big ventures, fated events, faith, purpose, and higher calling. It says, love or other happiness lurks just around the corner. It will be something much better than in your wildest dreams. A rare opportunity, an exciting encounter with like minded people will exceed your expectations. So it seems like maybe they don't but act, but you have something else that pops in instead. I don't feel like this is their energy, I feel like this is something else, because I feel like they do kinda step away and then you're like, "Boom," and then you have something else that's beyond your expectations, you're like, "Whoa." So, I like that. Alright, so that's what they have for you, JV. I know, sorry to burst the bubble, but you also got this what? Someone new is coming in that's even more, for you there. Uh, that's funny, Chelsea. What during the plague when they're wearing a mask and you're like, "So mysterious," and then they took it off and you're like, "Oh." Like, it's like when you're if you ever, like, driving and you someone goes by and you're like, "Oh, what? Oh," you saw a flash and you thought, "Oh my god," they were like this amazing, you're like, "Oh my gosh," and then, "Oh, red light," and you go up beside them, right? You go beside him, and then you just kinda look over and you're like, "Oh." You're like, "Oh, it was the opposite of what you were looking," you thought you saw. It might even have been the opposite gender, and you're just like, "Oh, oh, well, okay, psh, psh, pop." So, it happens. Alright, so let me get back into it, everybody here. So we got here, so Summer, Moonlight, thank you. I got your question. We got you added on the list here. And Lauren, can you also see if he's gonna show? Okay, I'll add that onto your questions there. All right. Boom, 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 boom. All right, I think we're good. Oh, yeah, because you're up next, Lauren. Duh. So, Lauren of Light, 20706 is your timestamp. Here you go. Boomity boom, boom, boom. Let me take a quick sip here. So, cheers, cheers to you. Thank you for your donation via Zcash app. So, we got Lauren up next, and then Christy, and then Marissa, and then Moonlight. Maybe after that. All right. So I love that. You said things have been great and very stable. He's come to see you every day and texting until 12 a.m., but you feel like he's losing in it when it comes to his mom. Okay. So is there anyone helping him care for her? Uh, okay, let me do what he needs for support. Let me just separate these out. So I'm just going to spread them out so I can. All right. So is anyone helping him care for his mamacita? Take a look here. Well, we got the Knight of Swords coming in here. Knight of Swords. I don't know. It feels like here there's clarity. What are they seeking clarity about? Someone helping his mom. Got the Six of Swords. I feel like they're looking into assistance here. So it could be, that they're having maybe like a nurse kind of energy, someone that comes in to help out. Because that Knight of Swords and the Six of Swords, I just need to see that Six of Swords that they're letting go of old ways of thinking and looking at a new ways of thinking coming in here too. So I feel like they're looking for like professional medical or someone that comes in to help, and their insurance pays for it, all right. So I feel like they're looking for that. Um, let me add your other question in there. Here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So I don't think besides some family, but I feel like they are looking for someone professional to care kind of energy, coming in there, is what I'm getting there. What does he need for support? Let's take a look here. Yeah, I like it. We got the, Leo strength card energy. Just need, to be able to lean on when they need the strength, just the courage and the strength. And, so I feel like that's all they need is just a little bit of support here and there. I know like he has a hard time asking for it, but if he needs it, he will ask for it, and when he feels comfortable, because as we know with his personality, right, that forced assistance and I'm going to help you, da 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 da, sends them in the other direction. It's all about respecting their space and going, you know what? They're an adult. If they need help, they'll ask for it. And if they don't, and if they need it and they don't ask for it, then they need to suffer and learn to ask for it. Yes, you're a mind reader, but you don't have to read his mind. It's important for him to learn to ask, right? That's important part of your guys' relationship, right? Is he in over his head? Like I went this one here. No, but he's in his head with the Ace of Swords. Of course, right? He's not over his head. Whoops. But he's definitely in his head, of course, that's what he does. So, but he's a big thinker. Yeah, stubborn, mirror, right? Mirror for us all. We're a stubborn race of creatures, humans. But I do feel like uh if he feels he's in over his head, he's intelligent. He'll find ways around it. And that's what he's doing with the Knight of Swords and the Six of Swords too, is they are, you know, um, they'll get find solutions when they calm down, right? All right, and then their feelings for you right now. What is going on with their feelings for you right now? Okay, put these four here. All right. So we got the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, he feels very lucky, very fortunate. It even kind of looks like you from a distance. I like it. Yeah, and the Page of Wands. So of course the passion that's there, that's also there. So very attracted to you energetically and physically, passionately. Yeah, very balanced energy with the Two of Pentacles. So I like that, the feelings are balanced. It's like, What?" You're like, "Is he feeling okay? Did you take his temperature?" And then, of course, the Emperor as well. You know, there is a little bit of, um, just awareness that you have very strong energy, and you know that, where you carry yourself like an empress, right? And you do. You're like, I am not afraid to ask for what I want, but it's also about respecting that, you're an empress in an emperor's empire. And so when I'm in their empire, I treat it with respect. I don't try to take it over, because another emperor trying to take over someone else's empire means war. But so I feel like that they like your strength, but they're like, but honor the boundary of the country, of the empire. This is my empire, that's your empire, and so there is that boundary and being aware of the boundary so we don't accidentally invade their country, which is what we learn, right? Where's your boundary? Where's too much for you? And I feel like you've been learning that and you kind of know that around them, right? So I like that. Yeah. So let's see here. Um, Yeah, and the emperor is a little bit of him too about, trying to decide what he wants, and then once he makes a plan, then he'll take action. But he's still trying to figure out what it all looks like for him. Yeah. And then does his mom know he needs help? Let's take a look here. Oh, you mean with his little divergencies? Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Not divergent. Did I say divergent? That's a movie. Avoidant. 10 of swords, all these expectations getting caught in their head. Um, oh, with her. And the 4 of swords is rest in all of this here. Um, yeah, I mean, there's all this thinking energy here. And I don't feel like she feels he needs help because I feel like she's telling him you need to back off, and because I feel like he's expecting too much of himself, and she's telling him, "Just relax," kind of energy. Because I feel like he's trying to do too much, and and she's like, "You don't need to do all this stuff. I have people that can help," and he is the one putting the pressure on himself, not her. So I feel like she doesn't feel he needs help. Besides, he needs I feel like he needs help with his mind. He needs to learn how to calm his mind down. Is and that's what was coming in. That's funny because you were meaning, does she know that he needs help with her? And he goes, no, but she does know that he needs help with his mind. That's funny. All right. So that is that one. And then is she asking about you in his next act? Oh, okay. And then his next actions towards you. So is she asking about you? You know, I feel like right now she's kind of burdened with this 10 of wands. And I feel like with the temperance, she's just kind of waiting to have him with this magician card speak up and talk about it. And I just feel like it's because it's been so much on again, off again, on again, off again. It's just, um, she's like, I don't have energy for that right now. Not that she doesn't want to know about you, but just the situation. Um, but she she senses that it's like he's well, I mean, she knows, a mom knows. Yeah. She doesn't know that? I feel like she does know it. Yeah. She knows, like, because she can tell when he's, like, all excited and texting and interacting with you and when he's pouting and when he's, you know, feeling missing, and, if you watch those videos I sent on Instagram, it talks about that, how it's not because they don't care that they bounce back and forth and all this, because they miss you like crazy when they're not with you, but they have to do it to feel safe, but even though they're missing you, and then, and it's the cycle, and so she sees it and she knows it, so I feel like that. His next action to you, yeah, we've got the 5 of Pentacles, which, here's that next action of, pulling back a little bit, but let's see what that looks like here, because I feel like they're feeling like they're getting a little overwhelmed, and then they kind of pull back, kind of energy here. So, you know, we do have this King of Pentacles, the Two of Wands energy that comes with this. So, I do feel like they're kind of torn in between the two. And, the cycle is breaking, but the cycle's still there. It's still, they still have that urge to pull back. But this Two of Wands, it does look at, I'm looking for the stability but I'm also looking at being alone. So he's, going back and forth, you know, kind of energy. So awareness of a habit and, cycles doesn't mean he'll stop too. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. Which is part of a pattern too. But so it's, you're going in with your eyes wide open, which is what I like there. But I do feel like their next action is still they're still in that standing like at a crossroads of going, they're feeling the strong desire to go pull, to pull inward, but they're fighting against it to stay connected. Um, you know, so I feel like you know, they're doing that. So it's still undetermined right here. Right. Let me put all these cards. I'm gonna move to another one of these decks here just to move on to the questions because we're getting low on cards on that one. So what's unseen and seen? So what's unseen? What is seen? All right. So of course, what is seen? We're gonna get swords energy. Yeah, kind of. Justice. So they're clarifying what they want in relationship. That's Libra. Energy that's coming in, and so they are trying to look at relationships from a different perspective, cut away the old ways of thinking. So that's the scene. That's what's going on, and they're very focused on that Libra balancing relationship energy. So I like that. The unseen, Six of Pentacles, they still have that, which there's not a whole lot unseen by you. So that's not really a fair question to ask of spirit, right? But the Six of Pentacles is that codependency energy. It's still there. You guys are working through it individually. The overgiving that can kick in. It's like you're an alcoholic, but it's an overgiveaholic. You just have to, maintain, I've been how many days sober? I'm gonna focus on my overgiving. They are focusing or um, focusing on their, run, run, run energy. So we both have our thing to focus on because when I overgive, that makes it harder for them because that makes them. And if they don't stay connected, that makes it harder on you. So understanding what you both need is the unseen. I don't know if you guys have talked about that of I, you know, when I don't have connection, it freaks me out. And they need to really realize when I have connection, it kind of freaks me out. And being aware, we can help each other, with it all too, right? Uh well, he is thinking about what he wants and what he doesn't want there, but you know, you can take whatever message from spirit and chunk it if you don't, feel it's true or not. That's up to you. I'm not gonna argue. All right. And then what's coming in for you this week with him? All right, let's take a look here. And you also wanted to know, his actions this week. And then okay, and then let me switch that to another line here because that's about your work. So what's coming in for me this week with him. That's right. Okay. Yeah, I like it. We've got a little bit of the 8 of Pentacles energy and the 4 of Wands. 8 of Pentacles is an energy of, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, but also the celebration energy and joy. So it is it's something like we kind of have to maintain, right? Because if I start focusing on what someone's not doing, that takes us on that, but it's almost like focusing and what do I enjoy that they are doing, and what am I grateful for? Because then that grows, right? And the more we focus in on what they're not doing, we get more of that stuff, right? So we know all that, but I feel like that's kinda coming in just this work, this transformation of joy, and just focusing on the joy, focus on the joy, focus on the joy. His actions, yeah, we got the Queen of Cups. Feel like there's sharing some deep emotional energy, coming in here, and the Two of Wands. I feel like, you know, they're expressing it. This Two of Wands feels um, like, choosing how I express it. And so I feel like they're learning, how to express their emotions more, but, you know, it's like, keep in mind that this is new for them, and you know, you're like a master's level, right? A doctorate level of being able to express your feelings. It's like you're a professor that teaches French, and they're just learning French kind of energy. It's like we were patient with them, and in their mispronunciation of something, we don't have to correct them or whatever. We're just gonna know that they're trying, right? So I like that. So that's good, right? We're like, good boy, here's your treat." Reinforce, what is it? Positive reinforcement, right? All right. So I feel like that is what they have for that. And then for your work, what do they have? And are you getting paid? All right. And then these other ones are something else. So, how's work for you here? Yeah, Queen of Pentacles. I like this. And Nine of Pentacles. So, a lot of creativity, a lot of birthing with work and pay with the Nine of Pentacles. Definitely, both of these are abundance cards. So, I do feel like your work is growing, you're expanding. There's some birthing. I do feel like you do get some coin that comes in here with that. So, yeah, I like this energy that is coming in with this. Um, yeah, I'm not getting a whole lot more regarding that, but the importance of creating and growing that, focusing your energy on the growth, is important. So I like that. It doesn't feel like there's a whole lot surprising or anything that's not expected coming in uh, for you in that realm. And then what about his family, their next action, and seen and unseen to you? All right, so let's see. Family's next action, and then seen. No, yep, seen and unseen. Right. All right, so family's next action. Yeah, we have the Ten of Wands. Again, there's a lot of burden and stuff going on. I feel like they're just kind of focusing in on what's going on with mom right now and just getting maintaining things, but it feels like there's a lot of energy being invested in a lot of things. They just feel very busy, busy, busy energy that's coming in here. But it is an endings and new beginnings kind of energy that's flowing in with the family's next actions. Um, so I do feel like they're in the midst of some big changes that are going on in addition to what's going on with mom, right? Um, what is seen to you? Well, we got the King of Wands, which I feel like there's still, the King of Wands is an energy like the Emperor where they're kind of trying to decide what's going on. I feel like they're kind of in this sitting, they've cleared the throne room, they're getting out of their heads, they're trying to get into their hearts, they're trying to figure out what's really going on here, like towards you. And because I feel in this is that energy, because I feel like everyone knows how he rolls, where he's in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out. And they're like, we don't know. We need to have like a little, the doctor is in, the doctor is out. It's like, are you in the relationship or are you not? Where are you at on the status of this? Because I feel like they're leaving it up to him to initiate stuff because they've, tried to push in the past and they're just like, it don't work. It just pushes them in the other direction, right? So they've learned to let the rabbit come to them. Otherwise, the rabbit gets scared off kind of energy. So I feel like that's the scene, it's like, yeah, I get it. They're waiting on all that. What's the unseen with the family towards you? Yeah, we knew it, right? 10 of Pentacles. They're wanting him, to be in this relationship. He wants to be part of the family tree. I feel like they're like, come on, come on. But they're like, we push, it goes, we have to like secretly hope, and plan. But I do feel like their energy towards you is that they're like, if with knowing their son, um, knowing, their son, they're like, if you haven't left him by now, you're a keeper, just that alone, but I like this, that they're like, if you, they feel like you're a keeper and they're like, don't screw this up. So I like that. All right. And then he said, can you also see what he's up to tonight? He's spiraling and what he's thinking of you and feeling tonight. All right, let's take a look here. So, what's he up to tonight and what are his feelings towards you? And then you want to know, is he out with someone tonight? All right, let's see what we got here with these. So, yeah, what is he up to tonight? Yeah, he's got the 7 of Cups. He's got a lot of different it feels like with these 7 of Cups that he's around a group of people because it just feels like there's a lot of different emotions and a lot of different people around. So it does feel like there's something there. Let's see here. Is he out with someone tonight? Yeah, we got because we got the 7 of Cups, we got the 7 of Pentacles, we got the 9 of Cups and the Hierophant, which this is an interesting energy of I feel like he's at something. It's like someone this is like he's making someone's wish come true with all of this because it feels like the 7 of Pentacles, he's around all these 7 people, or there's a group of 7 of them, and the 7 of Pentacles is like, "God, when is this thing gonna end?" But he did it. I feel he's out with a group of people, and he did it because they wanted it's someone's, you know, celebration of some sort or a gathering of some sort. But, this Hierophant is it's funny, it's almost like they're looking for an escape route. Okay, where's the nearest exit? When can I get out of here? So I feel like that's kind of, there's all this social pressure on them, and that can be kind of why they're spiraling a bit because they're exhausted and then to have to be around a lot of noise and people kind of energy. Um, you know, it's like, yeah, right. Call me with an emergency. Get me out of here. But he's doing it for them, so he won't leave. But he's like counting down, like, okay, when can I do this? Right. Yeah. So let's see. What is he thinking um, and feeling with you right here. Yeah. So we know emotions, Knight of Cups. So, there is the heart. The heart definitely, is there. But, they have that, their mind is, the high priestess and the 4 of Swords. There's that energy I was talking about earlier, they're trying to break that cycle, but when they get to the sense of feeling overwhelmed, then it's okay for you to give them the space, right? And you can start, when he starts on his little yeah, I don't feel like there's cheating here. This feels like groups of people and, you know, this kind of energy, but I feel like when they're like, "Why wouldn't you hate me? Why wouldn't you leave? Why wouldn't you do this?" Because, that's part of that cycle. And though they're trying to break it, I definitely agree that they're wanting to stop that because it's driving him crazy too. That he's in need of that high priestess. He needs time away to re um, replenish and rest with that 4 of Swords. He needs this little safety nest, right? And this is his indicator. When he starts to act this way, you give him space. You let him, do that, right? Yeah. Well, that's what he goes in. It's like, why can't you? Because he starts beating himself up and he starts, you know, feeling like he's not being who you need him to be and, all those things. You know, if you have a chance, that, the, Instagram, I sent you, like, I think 2 or 3 videos, that explain a lot about their cycle, and it made so much sense. When I saw them, I was like, "I gotta send you this one," and then I saw another one, I'm like, "Oh my god, it's so good." I know you know this stuff, most of it, but there were some things that were said in it that were just like, "Oh, wow," and so check them out and see if they resonate there for you. But I like it. Overall, your fortune cookie is success. Do, 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 do. Uh, you like my little noises? Uh, so 47. So inner and outer success is coming your way. The gates of triumph are waiting to open deep and wide for you. Accept that you're already a winner, and even more victories will expand in your life. Your soul wants you to know being successful is a state of mind. The more you feel it, the more love, prosperity, fame, and fortune will pour into your life. If a situation knocks you over, get up and brush yourself off and discover what you learned. You aren't a failure if you fall down, only if you stay down. So keep going and believe in yourself. Celebrate even the smallest victories that occur in your life, right? That gratitude energy, right? So the affirmation for you is success fills my life in ways beyond my greatest expectations. And there is that release energy that comes in with all this too, right? Knowing that, you know, he he has a cycle, he's trying to break it, but all you can do is focus on your side of the cycle, right? Um, which is, you know, when I need connection and I'm not getting it from them, I can seek my own connection and I back off, from them because they need me to back off when they're acting. I keep on want to say divergent, like the movie. They're acting divergent. um, and it's like, that's okay, that's what they need, and rather than, we start to spiral because of that, the attachment, right, the anxious attachment, then, it's like, yeah, and our little psycho inside us, right, that I know I have, that attachment and anxious attachment, kind of thing within me, that to be aware of it, once we are aware of it, when we start getting caught up in it, it's like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 okay, let me." I wanna run toward them to have connection when I have to fight my instinct to rush toward them, like they will need to fight their instinct to run, and then if I don't run towards them, it makes it easier for them not to run. But it's like, if you see these Instagram videos where someone's like running at someone screaming, it's like people are like, "Oh my God, run!" Because it's scary, and they're like, okay, because they're different, of course, this different than you. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. And I'm glad things are going well and that there's communication. But so he's getting to feel overloaded. So it's like you got to clear the cache, right? Whenever it gets overloaded, let me clear the cache, give him space to have things process and reboot, right? And that clears the cache. And then we can let him, ease. So as when you start to sense that they're getting into that, you're like, okay, I'm just going to take a step back, breathe, and trust that they love me and they care for me. This is just, yeah, your little psycho is activating, right? Yeah. Oh, he's going to build our savings. Oh, see. So it's good. He's trying to communicate, but then he's also freaking out fear sometimes. So we're like, it's all right. I like it. My little psycho. All right. So many blessings, my dear. Thank you again so much. All right, let me take a look here. We did have a couple of people here. So, Alice, thank you so much for your additional donation. So, we'll get you on the list here. Whoops. All right. And think we had Minu come in. Hey, Minu, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here too. All right. So I think that is good. So up next we have Christy, and then we have Marissa, and then Moonlight, and then Alice. We'll circle back around for your second one. Right, I'm gonna take a quick sip here. So cheers, everybody. Thank you again for your patience and getting to your readings. And thanks for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. And I'm so grateful that you're part of this giant love tsunami, helping spread love across the world. So cheers to you. All right. Hey, Celine, good to see you. Hello. All right, so Christy, we're at 240. Whoops. 240:34. So Christy, here's your timestamp. Boom. And so thank you for your donation. And you want to know, should you, I know, yay. Thank you. Should you continue to pursue the Libra? If so, will things change soon? If I shouldn't continue to wait on him, what may be coming in your love life? All right. What we'll do here, because with spirit, there's really not a should, because they're like, it's like asking them. The example I love is when they say it's like asking us what flavor of ice cream you should get. They're like, well, it depends on what you're hungry for. What would you like? What flavor of energy do you want? Because there's no right or wrong, good or bad, worse or better. From their perspective, it's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. So what we'll do, we'll give you a little taste test of the energy of both choices. So if you continue to pursue the Libra, what kind of energy will you experience, and will things change soon? So we'll start there. So if you continue to pursue the Libra here, okay, and then will things change soon? Let's do a when card for that, because will it change soon? And if so, when? When? No, I'll do this one. All right. And then if you don't continue pursuing the Libra, then what comes next in your love life? You can see what kind of flavor you want and how many scoops of it you want, right? All right. So the bottom energy for your entire reading, you are in a little bit of hanged man energy, which is kind of like cocooning, and you're in a transformation energy. Underneath it, you do have, you've got all this, you're in this kind of space of evaluating 10 of cups, which is, relationship energy, the knight of cups, which is both the quest for romance, but also the quest for the ace of cups, which is your self-love. So you are in this little transformative kind of energy around in your love life right now. So you're kind of in that uh, pause button where it's going slow to give you an opportunity to, raise your vibration, let go of thoughts that don't serve you anymore, and stories and emotions that don't serve you, energy that doesn't serve you, clearing out things in your physical world too that don't serve you, to open up space, right? And uh and in raising your love vibration, then that speeds things up. But it's like, and it's also giving other people time to work on themselves and do the same for them. So it's like it slows down. Otherwise, we keep doing what we've always did and get what we always got. And they're like, you're done with that. You're like, I don't want all that stuff anymore. I'm ready. Yeah, slow it down. Let's go to a new level, and then we'll draw in a relationship that matches that energy. And it's like you're cocooning, you're transforming. If they're transforming and you both leave your cocoon butterflies, then you can flutter together. If you are in the cocoon and you're transforming, and they are still just a big old fat caterpillar just munching on leaves all the time, and they're like, cocoon, ooh, that sounds like too much work. Well, then they can't go where you're going, and you'll find a butterfly, and you can leave, because the butterfly can't carry that big old heavy caterpillar. They don't even take their cocoon with them. They're like, I leave all that behind. I'm ready to, migrate and go 1,000 miles and find a butterfly garden with beautiful blossoms so I can have some wonderful nectar. Leaves? Oh, I don't eat that anymore. I'm a new being. I have new desires, new hunger for nectar, not leaves. I want to fly, not walk. Take my old time. I can flutter over raging rivers. Caterpillar, you can't even go across a little puddle without drowning. So it's like, you're evolving and changing. And if they are, then there can be changes too. But that's all the bottom of the deck. So let's see here. The energy is if you continue to pursue the Libra, what kind of energy do you encounter? Yep, there is some of this Seven of Wands and the Six of Swords. The Six of Swords is like leaving behind old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher perspective. And this Seven of Wands, I feel like you're learning a lot of being true to your authentic self and not dimming your light. Like, I feel like you used to, like most of us, right? Um, who do they need me to be? More probably, you know, feminine energies, and gay men. I was like, you just couldn't put all this together where we tend to wanna, "Oh, what do they think I'm supposed to be? I wanna make sure I'm being that for them so that they'll want me." That's how we're kinda raised, right? That, "Oh, I need to be who they want me to be or else." And I like this change because it's like you're being like, "No, I'm not gonna dim my light. I'm not gonna ask permission to shine. I'm not gonna defend who I am. I'm gonna be who I am and what I want, and if I'm like a sun and shining bright, I'm not gonna dim my light. If you can't stand the heat, then you're telling me you're not the one for me. I'm gonna be me kind of energy, right? Oh, yeah, so perfect, I love that. So, I feel like this is, part of what you will continue to experience because you're kind of getting to the point where I almost feel like you're not afraid to lose them. Before, we're so afraid to lose someone that we shrink and we try to become who we think they want us to be. But when we start to go, I'm not seeing a whole lot of what I'm wanting to see, I'm gonna be me, and I'm being braver because I'm becoming less and less afraid of, losing someone because it's like, "Oh, if I do, then that just means there's someone better down the road that is going to be attracted and is gonna match my energy." So I feel like that's kinda what you would be continuing to experience here with the Libra. And, yeah, and a lot of this, I feel like with this Four of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups, the Four of Pentacles is you're really becoming aware of your self-worth and your self-love. That's what both of these cards represent. The Ace of Cups being the chalice that you are, filling up with this higher vibrational love and realizing your self-love, capital S, self-love. And the Four of Pentacles is realizing when we define ourselves, our worth by the outside world, relationships with people, situations like jobs, education, etc., and things like our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, all that's unstable, and if I define myself by that, I feel unstable, right? So both of these are about you're finding a great sense of your self-worth and self-love through this, which kinda tells me, when we're wondering, are things changing? I feel like no, really, I feel like it's kinda the same stuff because you're learning that I can't depend on them for what I need. I'm learning to depend on myself for what I need for my self-love and my self-worth kind of energy, right? So, I really like that. Underlying energy with all that, yeah, the Eight of Cups. You're learning to walk away from emotions that don't serve you anymore, possibly relationship, and I feel like that's that energy of, I'm okay walking away, whereas before I'd be like, "Oh, no, I can't. That means I'm a failure," or whatever stories we create, right? It's like, "No, I'm gonna choose me, and that's a victory for me." People, "Oh, I'm so sorry." No, I'm the one that walked away from them, I'm I'm choosing me. I found the love of my life. Oh, who is it? It's me. It's like, "Whoa." So let's see here. Um, so I don't feel like things are changing. Will things change soon? Well, we got the death card. So I feel like this is gonna be ending here soon, Christy, but you're the one that's gonna be, uh, letting go and releasing goodbye. It says October 23rd to November 21st. I really don't feel like it's gonna last that long because, well, I mean, actually, what is it? May, June, July, August, September. Well, that's still 5 months, but, um, let's see here what comes in here, but I do kind of feel like with this 8 of Cups and that you're kinda getting to the point where you're like, "Sayonara, baby." So if you, stop waiting, uh, then what comes into your love life here? So you got the High Priestess, you have a little bit of time to yourself up in the High Priestess temple, connecting with the higher realm, looking behind the veil, diving deep into your emotions, and I feel like you're releasing your fears around relationships. So you're getting to the root here. So I feel like you'll still, like the kind of the energy we got here is if you stay with them, you're going to continue to do this inner work and releasing and transformation. If you don't stick with them, you're still going to get this inner transformation and release of your expectations and your fears around relationships as well. So I feel like they're saying either way, you get the information that you're looking for yourself. And then, oh yeah, then you get pulled. You have the Judgment card, which is your higher self pulling you to something that's more in alignment with your higher self. And of course, the Lover's card. So there is a relationship that matches that. So you find a butterfly, right? And yeah, and you have the Page of Cups, so and the Three of Cups, joy, energy. There's even you find your tribe. I feel like you find 2 people, and then, of course, your self-love is expanded, um, but I feel like you also find if you don't have, like, 2 besties, I feel like you have this little 3 peas in a pod that you might even meet before you meet this other person, which I like when we see that because it's like, you have these individuals that are kinda like, um, people you'll be with the rest of your life that you guys unless one of you only way out is through, you know not that you're making a pact. The only way out of this our friendship is death, but that's the only way that you guys would not be there physically with each other, because I feel like you have these 2 that you all 3 of you keep each other accountable to not shrink, to not fall into old habits and old cycles, and you just support one another, and they help you maintain your life instead of, like, giving up your life when you meet someone. Um, they make sure you have girls' night and, like, you're not you're not leaving, you know, you're not, shrinking, you're not disappearing and, making them your life. They're saying you're keeping your life and they can be a part of your life, but you're not making them your life. I feel like all 3 of you, have been through it, and you all know it, and so you know all how to stop it, or make each other aware of it in a loving way, right? So I love this for you. Hopefully, it gives you some clarity. Let's see here. We finished up the soul coaching oracle, so we're moving into the animal apothecary now. So let's see what they have here for you. So, what's your fortune cookie for this one here? Well, I think you got the shake, release, heal, and move on. I think it's a very clear energy here. Yeah, exactly right. So let's see here. So this is the antelope. So antelope stands on the savannah, enjoying a cool breeze. In the blink of an eye, cheetah pounces and mounts antelope's back. Whoa, making him freeze with fear and become immobilized. Any spec any spectator would assume Antelope is dead. Cheetah drags Antelope's limp body back to a shaded area to begin her feast, but is interrupted by a gang of hyenas. Cheetah, now focused on protecting her food, abandons antelope to address the approaching hyenas. It is in this moment that antelope's body will conduct the genius of its intelligence. Still unconscious, antelope's stomach begins to rise and fall with deep breaths, his body shaking and quivering. Antelope opens his eyes, clumsily rises to his hooves, and bursts into the most powerful run of his life. Antelope's body saves his life. So, this card is inspired by Dr. Peter Levine's studies on animals in the wild and the ability of movement to release and dispel trauma and anxiety from the body. Often, after the immobility phase of terror, the animal shakes and quivers before returning to full consciousness and running away. The shaking and running are a physiological response to discharge the trauma energy from the nervous system. The genius of the body's movement is that the animal then does not have to suffer the debilitating effects of post traumatic stress disorder. The only creatures that do not instinctually exhibit this behavior of shaking to release trauma are humans and animals in captivity. Isn't that interesting? Antelope's medicine is literally telling you to move. One powerful technique is to set an intention before and during your exercise routine. For example, before you go for a jog, you would say, "This movement is for me to let go of this resistance inside and overcome my current obstacle." So during your run, you would repeat this over and over again. And if you're about to do a yoga session, you might continuously repeat, "I am dedicating this yoga practice to releasing my trauma, stepping into my power, and falling deeply in love with myself and life." Perfect. Connecting intentions with movement yields powerful results. Wow. Powerful, powerful energy, right? So we do have this wonderful, wonderful energy for you. So hopefully that helps, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Of course, there's no right choice or wrong choice, just whatever choice that you're wanting to choose, whatever outcome you're wanting. So I like it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Wow, I love that. So you're like, "Okay, I'm gonna go shake, 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 shake it off," right? So hang in there, my dear. Appreciate you. All right, so we did that one. We got Betty Joe in the house. Hey, Betty Joe, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Okay, just make sure I did I have everyone here? Okay. All right, gotcha, Marissa. I will not read it out loud. Very good. So we got Marissa up next, and then Moonlight, and then Alice. Back to Alice there. All right. So Marissa, we're at 258. 18. There's your timestamp. All right, I'll open it up here. I haven't read it yet here. All right, let me take a quick sip and I'll silently read it. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll take a look here. You're very welcome. Thank you for your donation. All right. So, is it because of that? So, look at that first. And then, if not, what are the deets? All right. It doesn't feel like it's because of that specific reason. Um, because we've got the 8 of swords and the 3 of wands. The 3 of wands is about a change of direction with new awareness, and this 8 of swords is like someone that's, you know, looking at their own thoughts and beliefs and stories, those things that made them feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. So, you know, there's this energy that comes in here. Bottom of the deck too, we've got the 4 of cups, which is, you know, when we're looking to the outside world, to the relationships that we have, we get bored with these human relationships because a human relationship can't fill up our heart. It's the Ace of Cups, our self-love that is the magic and that, you know, um, feel fills things up within us. And I think we've talked about before how this individual, how it's we get we move into a relationship with someone because it feels like it's filling up, but then it's like eating Chinese food, American Chinese food anyway, where you eat it and you're hungry an hour later. It's like we get filled up with a relationship energy for a moment, then we're hungry and we keep on feeling hungry. We think, oh, it must be must be this. So let me go over here. And then, because this seems to be filling me up, but then no, I'm hungry again. So, well, let me go over here. And then it fills me up, and then I'm hungry again. Then I go over here and I keep repeating it, thinking maybe they haven't realized maybe it's me. I'm the one that's involved in all this. I'm the common denominator situations. Maybe it's something to do with in here, right? So, they kind of do have this energy that's, coming in there. So, um, I feel like that's the reason, not just because of what they did, I don't feel like they didn't do it because of the other person's actions. Let's see what else we have here too. You got some more cards. Yeah, but, we've got this, 7 of swords are these thoughts and these beliefs that deceive themselves, and I feel like they have good intentions. So, when they say things that, at the time their intentions are there, but it doesn't mean they're capable of living up to those intentions. So I don't feel like they're playing games. I just feel like they just have themselves so, their mindset is so, um, set where they believe it, but then they can't, you know make it happen. Yeah, and we got the moon card, so there's a lot of emotional stuff below the surface for them there that, this is about their emotional inner child that they need you know, um, to face, because here is this, we've got um, the devil card, which is an addiction, energy. So I feel like they're addicted to this kind of cycle. And so they get drawn and then they have sorrow, their emotions drop and then they walk away. So that's that cycle that they were confirming here that I was just kind of channeling, but the cards were there, you know. So I just feel like, there is that, that's what's going on there. I'll do one quick follow up here for you. Are they together? No. Well, look, you got the 4 of cups again. I don't feel like they are. I feel like they're bored with those. There might even be a third, because that seemed weird when you mentioned are they, they went back to them because they just left them. I feel like there's 3, right? There's them, there's you, and then there's another baby mama, right? And I feel like they go from boom to boom to boom to boom to boom to boom, depending. I feel like they're pretty consistent in what they do. So I don't feel like they're with them. I feel like, you know, they're quickly realized, "Oh, I know why I wasn't staying over there." But I feel like they used to quite a bit be with one person at a time for periods of time and not be with 2 people at once, but I feel like they're because of that desperation and that emptiness they're feeling, they feel like if I'm with 2 people at the same time or overlapping, that during that overlap, I feel full because it's like eating 2 Chinese meal dinners, right? It's like I ate one now, and then when I'm starting to get hungry, I eat another one, and then I'm not hungry, and then I go back and eat, and if I'm feeling full here, then that, happens. But, so I feel like that's kinda where we're at with that. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. You get an angel number. See what they will tell us here. Yeah, got 0550. The eye candy. What is this about? Intuition, inspired action, beauty, art, socializing, flow, potential, romance. It says get some fresh air or call some of your pals over. Take a look around you. There's so much natural beauty waiting to be discovered. Either you will soon become involved in an exciting new project or you'll go out on a date. Put your charisma to use everywhere. Spread your charm around. So I feel like there is this breaking a cycle kind of energy too, where they'll continue to do this. I don't unless they get help because I do feel like they're addicted to this feeling. Um, but when they're with one person, it doesn't seem to be enough. It feels like they need constant interactions, and unless they do get that professional help, I don't feel like they'll ever stop. And so it's like, well, if they're not going to stop, I need to stop it because you deserve to have someone that's committed to just you, if that's what you're wanting, right? If you're willing to share, then, you know, you can be first wife and they can be second wife and third wife, right? But you're like, no, hail no. But hopefully that helps a little bit there, Marissa. So hang in there, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. And then we have Schumann. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'll get you on the free list here. Boom, boom, boom. And we got Debbie, Debbie. Hey, Debbie. Love and light to you. Good to see you. And then we have Emma. Hey, good to see you. Is there a list? There is a list of for free readings and also for donations. You can donate. Right now, oh, okay, there you go. Boom. Shazam. So yeah. So before you, we got Moonlight up next, and then Alice, and then you'll be up after that for that. So thank you so much for your donation. I'll get you on the list here. Boom, boom. All right, and I think that was it. All right. I'll give that a love and a like since I have you on the list. I know I've got it. All right. Make sure nothing came in the emails too. No, we're good. All right. So let me take a quick sip here. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Moonlight 30823 is your timestamp. Thank you so much again for your donation. So you wonder if R provoked the situation of getting some punches today. Ooh, and why did he call you about it? Needed some sympathy? Didn't get it. I love you. Or is it that I'm a safe person? Does he still have hopes? All right, let's take a look here, see what we got going on here. So, did he provoke the situation getting some nice little wake up calls to his face or elsewhere? We'll see about that. Let's look at that first here, right? You know, I feel like it I don't know if they provoke the situation with the 3 of Pentacles. The 5 of Wands is the the fight, right? The drama. But the 3 of Pentacles is kind of a collaboration energy. It's like it was a group effort. So I feel like, something was said and then someone said something else and then someone said something else. So I don't even feel like it was just the 2 of them. I feel like there was other people that were saying stuff and these got riled up and then, boom, boom. And it's like, whoa. So fear was ignited and then reactions happen as we do with humans, right? So I feel like that's you know, I don't feel like they provoked it, but they were part of it. But I don't feel like they were just the single one that did it. And then why did he call you about it? Let's take a look here. If we get the moon card, we know why, or the chariot, right? All right. So we got the Queen of Wands, got the Queen of Wands and the Justice card energy here. So, there is a little bit of action energy with the Queen of Wands. The Justice card is a balancing energy coming in. So I feel like they wanted, at least so far, you have a couple more cards here, of course, but I feel like they knew that you would kind of talk them off the ledge kind of energy that, you know, because on the bottom of the deck, we have the Five of Wands again, which is drama and trauma and with friends. And so I feel like they didn't feel like they could go to anyone else because I feel like everyone else is tired of hearing about it. That's funny because you probably haven't heard about it a whole lot, what's been going on, and besides all these friends. So they figured you would be able to help balance them out and hear them out, kind of energy at least. Um, what else do we need here? Yeah. Again, I feel like that you would help change their energy. I feel like, and we talked about that before, right? How just your energy kind of calms people down, just being around you, even if you don't do anything or give sympathy, just your energy just kind of helps them transmute emotions. Just like you have that's what people used to say. That's why people called me Zen. And why I go by bruddaZEN, because people would be like, they would just come into my office, like at work or whatever, or call me on the phone or a friend or whatever, and just them communicating with me, they were like, "I feel so much better. It's weird. I'm calm now. All right, thanks, bye." It's interesting. What else? Yeah, we got the death and the rebirth. Do they still have hopes? You know, I feel like that rebirth energy there, is there. You also have the Queen of Cups, which makes sense. Here's that emotional energy that they sense from you here. Let me see here. Does he have hopes of, with this other card getting back together? Yeah, I feel like, you know, Ace of Pentacles is a new start, and the Queen of Swords is someone that they feel like is very compatible for them or a great fit for them, which can be true. We talked about like you being a five-fingered glove and them being a three-fingered person. And yeah, a three-fingered person, a five arm to grow, but for the five-fingered glove, you feel empty. You don't feel fulfilled. There's empty, two fingers that are empty. And you're like, well, I know I'm a good fit for you, but I don't think you're a good fit for me. Right. Oh, getting revenge or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, no, they would just rile it up, not calm you down. I mean, calm them down. So I feel like that's the reason why but I do feel they do still have hopes, but I do feel, um, when they're in that fight or flight, you're the first person they think of because you are a safe space. You do help calm them down, and your energy just feels, like a big warm hug, and it just helps them, you know. So Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Get an angel number. So what else can we know? Or what else? What other message do you have here? Yeah, we got 24, 24. So this is good times, leisure, rest, holiday, pleasure, love, affection, kindness, happiness. I like this because you are worthy of affection, leisure, and pleasure. If you tell your family and friends how you feel, you'll find that you're all on the same page and can work together effectively. Many people are rooting for you. If you spread love, it will find its way back to you multiplied. So I like that you're not like, you have your boundary and you'll tell them like it is. That's that Queen of Wands. You will tell them like it is, but um, you also are like, I'm not going to feel sorry for you. You're not in high school. Quit your fighting. You're an adult. All right. Probably alcohol related, right? All right. But that's what they got for you, my friend. So hang in there. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. Yes. Cheers, cheers. Sleep well. Enjoy your full moon in Sagittarius. All right. I saw it a second ago. Where'd it go? Up here. There we are. All right. And so, Alice, you're up 31616. So, repeating numbers. I like it. So, Alice, you want to know why did Kyle send the photos he took of you? And how is he feeling thinking now that I don't respond, right? All right. Let's take a look here. So, why did he send them? And then, how is he feeling? And how is he thinking now that you don't respond? Yeah. It's funny, on the energy on the bottom of the deck for the reading is, the 3 of swords, which is, disappointment and I wouldn't say heartbreak because I don't feel like they get heartbroken. I just feel like they're disappointed because and again, we it kinda goes back to that because I wanted to end in my timing, not yours, because I wanted to make sure of everything from my viewpoint, I wasn't finished getting everything that I wanted kind of energy. Um, but why did he send you the photos here? We got the 3 of Pentacles, which is this kind of creation, collaboration energy, and the 10 of Wands is an energy of endings, beginnings energy. It's like I feel like they're testing the waters, and it's funny 'cause now that it's like, what kind of signal would I get from you? And we got, even though it's not in the right order, it's usually, green light, yellow light, red light. They're wondering, if I do this, what kind of I'm gonna see what kind of go green, come back? Is it a yellow or proceed with caution, or is it a red, stop, stay away, energy? So I feel like they're, kind of looking at, wondering. I feel like they sent it to see what kind of response they would get. It's not like an olive leaf, it's more of like a litmus test to find out, what kind of reaction or response that they would get. So how is he feeling? Yeah, the 6 of Cups energy. There is this, coming back energy with the 6 of Cups. But, and we'll look at their thoughts here too, but I don't feel like when I'm in their energy, I don't feel like it's to be like forever. I just until I'm done and then I'll end it kind of energy. And I'm like, wow, and who knows all this, whatever's bubbling below, having them act and react and do how they do it. I mean, obviously they've had trauma in their life that brought them to this extremity of how they look at things, but I feel like that's kinda their heart wants to I wanna feel, of course, what heart wouldn't wanna feel the givingness that you give, right? You would wanna be with someone like you too. That's why I told my first ex when they came over and they were all sad and they were like, um, "I miss you, I wanna be with you," and, still, and I was in my because they had cheated on me, so I was not in a very, responsive, you know, loving mood, in response to it. I said, "I would wanna be with me too. You had it made. I mean, I don't cheat, I'm an overgiver, I I gave you everything that you ever wanted, you know, who I would wanna be with me too," you know? That's what I kinda feel, for you here. And what are their thoughts? Mm, yeah. So again, we got the 7 of swords, which is the lie, deceit, thief kind of energy. And the Empress, again, you are, that's that sensuality. You are this giver. You are this abundance, this creativity, energy. They're just like, you know, I wasn't done getting from you what I want, and it isn't like a forever, again, energy, because that lying deceit of the 7 of swords is, there was still more of that I was benefiting from you, even though I wasn't giving you everything that you deserved, I still wanted to get what I wanted, and I feel like that's kind of that energy underneath there. I'm so proud of you just to that you're not responding and going, "Nope, I deserve to be with someone like me, not with someone like you." And you don't even have to say it. You don't have to defend it. You don't have to, you know, um, desire that, because why? Why would we desire that, right? And we can look at that, right? But I think that's what they have for you for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in with your angel number here too. What else can we know here? You got 0404. Yeah, slow down. Balance, power struggle, force, violence, hope, authority, ancestors, restlessness, low vibrations. Warning, warning. Pay close attention to the people in your life, your surroundings, and your physical health. Don't freak out. It's just a warning to be careful and awake to avoid any further issues. Communicate clearly and keep healthy boundaries. There you go. There's your boundaries. I like it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then we are to Imal. So 3, 22, 55. Look at those repeating numbers. There you are. So thank you so much for your donation. And you wanted to know, how does Alex feel for you? All right. Do you wanna know what's going on in their head too? Because their heart can feel one way, and their head and their mind can be having different plans. Because the mind a lot of times tries to control the heart. So we can dive into both of those if you'd like. Let's start with feelings, since that's what you wanted to know first. So what's the feelings? What are their feelings towards you? Okay, look at that. Yes, absolutely. The mind is stupid. Well, yeah, it can be, right? It can be controlling, but it also kept us safe and alive, right? It's the one that helped us not get punished over and over and over again. But then it's like, I kind of look at it like the baby gates, on stairs. When we're young, the mind keeps us safe from breaking our neck, but then later in life, when we're not babies anymore and adults, it almost kills us by tripping over them, and we end up falling down the stairs, because the baby gates, the mindsets that the mind had, it doesn't, it doesn't work anymore, right? But that's when we helping them, "Let's release those, let's take down those baby gates. We don't need those anymore. When we release them, then we can, be fine." Alright. So, Amal, we do have, on the bottom of the deck, the overall energy of the reading is the 5 of swords, which is an energy of a struggle between the head and the heart. So, I feel like that's probably why they wanted me to pull both sets here so you can understand what's going on with them both here. We'll start with the heart. Yeah, we got the 10 of cups. So the heart is like, wow, full, the 10 of cups, full of joy, full of love energy. It's a relationship kind of energy card. You do have the Hierophant, which is, it is about, change and trying to see things from a different perspective, a higher perspective. And I do feel this kind of energy that's coming in is they feel like you're different from other people, that this is not like, it's not normal. Like this energy, it's like, I've never had an interaction with someone like you. It's like they've had the same kind of people over and over again, and they're like, "You're so different," in a good way, obviously, with the 10 of cups, like, wow. Let's see what else their heart feels about you here. Yeah, the Queen of Pentacles. They see you as mother, this mother nature, mother nurture, abundance, sensuality. It's a lot like the Empress energy, and but very nurturing energy. So they see you as that. Yeah, and the Lover's card. So no doubt here. Yeah, right. So and they see this, and even the Queen of Swords. You know, these 3 cards coming out together, they just feel like you're such a great fit. You're just, you know, a great balance between head and heart, and it's kinda like this belief that you fit like a glove. You're just, like, in so many ways, and I feel like that's why they feel like you're not normal. So I like this. And underneath the surface there too, and this is their heart speaking, of course. So the 4 of Pentacles is kind of this message of you feel like home. I feel I feel safe around you kind of energy. It's like there's something within them that just feels like I'm going to talk to you about things I don't talk to anyone else about. I don't know why. I just feel like this comfort level with you. I just feel at home, right? So, I like that. I was gonna say, it's like, "In your mother's arms," and I'm like, "Ew," but it's that kind of safety, like a child that feels safe in their mother's arms in a way. They just feel very nurtured by you. Um, I like that. So absorb that, and then we'll look into their mind, the troublemaker, because this one has all these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets rooted in fear and, you know, seeking pleasure and avoiding pain, and created all these constructs, and it doesn't want the heart just acting out willy-nilly, because, when our child, our emotional inner child was being created, that's 7 years old and younger, all the way back into the womb, we respond emotionally through either happy child, crying child, or angry child. Usually the happy child is welcome, the other 2, has to be, pushed down. But, this, then the mind starts to form the mental thinking side, 7 to 14. And the first thing it does is go, "Listen, heart, emotional inner child, you can't just go around crying and being angry. You're getting us in trouble. So we need you to go to the basement." It goes into our subconscious, and then our mind tries to rule the roost, um, over the heart. That's why it's the troublemaker, because it's like, I'm building a cage to keep the heart from getting hurt. Um, so it's building these uh, walls to protect it, but that ends up caging it in at the same time. So let's see what's going on here. Yeah, we got the 6 of Pentacles. Wow, along with the Lover's card, I've got 3 of these decks all mixed together, so that's why the Lover's card is showing up again, and the Fool card. Well, I like this so far. So the mind is looking at this is a new opportunity. I feel like they used to end up in a lot of codependent relationships in the past, where I feel like they were the overgiver, um, but in this case, you are such a giver that they find it, that they can't outgive you. And I feel like this kind of almost feels like instead of 2 adults going into a relationship turning into a parent-child, I feel like you guys are battling over who's becoming the parent, but I feel like they're just, they like this feeling of nurturing from you that for the first time, I feel like they're actually feeling like they can receive from someone. That's why I feel like this is so different for them, because the Full card is the first card in the major arcana, which is like a new cycle, like a new adventure, free of expectations and something I haven't had before. So, and let's see what else we have here too. Yeah. And then beneath the surface, yeah, here's the fear energy that kicks in that kind of keeps them maybe from moving forward fast because we've got the here's the on the bottom of the deck we have the 5 of swords, so we got the 5 of swords. That's the source of the conflict, the mind side, which is the fears, the 9 of swords with the 8 of cups, which is whoops, as I hit my microphone. This is the nightmare and insomnia, all the the fears of someone walking away. And because of this, I feel like there is this fear that because this is something that is so different and that they're like, wow, that this is when the first times that they're actually afraid of losing something, losing a relationship. And I feel like that's what kind of makes them like, I don't want to get used to this because I'm afraid I'll lose it. And so there's like that's where the mind is like, "Oh, don't run out there. We're not sure how sturdy this limb is. If we run out on the limb, it can collapse." And that's where the mind is kind of, and that's why you might get like mixed messages from them because you're getting messages from the heart, right? All those wonderful things we said, and then their mind is going pulling it back, right? Like a little kid. Um, yeah. So it's like a little kid who um, like those little, harnesses, right? Yeah, so it's like this pull back, pull back. So I do feel like they did think of all these things, but their mind is the one that kinda overrode the all that emotional side of things because it was scared and it made the final decision in the heart, you know, it's like the mind started writing the letters back, that you whatever you communicated with your heart to them, then we were expecting the heart to reply back, but it was in the handwriting of the mind instead, right? So there's this, oh, so I feel like that's kind of, there. I still feel like they still have not met someone like you before and never since. And I feel like they do think about you a lot or feel about you a lot. I feel like the heart tells the mind, "Hey, you remember?" And the mind is like, "Oh God, no, but that means that we would have something to lose, and I don't want that. I'm too scared still." And they're like, "All right, I'll keep trying." But so I feel like that's kind of where we're at right now. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too from the animal apothecary. See what else we can know about Alex here. Yep, I like it. You got the tiger. Claim your power. Roar. Card number 25. Let's see what they're bringing in here. So it is the tiger. Anyone face to face with a tiger instantly shifts into a state of respect for her prolific power. Tiger summons you to connect with your greatest power, to overcome yourself, to overcome your doubts, fears, insecurities, and illusions of the ego, and to use boundaries. That's probably why you guys weren't together anymore, right? You had a boundary. While many of the animals in the apothecary deck ask you to be accepting of your emotions, when this card comes up, it means enough is enough. Tiger does not appear now with the feminine energy of allowing this. I'm sorry, of allowing. This is the masculine energy of taking action and creating what you want. It's time to care more about the end goal than the heavy emotions that you are currently feeling. The action called for here is snap out of the illusion and get your thoughts in gear. Which is opposite of, like, theirs, right? Theirs is like, "Get out of your head and into your heart," and they were like, "Yeah, it's time," right? Yeah, exactly. When you change your thoughts of the world around you changes. So get in control of your thoughts and transform the story you tell yourself. You are not your feelings, so stop mistaking them for your identity. Shift perspective, conquer your emotions, and carve the life you desire. You can no longer submit to the identities and definitions that you once projected on yourself and others. It's time to move forward and initiate your power. When you stand in your greatness like a tiger, you have nothing to prove, for you just are. True power is not dictated or enforced. It is an energy that magnetizes others to want to help you in your cause. Once someone has to prove and display their strength, they've already lost it. Tiger's medicine says stop playing the victim of circumstance. Your power is even greater than Tiger's, yet you wallow in smallness and self pity. How strange it is that one with so much power is so blinded by it. This could have been where you were at before, because it doesn't feel like this resonates now, but it feels like a journey you've definitely gone through. You felt imprisoned by your circumstances, yet the only prison is the story that you painted over your circumstances. So Tiger's medicine is to wake up, get real, change your story, change your life, claim your power, which is, I feel like, was what you did. And I kind of feel like this is kind of the story of what you went through with them, and that was a change for you with all that too. And you like tigers. Good. Well, here, you get to see him again. Meow, meow. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. I don't feel like they've done a ton of transformation, um, through all that. So I don't feel like, there's a should I open up to come back? I'm like, nah. I think they were a good stepping stone for you. You learned a lot about yourself, what you want, what you don't want, and I like that. So very good. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Amazing knows amazing. All right. So that's what they have. Thank you again. Yes. Even an empress, right? A ruler over queens. Right. Good night. You take care. Good to see you. All righty. So I think I had another donation come in. Let me just see here. I think. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go. Maria P. I see your free question. We'll get you on to the free one here. And then I think this is probably you that came in here too. It sure is. Whoops. All right. And I think that was it. Yep. All right. So, Maria, we got 338.58 for your donation. Here's your timestamp. And let's take a look here and see what we got going on. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Okay. Ideas he has for your relationship. What's coming for your date tomorrow and the dark side? What's coming for you guys next week? And you heard they might cancel that San Diego trip for work. Will they? Based on current energies and why? All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, I don't know why they're feeling a little bit of expectations equal disappointment today. And I feel like this is more not them towards you. I feel like this is like how they're feeling and thinking you're feeling towards them. So in a way, like you're asking, how what are thoughts and feelings toward me? Well, their thoughts and feelings towards you is that they think that you have thoughts and feelings of disappointment towards them. Like they're not living up to who you want them to be right now, kind of energy that's coming in. I feel like there's something about um, just that I'm not living up to your expectations. So they're in a little bit. Well, we do have a full moon in Sagittarius tomorrow. They are a Scorpio, so they're feeling their emotions very, very big right now. And so I feel like there's some old insecurities that are bubbling up within them right now. Ideas he has for your relationship? Yeah, I mean, he definitely the sun wants it to grow, wants it to be bright and full and, warm energy is what he wants with us here. But the sun, it grows, it's what shines bright and is responsible for things growing on the earth, right? So he wants it to grow more, kind of energy. And then what's coming for your date tomorrow? You got the judgment call. I mean, the judgment, it's the card, it's the calling card, but it's this pulling. It's like seeing things from a higher perspective kind of energy. But I feel like they're wanting, like, I feel like they're being drawn to want to do something different. And so I feel like they have a great idea of what they're wanting to do, but I feel like it's a surprise. So I'm not going to tell you anything because I feel like they're like, they've got this. I want to go do this. And I feel like they want to ask you and everything first. So I don't want to, ruin anything. But I feel like they're like, I want to go do something. So I'm going to leave it there. But I feel like that's what what's coming for your day tomorrow is doing something different. Update on the dark side. Yeah, still kind of this chariot energy, which is, you know, there's moon energy behind here. There is fireness, I feel, coming in for some reason here. There's a lot of action and movement going on over there. So a lot of energy is being invested. Emotional energy, mental energy, physical energy, um, and just sparky energy, which it's not romantic and all that. It's all feels like burdensome energy on all levels. It just feels like there's a lot of activity and so much going on over there that they're just like exhausted. So again, I feel like it's all this change that's happening over there right now. What's coming for you guys next week? You got the Knight of Swords. So a lot of seeking clarity, a lot of movement, energy, a lot of great conversations that bring a lot of clarity. So I feel like you guys talk a lot and talk through things a lot next week. Feels positive. I don't feel any kind of hissing cat energy next week for this. So that's good. And then you heard they might cancel the San Diego trip for work. Will they? And why? Well, we do have the 3 of Wands. I don't know if it's going to be canceled, but it's gonna be rescheduled. It's like they're going a different direction. So maybe the I feel like the work that they were gonna do is still gonna happen. They just wanna go about it a different way. The why, we've got the Moon card. There's some hidden reasons that no one knows, so we're gonna keep that a secret. But the Magician card, someone did initiate this, and it does feel like someone higher up that was like, we we can accomplish this a different way, or can we accomplish this a different way where we can do it remote and not have everyone have to go, you know, and travel and do all this. Because I feel like with all the flight troubles and the gas, all these prices, all this kind of stuff, I feel like they're kind of being price conscious. And and there's a little bit of, the reorganization and kind of stuff that seems to be happening, that they're like thinking about it. I don't feel like it's been, yeah, like you said, might, but I feel like they're discussing it. Hasn't been decided to ixnay yet, but I feel like they're discussing to see if there's a different way for it to happen, right? So that's what they have for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here. You get this little angel number, which you have 7777, perseverance. So this talks about change of perspective, reflection, inner strength, wisdom, and enlightenment. It says there's a need for a change of perspective on whatever has taken over you now. If you want to succeed, you need to keep going down the road you're on. Reach for the wisdom within, and then you'll just know what the right next step is. Ah, I like that. Right, so that's what they have for you, and we'll get around for your free reading eventually here as well. Oops, I think I just had another one come in. All right. So, Maria, thank you for your additional donation that just came in. So we'll grab that here. We got 346. Oops, maybe. There we go. Typing is a challenge at the moment. There we go. All right. So let's take a look here. So we'll go into this next stack here. And so you wanted to dive in more around love for you. All right. See what they want you to know. So what about love for Maria P? Whoa, all right. Those cards came flying out of the deck here. Got that, we got that, and we got that. And I do want this one too. All right. All right. So bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Pentacles. Now, this is birthing energy, so if you're not wanting a child, be very careful around now. But it's also a mother nature, mother nurture energy, not to freak you out, but just in case, but there is this energy of, it's nurturing yourself. And so we're talking about love, you know, it's like spirit is pointing you back to your self-love, and to focus in on you is important because all of our relationships with humans of all kinds, romantic, friends, family, coworkers, whatever, is a reflection of our self-love. So the more you increase and expand your self-love, then the more fluid and higher vibration your relationships with others are as well. You have the Seven of Swords. So there is this, this is the fear of deceit, the fear of being lied to, the fear of being cheated on. And I feel like they're bringing that up because that is the big fear. Well, it's for most of us, usually. Um, but it's an important thing to face because that is inside you, not out here. So regardless of where you go, because people are mirrors, if you fear, being cheated on, then you're going to be seeing that in every reflection of everyone you draw in, because all these mirrors are showing you how you are cheating on yourself with these other people. Because when we are looking for our definition of our worth in this relationship, romantic relationship, right? Then that's not self-worth. We're supposed to get that from our higher self. That's where we get it. There's only one self. That's how our self-worth comes from. But when we're looking out here for it, then we're cheating on our higher self with these people. And it's having you get to the root of that is important for your love life, because otherwise it's going to follow you wherever you go from relationship to relationship. It's the monkey on our shoulder. It doesn't leap off. That's us. That's on us. That's happening within us, not out here. So we'll keep drawing in mirrors that will show us what we want to see about ourselves until we see it, right? You got the 3 of Pentacles coming in here, which is about being true to your authentic self. And, you've got the 5 of the Hierophant and the 6 of Wands. The 5 of the Hierophant, they are the master of change and transformation, with being the ruler over the major arcana number 5, which is the card of change, right? The number of change. And, we've got the 6 of Wands. And I I like this because I feel like a big piece of what you're learning and what you have learned or had the opportunity to learn through all your past relationships, they were like, stepping stones to help you learn about yourself, learn about how you were shrinking to try to be who you thought they all wanted you to be, and then you lost yourself. And I feel like that's important to know and to see how that was with your exes and everyone before. Do you recognize that lesson? And even in a way, reflect back on what did I learn about myself through them, and you can get some great ahas, like I think I've shared before, like one of my relationships, I felt like they were trying to fit me in between the important things in their life, and then I realized later upon reflection on that, that I was trying to fit me, like myself, in between the important things, what I thought were important out here, but I wasn't putting myself first. So I was trying to fit me in between all the stuff, relationships with people, job, education, money, body, and everything out there. I'm trying to fit me in between all that instead of making me the priority, filling up and then overflowing, right? So I feel like that's important to reflect back on that. Yeah, you do have the Lovers card here, and I feel like this is talking about relationships here. Yeah, definitely. You got the Justice card, which is Libra energy. It's also like, and you got the Four of Wands. This is like the justice of the peace and marriage. So, it's the Justice card is about gaining clarity over what you feel a relationship is supposed to bring to you, and what does marriage bring to you that you don't have already? And that's a good question. They kind of wanted a dramatic pause there. What is it that you feel relationships and marriage would bring you that you don't have already? So I feel like that's an important part of your journey here. Yeah, because you got the 3 of Pentacles again about being true to your authentic self and realizing with this Queen of Swords that uh, you are who you've been looking for. This Queen of Swords is the perfect partner, this great balancer. It's like when I'm true to my authentic self and I'm being me, I will find someone that feels that way toward me, but it's after I feel that way toward myself. So I feel like this is all about, it's not about, you know, um, should I leave what I'm in now? And it's like, well, if you leave Wally, you're just going to end up, and if you don't, if you leave Wally, then it's you stay single, is what this says. So that otherwise you keep repeating the same cycle. You just draw in the same thing over and over and over again. So it's a time that you can still be with Wally and work on your inner self and find out, yeah, and how do I raise my self love, right? So that's what they have for that one. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one here. All right, you got 999. You got release energy, which says balance, finances, success, wealth, cycles. What goes around comes around. So your current circumstances are ending, so you might take advantage of better ones. If you're experiencing a significant change or conclusion, viewing your life as a series of cycles or chapters may be helpful. How can you make room for something new to emerge? So again, like they said, you don't have to end what you have. But the important thing is, how can you let go of old ways of thinking and expectations, old emotions, old energy, old, even purge things in the physical world, to make space for a different type of relationship than you've had before. Doesn't mean that you can't have that with Wally, but the change has to start in here first, right? Right. So that's what they have for that one. All right. And then I see we have a third one for you here. So after this one, I am going to take a quick break. I've been on for almost 4 hours and my buns are numb. I do need to think I need to, I'm going to get some more coffee and hit the facilities, and then I will come back. And I think at that point, I'll do 30 minutes at least of free readings. I'll complete them all tonight, but during those 30 minutes, if I get any donations after the 30 minutes, I'll go complete those, and then I'll kind of go back and forth between, if there's no donations, I'll, go down the free readings and do that. But we're at that point here this evening. So, all right. So, Maria, we got 3533 for number 3. So, thank you again for your multiple donations. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And we're going to here. Let me see. I have a little bit of copy. All right. So, let's dive into work. So, you heard there will be changes at your building. I know we talked about that, right? So, it's actually being talked about in the physical world, huh? All right. So, question mark, what are the changes? Can we know about? Anything for you? Okay, boom, boom, boom. Any promotion? When will you know? And then Dr. Laura, Dr. Bob. All right, let's do a quick win here. Based on current energies, of course. There it is. So, changes at your building. Yep. I feel like they're going to announce it soon here with the Page of Wands, which is, action and movement energy. 7 of Swords is a little bit of energy of, it's the lying deceit energy, but I feel like it's not that they're lying and saying something, but I feel like they're withholding all of the communication. Like they're telling you guys phase 1 when they communicate it, but there's other phases that will come later as well, but they don't want to communicate it all yet because they don't have it all figured out yet. But they know phase 1, and they will talk about that. So there definitely, it feels like it's coming here. For you, what does this have to do with you? Here you got the 4 of Pentacles. It's a solid foundation. Let's see here. You got the Hanged Man. There is transformation here. It's you've seen things from a different perspective, but it's also, it's like, it is a change. There is a transformation. We have the King of Swords, which is it's a lot of mental and communication energy. So I feel like, I don't know why it feels more of a technical. I just feel like it's more brain work. It's like, it's like, a lot of technical, uh, I don't know. I just feel like it's a lot of mental energy that is this, new position kind of energy. Is it a promotion? 2 of Pentacles, it feels like it's lateral. Well, it's let's see here. So it's not a promotion, um, because it's balanced. It's kind of like lateral, but I feel like there is a raise involved in it because, we've got moving from here to here, but I don't get like promotion energy. I feel like it's movement, but when you're getting moved over, like the entry level of this type of position is higher, and they bump you up, to it, it feels like with that. When will you know based on these energies? You got the 3 of swords. Yeah, I mean, they've got October 3rd to October 12th, is this energy here. I feel like that's when they were planning on it, but I feel like here there is, it's gonna be unexpected. So I feel like they were planning on trying to have this, but I feel like that's when phase 2 is gonna hit, is in October 3rd. But I feel like they want to let everyone know at least the first phase now so that it's not unexpected. So I do feel like it's gonna be happening here, like, I feel like maybe even next week. It just feels like it's coming up, like, fast. Like, they wanna let everyone know what's coming down, and then they're gonna have discussions with everyone individually that's impacted by the change, etcetera, etcetera. What about Dr. Laura? All right. Well, we've got the death card here, death and rebirth. We've got the magician card. Feels like, and we have the 9 of swords too. And this feels like an unexpected change. I almost feel like Dr. Laura here is getting a new opportunity. So I wonder if Dr. Laura, it feels like with this change that they might be moving into a different area, because it feels like they've got a lot of responsibility and a lot of change that's coming in here. What about Dr. Bob? Well, it looks like Dr. Bob might be getting a promotion. We got the Emperor energy and the Four of Wands. He's got the stable joy, happy, happy, joy, joy energy. So I feel like whatever's happening with them, that feels like they are in a different type of position, like they're being moved over something, and I feel like it's all, good. Um, it feels like there's just a lot of change that's happening to realign things, to save money, to adapt to the, changing economy, new legislature, all this kind of stuff. I just feel like they're making these adaptations and adjustments, because of growth, and I feel like I don't know if you guys are merging with another company, and I feel like that's kinda what's going on, a little bit of stuff that's kinda coming in too, but, I kinda feel like that's kind of the energy that I'm feeling coming in right now, right? Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one here. And you got 0606, got commitment here, which says loyalty, responsibility, truth, love, light, spiritual realms, growth, and solutions. Says applying honesty and light daily is a fast track to creating a peaceful and meaningful life. It's how you find solutions and comfort. Release worries by speaking your truth, excuse me, and expressing emotions regularly. Open up, for the best is yet to come. I like that. A little bit of don't worry, focus on gratitude for what is, what you're wonderful, what you appreciate what is, what you have had. But worrying about the future is just going to bring in stuff to worry about, right? We don't want that. All right. So that is what they have for you, Maria. Thank you again for your multiple donations. We'll circle back around for your free reading eventually here. But for this moment, I've hit 4 hours, so I'm going to go. I'm going to grab some more coffee, uh, get blood circulating through my buttocks, and also hit the gentleman's facilities, and then I will be back. So hang in there, everybody. We'll start free readings when I get back. And thank you again for all your patience and all your love and support. I'm so grateful for you guys. So cheers, cheers. Glug, glug. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much. I have circulation again and got coffee. So thank you guys so much. All right. So we will do at least 30 minutes of free readings. And if there's no donations that come in after that, we'll just keep finishing them up. So we got Minna Heal up first. So Minnie Hill, hello, hello. Good to see you. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you want to know what triggers your future spouse has. They are human, obviously. So what makes them angry or triggered? All right. So let's take a look here. Being asked about their triggers. No, I'm just kidding. That's funny. So we got the Eight of Cups and the Nine of Wands. Eight of Cups energy, it feels like a trigger of theirs is um it's like someone manipulating or trying to manipulate, and both of these kind of feel like manipulation energy. If someone threatens to leave or rejection, and the Nine of Wands is putting up a block, you know. So there's like there's two ways that, we can manipulate as humans. It's actually three. It's acting sad, um, and, so that someone will do what we want them to do, and if that doesn't work, acting angry, and if that doesn't work, then rejection. Um, Cold shoulder, withholding sex, not answering back on the phone or text, walking out of the room, you know? It's all these tactics, these game playing. So when their triggers is someone playing games, just be honest, talk. Um, if you need a moment, then say, "I need a moment. I wanna talk about this, but I need to I'm gonna step out for just give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go I need to recenter so that I'll come back in my right mind, and I do wanna talk about this." It's kind of that they want that mature conversation, not manipulation. So, I feel like manipulation of those both kinds. The Eight of Cups is the sad Z, and withdraw. I'm sad, um, unless you do what I want you to, right? And the other is the, rejection, the putting up a block between us, energy. So they're not a fan of that. All right. So that is what they have mini heal. So you better stop those manipulative tactics now. No, not that you do those, but it's good to be aware of. You're like, all right, I'm going to purpose to be aware of if I do that or not. Cause I was surprised to find out in my second relationship, no, third, they were like, "I'm not gonna fall for your manipulation." I was like, "What?" Because I would walk out of a room. I wanted them to chase me, and, I wanted them to be the one, and I didn't realize it until they brought it right to my face. Anyway, so then we have Ashish up next, so 4:10:36. So, Ashish, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And what does your dating life look like over the rest of the year? Will you be in a relationship by the end of the year? All right, let's take a look here. So, what does it look like? And will you be, based on current energies, will you be in a relationship by the end of the year? Okay. All right, you got the Leo energy, the strength card here. It does feel here, the Leo energy is being seen, attracting individuals. So I do feel like you do have people show interest in you. They're drawn to your energy. I don't feel like relationship energy there. Because the Two of Pentacles feels like there's two people that are out there that are interested, but I don't feel like you're like in a relationship and you're not dating, but I feel like not dating someone exclusively. I feel like you're kind of um talking with a variety of different individuals, and by the end of the year I feel like you have two strong candidates of who you would want to be in a relationship with, and one is one that matches the mind, of all the little check boxes, the other one is what the heart goes, and the mind goes, "Well, this one looks good on paper," and the heart goes, "Screw the paper, I like this one," you know? So you're kind of faced with attracted to 2 different individuals in 2 different ways. So, I like it. Fun times ahead. So that's what they have for you, Ashish. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we have Lotus of Serendipity. We're at 4:12:34 is for yours. So here's your timestamp. And you'd like to have a full moon reading, please. What does it bring in? All right, we'll take a look here. I'm going to take a quick cheers to you. Let's see what we got coming in here. So, full moon reading. What does Spirit want you to know? What's coming in here with it? And this one here. Yeah, I like this energy. I feel like there's a spark that comes in here. The Four of Cups is kind of like a stagnant energy, stagnant emotional energy. And the Two of Cups brings in kind of this uh I mean, I do feel like it's an important relationship, whatever it is, but I feel like it sparks you towards if you're in a relationship, this would mean if energy's kind of just mellowed out, this is about a spark that takes your relationship to a new level. If you're not in a relationship with someone, then this is the stagnant period where I don't want to get what I've always gotten before. I'm tired of having the same type of individual. This full moon is allowing you a lot of release of old ways and seeing things differently and a spark to kind of go for your dream instead of settling for what's, you know, it's like looking at the clearance bin and choosing from there instead, looking through the catalog and ordering the high price thing that you want instead of going, well, I'll accept this. I'll settle for this. It's like, no, get what you want, kind of energy that's coming in. It's like, why am I settling? I'm going for the gold kind of energy that seems to come in here. Um, so I like that for you. So however that resonates, that's what they have for you, serendipity. So some good fire under the butt energy to for you to step out and do what you're wanting to do. So I like it. All right. So that's what they got for you. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Asura 4:14:49. So Asura, here's your timestamp. And you would like to know, does S have strong, genuine feelings towards you? Can you expect long term in marriage in it genuinely? All right, let's take a look here. So, does S have strong feelings and can you expect that? All right, well, I know my face doesn't hide anything or my tone. So you're like, oh no. But, do they have strong, genuine feelings? The Fool card is an energy of wanting an adventure, but something free of expectations and, intentions and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's. They want to go on an adventure and just see what unfolds. Where does it go? How did things, move forward, kind of energy with it. So, I like this the draw of that, for them, but I don't feel like, expecting long-term marriage and all that. I feel like that's not what they're in for because we do have the 5 of Pentacles that comes in here as well, which is an energy of, the fear of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, and, those kind of energies that come in here. So it doesn't feel like that's where they are absolutely wanting to go yet. It doesn't mean it can change, but I feel like the energy of right now of where they're going is, I just want to enjoy what's happening now and see where it goes, not have to have a destination kind of energy that's coming in. All right. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Asura. So many blessings to you. All right. Sorry, let me just check something really quick here. All All right. And I'm not sure if, Emma, if you're still here, I see you retracted your message on your donation. It actually retracts the donation too. So if you're here, I don't know if you knew that, but, um, so your donation you made just disappeared, from me. So if you wanna remake it, but it's gonna refund that to you. It's not supposed to be able to do that, but it does. I just checked the report to see if it's still doing it, and so, if you, um, want to do that, I would appreciate that if you wanna give that back to me. Alright. Alright, so we'll continue down the list here. So we've got butterfly up next. So butterfly, we got 4, 18, 11 for you here. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. So you want to expand a little more on the reading yesterday about the herbs, the gardener, and the plants. So very interesting. Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's take a look here and see what else they want you to know about that. What can we know about this expansion and the sharing of those things? Yeah, because we have the 3 of wands, which is a change of direction from, it's like you gain new information with this 8 of swords. Because 8 of swords is, you know, looking at our um, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. And I do feel here there's even like I feel like you have a natural ability from like past lifetimes where you were an herbalist and you were a natural witch and medicine woman, and even if you have a connection to like ancient Chinese medicine, I feel like you've got all these past lifetimes of this knowledge that is bubbling below the surface that I think you will instinctively know about this, these herbs and these gardens and these things, flowers and petals and roots, all of the things, that you just kind of have this like, I bet can be used for this. And when you research it, you're like, "Oh, it is." And you have this natural gift and knowledge from this, which I feel like you might even come up with some things that you're like, "I feel like it does this too, even though I can't find it anywhere, but it feels like it would." And I feel like if you, like, safely experiment with different flowers and different things, you're like, "Wow, this did this," or, I just feel like there's this adventure in looking at herbs and roots and different things and having that foundation. And but I with that 3 of wands, I do feel like you kind of take it in a different direction than, than you thought you would. And I like that because it's like, you're like, "Well, I could do this," but you're like, "You know what? I'm gonna do something unique with this." And I feel like you kind of maybe combine that with something you already do, whether it's putting it in candle wax or I don't know, teas seems a very normal, but I feel like it's you do something different with it as well. Just kind of creative like. So hopefully that helps. That's what I have coming in right now. So many blessings to you. And thank you again for all your assistance in the chat, of course. All right. And then Celestial Nebula, your 42114. There we go. And marriage seems to be farther away. When will you be married? All right, let's take a look here. So we'll pull a when card here for you based on current energies. Oh, I want this one right here. So we've got the 4 of Swords coming in here. And the 4 of Swords is October 13th to October 22nd of this year. But this is, you know, it's a restful energy, which I feel like, because the 4 of Swords is letting go of expectations and seeing things from a different perspective, that it feels like between October 13th and October 22nd that it's like we're maybe it's more of an engagement, but the plans are kind of on rest and there's not these strict dates of marriage set, but it feels like there's engagement first and then there's working out of things that then working out of a date later. So, I mean, it is Jupiter in Libra. Jupiter is the planet of expansion and abundance, and Libra is the house of partnership. So I feel like there is this kind of energy where, if it's not this year, but it feels like there's at least some sort of engagement talked about around that time based on current energies. And that's the whole thing about the future, right? It's all about what are we focusing on? If I'm focusing on lack and need and want, fear that something's not going to happen, I actually push it further away. When I move into gratitude for what I do have and what I have had, surrender things to the creator, especially relationships where it's, I trust you're going to bring the perfect person in the perfect way, in the perfect timing. And I know that last one's hard, right? But we give it over to the creator and we just let it, we just let it flow. We just let things, you know, um, come towards us and we ask once, they don't forget, they've got a great memory, and then we just step into gratitude, and then they just continue to, we just continue to stay in that, and then that draws in at that perfect timing for us. But when we're fearful and we're like, "Oh my god, what are people gonna think?" Or, "I gotta have this because this means something about me," and we get into all that, that's what pushes it further away from us because our energy does that, right? So hopefully that helps, Celestial. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings. All right. And then we got Livy A. Vergara, 4/24/22. So Livy A, here's your timestamp. And you want to ask any fun surprises starting at the start of the month in the first week of the month, right? So next week, any fun surprises? I don't want any of those. I don't want any of those. This one here. All right. It's interesting because you've got the Hermit card and the Two of Pentacles. So I feel like the fun surprise here, because the Hermit is you being alone, connecting with the spirit world, that there's two different types of it feels related. It's like you get a spiritual surprise that brings a physical surprise into the outside world. And I feel like it's fun because I feel like there's something, and I'm getting ringing in my ear right now out of nowhere. It's like you get a sign, but I feel like you're, connecting to the spirit world. And if you have that time of just talking to them, talking to your higher self or your spirit guides, and just saying, you know what? I would just love you to give me a sign, give me something in the physical world so I know it's you. And I feel like they're saying, ask them for it, and then they're going to give you some sort of response in the moment, kind of spiritually, energetically. You're going to feel like chills or you're going to feel something. You're like, oh, I feel like I was heard. Right. And then it happens in the physical world during the week. And you're like, oh my God, it happened. So don't be, I feel like that's fun, a fun surprise because they're having you go inward and upward and have that experience because I feel like that's an important foundation. Yeah, we can have stuff happening and, fun stuff with job and love and all that kind of stuff. But, to have that foundation of, our, uh, spirituality and that we can see things from the upper realms and have it, happen in the physical world just blows our our minds and opens up our world so much because we really realize it is real. It's not just my imagination. It really is real. So I like that for you, Olivier. So that's what they have. So many blessings to you. All right. Let's see. When did we start? Okay, still have a few little bit. Say, Chelsea, thank you so much for your donation. I've got like, I think it'll be 4:37. So I got about 10 more minutes and free readings, and then I will jump to you for your donation. So thank you. So Cat Mia, we're at 4:27:26 for you. Here's your timestamp. And should you do it right after the color changes or after it retouches for more positive outcomes and accuracy? All right. So based on current energies, what does right after color changes bring and after touches? All right. So for the first option, we got disappointment. So not after the color changes, after the retouches, got the Eight of Swords. I feel like you're on the right track with the second one, though even with the Eight of Swords, it can be tweaked a bit because the Eight of Swords, you can kind of see how they're looking at it and going, okay, what can be changed? There's something restricting like outcomes and accuracy with it. I feel like there's something to do with viewing options, if that makes sense to you, because it feels like, you know, it's unclear here looking in the mirror and whatever, it has something to do with a view setting. So there's something more technical that comes in with it as well. So it feels like there's, to get the best outcomes and accuracy, there's something about viewing options. So hopefully that helps. I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but I'm just the voice. So that's what they have for you, Cat Mia. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Snow, you're up for 29, 18. So Snow, here you are. And what is coming into your life the next 4 months? Any highlighted events? All right, let's take a look here. So what can we know here? So we'll give you, I think, these two and this one. So let's see here. And what's this other one here too? Wow, okay. We got three major arcana coming in here. So, whoa, not that card went flying. I do feel like here, a highlighted event, there is something with the moon card that is hidden that comes to light, and it's something unexpected. But with the strength card energy, and also you got the Wheel of Fortune coming in here, that even though it's unexpected and it was something hidden that's revealed, you have the strength and the ability and the courage to get through it. And in fact, when you do, with the Wheel of Fortune, you end up even in a better spot you were than before it happened. And, again, the Wheel of Fortune is the tune of for you. So I like this, that you move from, "Oh god, this is happening to me," you step up and go, "No, this is happening for me. I'm gonna make the best of this." And you do, you push through it, and then it does. And because you take that attitude with whatever this sudden hidden thing that bubbles up from the surface, you're like, "I'm better for it now, and I'm glad that it happened now that I'm through it." So in the beginning, it might feel a little bit reactionary like we all do as humans, but I feel like you quickly step into your courage and you step through it and persevere through it, and it ends up being for your benefit. I feel like it's significant, three major arcana. So I do feel like it's, something, and it can be relationship wise because it's moon energy, emotional energy is where it comes from. So, can be something along those lines, but I feel like whatever comes up, you're like, "That's okay, because in the long run, I'm better for it." So, hopefully that helps, Snow. That's one thing, at least in the next 4 months there. So, there you go. Many blessings to you. Right, and then we got Ruby Grimm for 3202. Thank you for your donations earlier. Here's your timestamp here. And ask Spirit if there's a reason. Oh, yeah, for your cycle to be synced up with the moon. Am I just meant to cry all weekend? You're so funny. Oops, it didn't post. Hold on a sec here. It just aired out. Let's try that again. There it goes. Acting up tonight. All right. So let's take a look here and see what we've got going on here. So is there a reason for it? Yeah, well, it is. I mean, you've got the Wheel of Fortune, which means it is for you. It is the tune of for you. So it is somehow, some way it is meant for you. The Four of Cups, that's a balanced emotional energy that comes in here. And it's funny, with the moon cycle, it's what they brought into my head, and it's gonna be a quick, fast story, I promise, but it's like having twins, um, because they 'cause they're reminding me, well, my sister-in-law, she had her first children were twin girls, and it's like you get 2 done at the same time, and and they usually don't go full term, so you don't even carry each one 9 months. It's I think they were born the premature too, like 7.5 months or something, so it's like, instead of 18 months of carrying one, a birth and 9 months another birth, it's 2 for only, what a deal. I That's kind of what they're saying. There is a spiritual reason I know behind it all, but they're kind of, um, being a little funny with it, but they're like, because of your emotions, when you're in tune with the moon, you're already feeling huge emotions when you're at your certain points in your cycle, right? But you'd get impacted by the moon too if it was not, on the same cycle. But now that you're already feeling emotions. It's just can't get more extreme than extreme emotions. So they're like, it just works out. And then you have this balanced energy the rest of the time. So I feel like it's for you emotionally, but there is something, to do with your relationship with Mother Moon. And I feel like if you look into that, I feel like they want to have an adventure with you, Mother Moon, in um, and I don't know if you've researched, like, what does it mean, when you're in alignment with the moon cycle? Because a lot of people do align. A lot of people, I don't maybe, but it's like you align with the moon. And we talked about earlier how if you're around certain, groups of women, they all their cycles will align and, be at the same time. So there's something about aligning with Mother Moon's cycle that there's a special relationship that you can have with the Mother Moon because it's like, I'm your friend and we're aligning with this. So I feel like looking into that would be cool. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. All right. And then we have me, 436 even. And boom, boom. There you go. And then you wanted to know, will you get valve replacement surgery soon? Let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, got that one and these two. All right. Well, I do feel here, it's like the 9 of Wands is like whatever block is there. You have the 3 of Wands, which is a change of direction. And we have the Strength card here too, which is, you know, it's Leo energy. I do feel like you get, uh, because this is Leo energy, is like being seen energy, and whatever block is there that's keeping things going, I do feel like it does ignite and it does happen sooner. Because this Leo energy, I'm kind of sensing like you're brought into in front of someone, uh, in your scene, and then they're like, "Oh, okay, let's take off this restriction." Not It's not even a restriction, but it's like, "All right, yeah, let's prioritize this. We're gonna get you in here." So I feel like there is something that kicks in, um, and something gets prioritized, and you get moved uh, earlier with this 3 of Wands. So I do feel like it's coming soon. Here, let me see. Let me try pulling a one card to see if what we get here based on current energies. Yeah, we've got June 21st to July 1st. I like that. The 2 of Cups. So yeah, June 21st isn't far away. It's within 30 days. So June 21st to July 1st feels like where the energy is coming in right now. So hopefully, right? So hang in there, my dear. Right. And that's what they have there for you. And glad you found a home for the kittens. All right. So I think that here we started at 4:07. We're at 4:38. So I've done 30 minutes of free readings. I'll definitely finish up more of them here. I do have a donation, so we'll jump to that here in a moment. Let me just take a look here. We did have Premia. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. Put some more space down here. And we've got Prathy as well. Get your question. We'll get you on the list here. And then Plate of Spaghetti. We got you here too. All right. Very good. All right. And then Chelsea, thank you so much for your donation. Get you on the list up here. Boom, boom, boom. And give that a love and a like. All right. So move into these here. Take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, Chelsea, your timestamp is 4:39:40. Going to jump right into your reading. Here's your timestamp. All right. There we go. So, you want to know, when will you start dating the person who will be your next long-term relationship? And will that relationship turn into marriage? All right. Let's take a look here. That's a when question. So, we'll pull from the when deck here. Let me just shuffle these up. So, when will you start dating the person? Right? So, based on your current energies, so Shazam. All right. Got Temperance. Your first husband, right? Husband one. You got Temperance, which of course it is patience. It is, it'll unfold. You got November 22nd to December 21st, which is Sagittarius season. So there might even be Sagittarius energy coming in there. So we'll take a look here. But it feels like that period of time. And will that relationship turn into marriage? Take a look here. I want this one too. I do want this one here. This one here. This one here with this one here. All right. Let's see what we got here. Because, all right. Well, the bottom of the deck, we have the 2 of Wands. So all of this, of course, timing and we'll see here about fatedness here, because the 2 of Wands is the power of choice, right? And whatever I focus my energy on, if I focus on want, need, of fear, any of that stuff, right, that pushes it further away. But when we focus on gratitude for any relationship we've had and we have had, and um, kind of, trusting and surrendering to the creator, trusting that they're going to bring the perfect person in the perfect timing, the perfect way, and we just focus on gratitude and living our lives and loving our lives, then things just unfold. It's a beautiful energy, right? Yeah, right. Could be, but, also getting to the root of why that's a need or a want and, asking ourselves great, reflexive questions like, what do I feel a relationship or a marriage would bring me that I don't have already? And that's a good question. It came up earlier too. It was about, let me move this pillow up on my back. Ah, very good. There we go. Um, so it is that, asking what do I think a marriage will bring me that I don't have already? Um, and and when we really think about it and sit with it, we're like, I already have everything I need inside of me already. But, what benefits or what difference do I feel in my life it would do? And that helps us with our want and need. We're like, I'm just gonna enjoy my beautiful journey and I'll share my life with someone. I share my life with a lot of people, but it's can be more intimate. It can be, other benefits too, but you don't have to be married for that either, but, uh or in a relationship for that matter, but, I feel like there's important reflection energy there. Alright, but will you start, say, will it turn into a marriage? Got the Knight of Pentacles, yeah, Temperance and Knight of Pentacles, oh, they're all about the slow roll, aren't they? Underneath that, you do have the Lovers card, so eventually it can. But with Temperance and the Knight of Pentacles, whenever we're getting, like, slow-moving cards, there is a reason why it's, like, slow things happening, because it gives us the opportunity to transform things, right? Um, so let's see what these 3 cards are about here, 'cause, maybe they'll tell us here. You got the Ace of Pentacles. Do you feel like it's someone new, not anybody you know now? You have the King of Cups, yeah, beautiful. Um It's an emotional energy, but it's very much a compatible person because 'cause they're balanced between emotions and the head and heart. They've got that, wonderful, they're not so emotional that they're emotionally unstable, but they're not so in their head, they don't know what an emotion is either. They can communicate their emotions, um, and they're intelligent, so they can have intelligent conversations. They have emotions, they can feel them and express them as well. So I like all that. And then also, oh my gosh, twins. Maybe they're twins. That's funny. But yeah, and so you got these two coming out together. So I feel like they're definitely they just feel like such a strong bond there. It's funny there too that um it almost feels like past lifetimes, like here they are again, Um not I feel like it's the first time you meet him in this lifetime, but they have this like you've guys have been together in a past life too. Feel like it's important to know on the bottom of the deck you have, I mean, underneath those you have the 3 of swords, which is a beautiful realization that it's that heartbreak is not real. It feels real, but it's actually just us going in, not just, but it's us going into fight or flight mode, that prick in our heart when we're like, "Oh god," that's the feeling when whenever we feel that heartbroken feeling, it's because some way, somehow someone's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence or ghosting or whatever meant something about me, and that means I'm unlovable and that I'll never find love again, and, that's that fear. It's an emotional monster that scared us, not our brother scaring me like when I was growing up. We would take turns scaring each other, but when, you scare the crap out of each other and you're like startled, that feeling in your heart, that's the same feeling of heartbreak, but it's looped because when you realize it's your brother that's scaring you, the fear subsides, you feel safe again. But when it's an emotional monster, we don't usually kind of transmute that emotion in the moment. We loop it and feel it and over it until we get distracted, and then we forget it until we remember, and then it comes back again, right? So until we get to the root of that keeps popping up for us, from time to time. But when we realize it's fear and then I just get to the root of the fear, then the fear is transformed and then it's there, right? Oh, you and Gemini meant? Could be the twins, but I kind of felt, well, it could be. I'm not going to say that it's not because you even got, wait, the Lover's card is Gemini energy too, um, but it doesn't have to be. Um, but I do feel like it's, reflecting past lifetime kind of, energies, and I did feel like, "Oh my god, maybe they are a twin." And you're like, "Let's find out which one I love better." Well, I think one's probably, um, if they are twins, the other one wouldn't be attracted to you. They'd be attracted to your brother. So nothing to worry about there. You're like, "Okay, I only have one choice between the twins. I don't have to choose. It has been chosen for me." All right. So let's see here what your fortune cookie is here from the Animal Apothecary. What else can we know here about this next romantic love or whatever? This one here? Okay. Nourish the shadow. I like it. Card number 33, master number 33. So this is the jaguar. At least it's not a cougar. So jaguar represents the shadow, the subconscious aspects of ourselves we push away. Carl Jung says these aspects usually stem from situations we encountered as children that lead us to feel shame, unworthiness, and abandonment. We then live out these programmed beliefs as adults. Jaguar comes to speak to us about nourishing our shadow. In this image, we see her drinking from the well of wholeness. The well in this image, inspired by Jungian analyst Marion Woodman, is our place of nourishment and absolute wholeness. Water is where all life comes from. Without it, we have no vitality. Many of us ignore and starve our shadow aspects because they cause us so much pain. We push them away and deeply criticize them. We chain our jaguar shadow and confine her to the furthest part of the backyard of our minds. She howls and cries for nourishment, yet we still ignore her. In her banishment, because of the lack of love, her power grows as the master of self sabotage. Ironically, if you would begin a relationship with her, you'd find that she is your greatest asset and leads to fulfilling your life's purpose. Funny that we instinctively banish her. Jaguar's medicine asks you to create a self talk relationship with yourself and to ride the wave of hurt within. Every time a painful feeling arises, you now must tell yourself, I'm right here to feel this with you. I accept this uncomfortable feeling and I will ride it out with you. I'm here to feel this with you. If you do this, the emotion will always detox out and dissipate, leading to a much quicker healing. But you must be strong and endure the pain. Commit to riding the waves of emotion together within yourself. This is the nourishment your jaguar shadow requests. If you witness her, she will start showing you a new and indestructible power within. Your shadow is where your diamond lives. I love that, especially when we were talking about, the looping of the emotions. And if you feel them and do that, uh, then that can happen, right? I love that. Oh, you like Carl Jung. What? Isn't that perfect? He's coming to visit you. He's visiting you from beyond. So I love that for you. All right. So I just wanted to grab something really quick here. Let's see. Do I have? Oh, wait. Okay. You are very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right, so I think that was it for donations. So we'll jump back into the free readings. And we've got Ruby Camellia up. So 452.19. So Ruby, here's your timestamp here. And let's see, what's coming your way in career life after the summer holiday? All right, let's take a look here. So after the summer holiday, based on current energies, what's coming towards your career? None of those. Right. Cards wanted to come out, but nothing is. All right, here we go. Yeah, I like this here. I feel like, there's a little bit of focusing in here with the Queen of Pentacles is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and taking time to look at your fears with the Nine of Swords, your fears and your expectations. Because, the Nine of Swords is like, I'm tired of trying to be what everyone else wants me to be and try to live up to all these expectations. And on the flip side, you have also with it the 10 of Cups, which is your heart energy that comes in here. So there's a little bit of like, you know, don't let your mind completely rule your career. You can have a conversation with your heart. And I feel like, because if you just follow your mind going, this is what you should do and supposed to do and need to do and blah, 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 you're going to feel like you're just existing. But there's this, the heart wants to be, have a seat at the table, doesn't have to be in control, but it feels like I want at least like an equal partnership, where we both can decide from the heart and the head that works for both and then head in that direction. So it might be good for this over the summer is to try to get in tune with your heart more and go, what would you want? What would make your heart feel like it wants to sing and dance? What would it like to do? And then see what your mind wants and see if there's something that overlaps those two or something that you can create, something new. Like there's someone that was a psychologist, right? And they did psychology and they did all that. And it was good. They liked helping people and all that, right? But their heart was for painting and for art. And they created art therapy because they joined two things that seemed like totally opposite. They joined the mind and the heart of creativity together to work together. So I feel like there's something like that. It's like discovering that you can even create something new, maybe, be a pioneer. But I feel like that's what they have for you right now. So hopefully that helps, Ruby. So many blessings to you. Right. And we got Lauren Smith for 5514. So, Lauren, here's your timestamp. Anyone want to know what did the guy think about the picture you posted last night of you? Whoa, ho, ho. All right. Whoops, that didn't go through. What is going on here? YouTube is acting up. All right, there it went. Woo, maybe it's the full moon. All right. So, what did the guy think about the picture that you posted last night of you? All right. All right. So, yeah. So we've got the Emperor energy, which is Aries energy, which of course is a little bit of fire energy there. But I feel like there's still a little bit. Uh, it's interesting because I feel like with the Emperor energy, it is kind of like this. I'm going to get out of my head and into my heart, kind of energy. And so it feels like their mind is going somewhere else and their heart is going somewhere else. And they have this Aries fire passion energy that's also activating because the Seven of Wands, is this wanting to be true to their authentic self. And, um, but I feel like I don't know what this energy is with the Seven of Wands because there is this energy here you know, um, of being seen, but in this bubble, it feels like I don't know. what this sense of wanting to protect you energy that kicks in here. And I don't know what where this is coming from here, but, yeah, was it spicy pictures, right? Um, so, we've got this, but it does, it's like they wanted to put this bubble around you and it'll preserve you. Creepy, no, but it's an interesting energy because it feels like this protective energy, you know, um, with both the emperor energy and this, it just feels like they, it activated a lot in them and they wanted to be like, I don't want anyone else, to be, to negatively impact you in some way. Um, and I don't know, just like this protective energy. And I don't know where it's coming from. Well, I mean, it's coming from something within them that they feel like they want to. Maybe it's their hero complex that comes in a little, right? But I feel like they're just like, um, it for some reason they saw you as being vulnerable. Yeah, it can be that, like, they don't want other people to see it, they don't want you harmed, they don't want anyone else to partake of it, so that feels that would fit with that energy, but it's like, I wanna protect you, I don't want anyone else harming you, and maybe, like I said, other people seeing it either, that, what are people gonna comment? What are people gonna think? What are people gonna say to you? I don't want them to say anything, bad to you, kind of energy, because it feels like I don't want to say possessive, because that seems like too strong, but protective, maybe possessively protective, protectively possessive. So kind of that energy. I know, right? So hopefully that helps, Lauren, but what's what we got going on there. Right. So many blessings to you, you sassy minx, you. All right. Hey, Betty Joe. I do have a question already, I think, for you up here. Physical traits or personality traits of your future hubby. So do you want me to replace that with Max? Because I only do one free question per customer per night. If you want to make a donation, you can get multiple questions, but just one at a time. Yeah, that could be true, Lauren. They know men. They're like, "Oh, God." So I'll add that on there, Betty there. All right. So I'm not going to spend time on that waiting. I'm just going to continue on here and you'll either answer or I'll choose when I get to your questions here. All right. So Bonita, you're up 50036. So Bonita, here is your timestamp here. And so the neighbors across the street keep parking in front of your house. They have space in front of their home and in their parking lot. Can something be done? Let's take a look here based on the energies. What can be done here? Yeah, I mean, we've got the 10 of swords and we've got the chariot card. So, there is something here around, um, whatever we're focusing our energy on is what we draw toward us. So, if you've already asked them if they could not park in front of your home, but I mean, it's public. So, you know, they must have a reason why they do it. Um, or they're not even thinking about it. But, you know, um, of course, we can always catch them when they're parking and getting out of there and going, "Can I ask you a question?" You go, "Is there a reason why you park on this side of the street?" I mean, is it keeping you from parking somewhere or, um, you know, um, is it just inconvenient, or is it inconveniencing you? Is it causing trouble? Of course, because if they, when they pull up one day, if you just ask them in a nice way, "Hey, can I ask you a question? Is there a reason why you park on this side of the street, not that side?" And they're like, "Oh, yeah, it's just convenient." And you're like, "Is there any way that I could ask you? Because I need to park here, and when you park here, or you can park on their side of the street." you know? And then they're like, "Oh," if we don't like confrontation. But if we have asked him, this is talking about spiritual energy, what we can do from a spirit realm, or our energy realm. The 10 of swords is when we have expectations of that they shouldn't be parking there, and they are, and we're focusing on what they're not doing. The more we focus on it, the more we make it happen with our energy, because we're telling the universe, "I'd like to experience this more." Rather than having gratitude for what they are doing right, or on those days, if you remember when, "I'm so grateful, that when they didn't park in front of the house, I'm grateful for those times when they didn't." And we change our energy, that draws in more of that kind of experience. That's what the Chariot card is. Changing our story, changing our emotions, changing our actions and our energy around something is what brings change into our world, because we're the ones that draw our experiences in. So, you know, with the 10 of swords, it's like when I change my mindset, especially with the 10 of swords coming in with this, when I change my story about they shouldn't park in front of my house, uh, well, obviously they should, because they are. That's Byron Katie, if you ever check her out. She's sweet, sweet lady that has a great process. But it's like when you realize, it's like I used to get really upset at gnats and bugs in the house, because growing up, it was always kill those bugs. They're not supposed to be in here. And so I took on all those beliefs till I got inundated by gnats in one part of my life, where I couldn't get rid of them no matter what. And finally, it had the message that came through, that was, I that gnats do belong in homes, because they always were before, and all of nature, all the world belongs to all of us. And when I let that go, and I let go of the expectation, they disappeared, with me not doing anything except changing and letting go of these expectations, and going, "It's okay. They can be there." If one bothers me too much, I warn it. I go, "If you thank you for the reminder." Whenever I see a gnat, you'll hear me sometimes during, especially spring and summer, one will sneak in, and I'll be like, "Oh, expectations." And if it keeps bugging me, I'm like, "I'm gonna remove you from this earth if you don't go away." And if they don't, whoopsh. But, there is that kind of energy change that can be done that way. So hopefully that helps there, Bonita. So many blessings to you. All right. So Betty Joe. All right. So you made a donation. So you wanted and so your donation is for the Max question, right? So thank you so much for that. Let's give that a love and a like. Get you up here. Let me move the question from there. All right. So Betty Joe, we got 50605 for your donation. So thank you so much for that. Sorry, I forgot I asked one. No problema. All right. So I want to know, does Max want to date you when he feels better, or is he not thinking that far ahead? All right. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. So, based on current energies, does Max want to date you when he feels better? Can get those. Anything else to know about Maximus here? All right. Let's do. All right. Take a look here. We do have on the bottom of the deck, we have the Knight of Swords, which is movement of clarity, you know, um, and, pursuing that. I feel like they're thinking about things, so I do feel like they are thinking. They can be a thinker. Yeah, Chelsea. Do men think far ahead to begin with? Some do. I feel like it depends on their energies, right? Because there's some overthinkers. There's some fire people that just leap in. It almost feels like it's fire, like it's elemental. You know, um, earth signs can be very grounded, but they can want security, so they might plan ahead. Water signs might be more emotional and flow with emotions. So I feel like it depends, but there are some, and there are, like we said, there are some that overthink and overplan and try to control. So it depends on a lot of stuff, right? Let's see here. Does Max want to date you when he feels better? Yeah. Again, I feel like this is a big thinker. King of Swords. Not only the ruler of swords with the queen, but the all kings get a second portion of swords. So they're a big thinker. So, and we got the Knight of Swords again. Yes, I guess that answers our question. We got the Page of Swords. Wow. And then the Fool card. So, that's funny that the Fool card comes in with all that because the Fool card is actually Uranus, um, which rules Aquarius, which is an air sign. But it is like I feel like they are thinking about it. It's in their head that they're kind of thinking, and we'll see what these other cards are here too, but this Aquarius energy underneath it all is not wanting the old ways. They have a unique way of looking at things, and they don't want it to be normal. They want it to be, different. They don't like to do things the regular way. They like to, do things in in a kind of rebel way, let's say. Let's see what he's thinking here. Yeah, and 6 of swords. It's good. All right, let's see. Are these all gonna be swords? No, because we got 9 of wands and the 4 pentacles. Okay, so we broke the swords thinking energy here. And so the 6 of swords is an energy of letting the old ways of thinking go, look at the new ways of thinking. And it does feel here with the 4 of pentacles and the 9 of wands, there is this barrier. And I feel like that they're kind of thinking about it, but they are kind of focused in on, when they're feeling better, because this 4 of pentacles is like a solid foundation, kind of energy. And then I feel like that's kind of blocking them thinking beyond that, like conclusions, but I feel like it's on their mind, but I don't feel like they've come to like yes, I'm gonna make this happen. They're kind of like, it's on my mind. And let's see what these other 2 cards are here. Yeah, they definitely have this 7 of wands. I want to be true to myself and not be restricted with intentions and supposed to be and should be. The judgment card is more of a calling and a pull energy, which makes sense with all of this. I don't feel like there's someone that wants to have, like I said, intentions and have an itinerary and all of that. They're just kinda like wanna go, with the flow of things and see where things go, not, be a little like playground, monitor that says, "This is how we're going to play, everyone. We will go to the swings for." I wanna do it in a German accent without offending anyone, but it's, "We will have the swings for 15 minutes, and then we will go to the slide, and then we will go to the merry-go-round." It's all this, control. They're not into that, unless it's them, I feel like they are, um it's very Aquarian because 'cause I'm an Aquarius sun, but it's, I don't like to be told what to do, but I have my ways I want things to be done. But don't tell me what to do because I want it to be done in this new, fun, mysterious, weird way, and this is the way we do things. But we also let people, do the things their quirky way, but don't try to make me do things that I don't wanna do, like Julia in Pretty Woman, right? So I kind of like that. I feel like that's there, but I definitely feel like it's on their mind with all of that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You got, yeah, great blessings. I know that, this gets a bad rap, but it's such a beautiful number. Self love, boundaries, needs, good vibes, wisdom, understanding, letting go. It says, nurture yourself, your needs, desires, and boundaries. Let go of things that are weighing you down. Make space for something meaningful and expand your spirit to all areas of your life. That big love, opportunity, or job needs to squeeze in somewhere. I like that. So, hopefully that helps, Betty Joe. So that is for your donation. So thank you for that. And then a few here and a few more will circle around for your free reading too. So thank you again for that. It's a great card, right? All right. And then up next, we got Blueberry. So 5, 13, 14 coming in here. So Blueberry, there we go. And so you want a general reading. Let's see what we have going on here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. Boom, boom, boom. So you've got the Two of Cups. Interesting. We got the 10 of Swords and the Two of Pentacles. Interesting. So, you know, the 10 of Swords is about, getting to a point here of I'm just sick and tired of trying to live up with everyone's expectations and trying to make everyone live up to mine because it's just exhausting. So there is this ending and I'm just done. And I feel like this does have to do with Two of Cups, does have to do with expectations on relationships. Can be romantic. It doesn't have to be, but can be on romantic relationships. And it's interesting because with the Two of Pentacles, kind of getting this energy of, the mind, you kind of come to a fork in the road where you're choosing between two things or two people in the outside world. And one is the old expectations. It's like, well, this one meets all those boxes, but I'm tired of that. It's like, it's just, it's like all this stuff needs to happen just to get up to zero versus something from the heart, which is like no expectations and you just are appreciative of who someone is. And it's almost like I want to give this a trial, an experiment with a relationship where it can be a friendship too, or a coworker, can be any kind of relationship we have where instead of focusing on what someone's not doing or checking to see if they are or not, I'm going to focus as much as I can on being grateful. What am I grateful for? What am I grateful for? What am I grateful for? Just that's my focus is I don't want to even look at the other. I just want to focus in on that. And I feel like it's a great kind of wonderful feeling because you're not jealous, you're not fearing cheating, you're not fearing betrayal, you're not feeling all these other things with all these expectations of they got to do this stuff, they're going to fail or I'm going to fail or instead I'm being grateful for who I am and what I'm bringing in and I'm grateful for what they're bringing in and then it just grows and it continues to grow and it continues to grow. And yeah, we're not perfect as humans. We're going to maybe revert back and go, oh, what they're not. And oop, when we catch ourselves, we have grace with ourselves and we just move back to gratitude. And I feel like this is a fun experiment where you really realize, wow, so this is what a relationship with someone can be like when it's full of gratitude. And you're like, I like this, right? So hopefully that helps, Blueberry. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings. And then we got Minu 5, 16, 29 coming in. So Minu, there's your timestamp and your spirit's messages for you. Let's take a look here. All right. So there's something that's been on pause for a little bit, this hanged man energy that's been in transition. And but there is that kind of pausing where you kind of feel like, well, the cocoon, something's happening in the cocoon, but it feels like is there? I'm not sure. Sometimes it feels like we're waiting, waiting, waiting energy with the Hanged Man here. But I like it because whatever this has been, whatever this thing that's been going slow, it's about to spice off here with the Ace of Wands. It's about to spark. You're about to see action and movement. It's like, having seen a chrysalis of a butterfly, a little cocoon, right? That's just been there on the branch and hasn't moved at all, and you're like, "Is it dead? I don't know," and suddenly one day, "Oh my god, it's moving, here it comes," and I feel like that's the exciting time of, here comes the birth, it's about to break out of the cocoon, the transformation, whatever's been waiting for this to happen is gonna kick in. So you're gonna be seeing that movement, and then the movement's gonna increase and movement increase, 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 and then here comes the leg, a little leg, dun da da, it's gonna do a striptease music. The little butterfly, leg comes out of the cocoon, and then another one, and then psh, here comes a wing, and then they are in full bloom. And I feel like that's kinda how it's gonna happen, but you're gonna start to see the movement of that, very soon. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Minu. So many blessings to you. And then we got Betty Joe. Here's for your free reading. Thank you for your donation again. I appreciate that. And wanted to know here, what are some physical traits or personality traits of your future hubby? Let's take a look here. What can we know here? These two. All right. Yeah, I'm feeling this nice warm energy with them because you got the nine of the hermit. So I feel like they're really at home with themselves. And and I do feel like like, I don't necessarily feel like they're a huge hermit, but they're okay being alone, and they can be with other people too, but I feel like they prefer more smaller groups and, quietness, here, and there is an energy here that they've learned to be happy with themselves, because they do have a belief, if you can't be happy by yourself, you can't be happy in a relationship. And I feel like they have that, and they feel like, "I can be that." And that way, it changes the kind of relationship that we have, right? So I like that, hermity, little bit of an introvert, gets their energy by being alone, but they prefer smaller crowds versus huge crowds. They could do huge crowds for an exception, but I feel like for the most part, they're like, "Let's do small," kind of things. We also have the Six of Pentacles. I like this equal giving and receiving type of energy that comes in here for them here. And I just feel like such a gentle, warm soul. They're kind of quiet um, until you get to know them, and then you can't shut them up. So, um, but I like this. I like this kind of energy that's coming in. Um, and they don't wanna be in a codependent relationship. I think they've had them before, and they used to be an overgiver, and they've overcome that, and they're like, "I don't wanna be that. I wanna be able to receive, and I wanna be able to give, as close to equally as we can." And I like that. I like that sharing of things. It's kinda reminding me of my uncle, one of my uncles, just on my mom's side of the family. My mom is the oldest of 12, but, one passed away when they were a baby, so, 11, and so one of the few uncles that I knew in my life, because they were all back east, just such a giver, and my aunt and uncle were just so loving toward each other, and, you know, he would cook and she would clean, and when she would cook, he would clean, and, they just work so well together, and that's the kind of energy I'm feeling with this here too. So, I like that. Yeah, a dozen. They were on a farm, evidently, they didn't have a whole lot to do besides birth children. Uh, yeah. Yeah. It was funny because by the time I was 13 years old, I'm the 3rd oldest cousin on my mom's side of the family, and, my brother, because my mom was the oldest, so she had children first, right? So, My brother was first, and then someone else had a second, and then I was third. And then I was like the third oldest of like 30 cousins by the time I was like 13 or 14 years old. Big family. I didn't hardly know many of them though, because like I said, they all live back east, and we had moved to Colorado, so we were kind of away from everyone. All right. Up next, we got Anshuman. You're up 5, 22, 28. Get me talking about myself. Yeah, it must have been a busy house. All right, and then you wanted a general reading here on Schumann. Let's see, it's on Schumann. I'm sorry. Let's see what we got here. All right. Well, you do have the Two of Cups and the Sun card coming in here. This is a positive energy. I mean, the Two of Cups, if you're looking for romance, there is a beautiful spark, a beautiful sun energy, which is victory energy coming in here. It's Leo energy, Leo sunshine bright energy. I'm just trying to connect in with this here. This is interesting because it's almost like this, when you're looking at Leo energy and even fire signs, they have this draw, that like they have this energy about them that just, can draw people to them. And I do feel like that strongly here. And I don't know if you're a fire sign too, but it just feels like there's this draw that just, brings you guys together here. Because I was feeling, I'm like, it's not one-sided though. It's not like, oh my God, I'm so drawn to them. It's like I felt like it was magnets being drawn to one another. So there's something there regarding that, Leo, Sagittarius, Aries energy, but it feels more Leo, Sagittarius, not so much Aries in this particular energy that I'm feeling for you. But I just feel like there's this love of travel and this, vibrant energy. It's like when you guys are out together, it's just like everyone notices you guys because the energy alone is powerful. But with both of you together, it's like you are like a sun, this bright light that walks into places. So it feels very, very beautiful energy here. And it feels very compatible, and because, you're both fire kind of energy, what I'm feeling, you don't burn each other because 'cause you're fire. If you were, different than that, then one person would get burned. Ow, 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 right? So, I like this energy that's coming in here, and if you're not in a relationship, I feel like you're gonna meet somewhere, and both of you are gonna stand out to one another, from the crowd, and you guys are just gonna lock eyes, and there's gonna be this, what they call it, kismet? I don't know what, just that comes in there. So, I feel like that's what they want you to know right now, so hopefully that helps. So many blessings, right? And then Maria P, you're up 5, 25, 33. So thank you for your donations earlier. Here's your timestamp. And a general for you for love and work. So for love and for work. So for love, yeah, you got the Four of Cups. So there is this little, reminder here that when we're looking to the outside world for our love, we feel bored with it. It feels unsatisfactory in a way. This Ace of Cups is where we've, our, and your whole love reading was about that. So they're just pointing you back to that. Remember, when you look outside of yourself, bored, it's become stagnant. Inward and upward is where you find the wow energy of the emotions, and then you fill up and overflow. Doesn't mean you don't want a love in the outside world. It just becomes above and beyond extra to where before it felt like it was lacking. When you find your inner love, it feels like abundance instead, because you find and you're full on the inside, and so the outside doesn't feel empty anymore. Oh, I just had a bug jump on me. Expectations. Where did it come from? Is it walking on the ceiling? All right. And then for work, You also got so I just have to show you because you got the 4 of cups, the boredom of love, you got the boredom of work too, and you got the 7 of swords. So, I feel like you've been getting these messages right and about, that a lot of the what we're working toward for relationship and an outside job, when we're defining ourselves by it and we're on this search, it doesn't match up because what we're looking for is inward, right? When we focus in our heart and go inward and upward, we feel full, then we have fulfillment in the outside world because we're full on the inside. But until then, everything feels empty, and we've got all the 7 of swords. You've got the little crow. it's it's our thoughts and beliefs in our face. um, it's because it's our mind going, "Oh, you have to have this to be happy. You have to have this to be happy." And like we talked earlier, you know, what is it that we feel having a relationship or a marriage or a living situation or a certain job or a certain position or certain money or whatever, what do we feel that's gonna bring us more than what we have right now? And it's a great question that they asked earlier, and I like that because it brings them such clarity. Yeah, what do we think? What's the belief? "Oh, I'm gonna be happier." Why? Why do you think we'd be happier? What is it gonna give us that we can't have in this moment? Nothing, because we have everything we need inside of us already, right? So, hopefully that helps, Maria. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Hey, Audria, good to see you. Absolutely. Do you want a general reading or do you have a specific question? And we can either do a free reading, which is kind of a 1 to 2 card, shallowish kind of reading, or we can dive deeper with a donation, whatever you prefer. All right, we got Premia up next. 52913 is for your timestamp here. And you want to pursue a master's degree in Australia. Will it happen for you? Well, how fun. Based on current energies, let's take a look here. Yeah, I feel like it's possible. You have the 7 of wands energy, which is a change of energy, about being true to yourself and not dimming your light, not defending yourself. And the devil card is the shaking and rattling of some thoughts and beliefs. So the wands energy is about possibility, right? And so, you know, there is this kind of burning away the old mindsets. There could be something in saying, um, you know, we might consciously think this is what I want, but subconsciously we're like, I don't deserve this. No, I can't do that. That's impossible. How's that gonna work? There's, like, all this self-talk that's bouncing around with the devil card, this restricting strings going, "No, no, no, you need to do what everyone else wants you to do." But the 7 of wands is, yeah, if you step forward and go, "This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I want," all the obstacles you can cut away, and you can make it happen, um, but it's up to you to initiate that and to shine bright like the sun. Don't dim your light. Don't feel it has to be a certain way that it has to happen. Just blow the lid off of expectations and go create. Or what I would love to do is go pursue my master's degree in Australia. You ask them once, and then you start having gratitude for what you have and what you have had. You let them figure it out, the how and the when. You know your what and your why. That's what you get clear on. You communicate that once, not every day, because that becomes need and want and lack energy. Because they're all knowing. You can tell them once, they never forget. They're not human. So we can do that. And then when you do that, pay attention, and listen and see what nudges you get, what pulls you get, and then it just unfolds. So it feels like it's definitely possible here, with all of that. So I like it for you. Right. So many blessings to you, Premia. All right. And then we have Prathy at 5:31:57. So Prathy, here's your timestamp. All right. And you want to know what's the universe sending you this full moon? All right, let me take a quick sip here. Getting parched. All right, so let's see here. What would they like you to know? What's coming towards you with this full moon? All right, got these three cards. I like it here. You got the Six of Pentacles, which is an energy of abundance. And it makes sense with it being a um, Sagittarius full moon. And, there is this, there is this, because it's ruled by Saturn, not Saturn, Jupiter, which is the planet of expansion, right? And abundance. And I like that. You do have this energy coming in with the star card. And it does feel like you're getting, the Knight of Wands is like this spark, this coming forward, this, this great, uh, spark and nudge and excitement towards your dream come true. What is your true dream come true? Not making it something small. It's very fiery energy with this full moon. So I feel like you're like, wow, so excited about, let's go, let's go, let's go. And, before we were like, well, we kind of have to do this. Now it's like, go for it, kind of energy. And I just feel like you have a renewed passion for whatever this dream come true is, this wishing upon a star energy. And you have progress, the Six of Pentacles. It's like you have this movement, go, 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 go kind of energy. Like, okay, I did something. Now it's the next step and the next step and the next step. Whereas before it was, I got one, and then here, then 6 months later, another step. Now it's like I'm taking steps and I'm flying by this. I'm not procrastinating because I'm excited, a renewed excitement that is like lunging you forward and you're taking this leap, that takes you forward there. So I like that for you. So that's what they got. A little bit of what's coming for this full moon here. So enjoy that. Right. And then we got plate of spaghetti. We got 5:34:33. So plate of spaghetti. Here's your timestamp. And you want to know, is Will still your best friend and why won't he answer? All right, let's see. So, based on their current energies, do they still consider you their best friend and why won't he answer? All right, that one here. Well, with this 10 of wands coming in here, this is an energy of, you know, it is an ending of an energy, the beginning of a different energy. So, I don't know, there is a little bit of it's like a change from something that felt like abundance, because the 10 of wands can be an abundance card or kind of a burden energy card. And it feels like, and this can be a reflection of what they're going through in the inside. And because it doesn't feel like it's just pointed at you, it feels like a lot of things in their life went from feeling like abundance to feeling like burden, like I have to do so much and I feel like I'm giving so much and feel like I'm not getting a whole lot back. And the reason why they're not answering here, I mean, they got the Page of Cups, which is either a new love or a self-love, which kind of feels like this energy, this combined is I'm focusing on me and I'm just kind of, not answering a lot of people because they kind of feel like they felt like everyone was using them and they were overgiving and the world is just was sucking them dry. And so now I'm ignoring everyone and I'm focusing in on my own self kind of energy. Um, and it can also be among all that, they could be, I don't know. I'm going to pull one clarify here for this Page of Cups because feels like I'm focused on myself, but I'm also feel like I'm focused in on a new interaction with someone. Yeah, well, I got the 10 of Pentacles. So it's almost like there's a relationship that they're pursuing with someone else too, and they're doing this for them kind of energy. And so I feel like, you know, they're just kind of, I don't know, are they old enough to be going through a midlife crisis? Because it just feels like they're like, I'm just tired of everyone. I'm going to do what I want to do. And hey, who are you? You're different, kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense, spaghetti, but that's what I'm getting right now. So hang in there. All right. And then let me add you in here. So we got Adria, got you here. And also Ateshi. Hey, Ateshi, good to see you. I'll get you onto the free reading list here as well. All right. So Adria, you're at 5:37:58. So here is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. And you like a general free reading. So let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. So got these 3 cards here. So it does feel here, you got the Hierophant, which is the major arcana number 5. They're the master of stepping stones. And what I mean by that is, like relationship wise or experience wise, we have these experiences that teach us, that help us change and evolve and grow. And so they're the ones that show us new ways of looking at things, and seeing things from different perspectives. I do feel like this does feel like relationship energy because it you have also along with it the King of Pentacles and the Four of Wands. Four of Wands being like a marriage energy, and the King of Pentacles being abundance and like a secure kind of loving individual, but also someone that shows us how we're looking at our self-worth. Because we're taught, of course, to define our worth by like 3 buckets, right? Relationships with other people, situations like jobs and education, and things like our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. But all those things are unstable, and the King of Pentacles learns that when they define their worth by those things, they go all over the place, and, you know, people change, people walk away, people pass away, situations never stay the same. Things break down, blow up, burn down, stolen, deteriorate, right? So all those things are unstable so when we define ourselves by it, we feel that way, but they all point us back inward and upward. And when we have these stepping stones where people are disappointing us, not or situations are disappointing us, or we're having struggles with money or our bodies, whatever those are the 3 big areas we experience life through. Whenever we're having challenges with all that, they're all pointing us inward because we're realizing those things are unstable. We eventually turn inward and upward to where we discover the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. Eternal means it never ends. It's pretty solid, right? And unconditional, which is no conditions, nothing we have to do to earn it, nothing we can do to lose it either. So that's pretty solid, right? So when we define ourselves by that, then we get this nice solid feeling. Then the outside world seems less unstable because we're stable from the inside out. And I feel like that's what's happening here. They're like bringing you this energy of going whatever struggle and conflict that you're going through or just have gone through has been there. It was happening for you, not to you. There's a gift in it to set you free from something so that you can move into something that feels more fulfilling in your life, because whatever this was felt lacking and it feels empty. So I feel like that's the big message right now, more so just kind of understanding what was happening and why. If you want more free guidance, I also have a free podcast called The Easier Path. The link to the playlist is down in the description area. Or if you click on my name and you go to my main page at the top is the playlist for it. We talk a lot about a lot of different things, relationships and other struggles and um, different things like that that can help you, um, locate you know, the hints from spirit on how to make life an easier path instead of a harder one. So enjoy that, right? So that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. You are very welcome. And then Ateshi, you're at 5:42:19. So Ateshi, here is your timestamp here. And so a few weeks ago, Hugh and you were walking to our cars, and he started saying, "You hate me. I know you hate me." In a yeah, like I just did it. You hate me. Well, I know you hate me, but also aggressive manner. I want to understand what was he trying to tell you. All right, let's take a look here. So, what was the intent here? Yeah, we've got the 9 of cups and the 6 of wands energy that are coming in here. And, the 6 of wands is I want to be seen. I want you to see me, but I'm also the 9 of cups energy. I'm not getting like they want uh you to be like their dream come true and that kind of thing. I feel like they just wanted the attention with the 6 of wands and the 9 of cups. I get this weird, not weird, unique energy with this, which is like, I want you to see me. I want you to pay attention to me. And almost like borderline, I want you to think I'm your dream come true. Um, but I don't want a relationship kind of energy. So it's interesting that it comes in here. It's like, I like attention from you, and I'd like attention from a lot of people, but I feel like that's kind of this energy that comes in here is I want, and this is kinda like them, and they want all these people paying attention to them. That's what makes them feel joyful, and you're one of the cups, but there's all these other people that they like attention from too. But I just feel like, not that they're like an attention seeker, but that's kinda how they feel good about themselves is when people are paying attention to them and like, "Oh, you're not giving me the attention you normally do. You hate me." So I want, to, you know, get that, that energy there. So hopefully that helps, all right? So that's what they got there for you. All right. So, hey, Nelia, good to see you. Hello, hello. So good to see you. Let me get you on the list here. You'll be up next for the donations. Let's see. You want to know what Spirit wants you to know? All right. Very good. All right. And hey, Emma, thanks for returning. I'm not sure if you know, when you retracted your donation, your comment on your donation, it actually takes it away from me. So the donation you made earlier is gone. So if you want to replace that one, then we'll do another donation, but um so I don't know. Yeah. It's something that happens. It's not supposed to happen, but it does. So it's something, Yeah, I know. So something that you can do for the future. Well, if you want to, you can just make another donation. Are you gonna wanna delete this one too? Yeah, if you wanna delete this one. What you can do if you wanna delete those is if you just make a donation without putting your question in it, then when you ask the question in the chat, you can delete the question in the chat. You're just removing your comment there, and then, we do that. So, okay. Yeah, so just so you know, because it's happened, I looked into it several times because people were like, "Well, they charged me for it," and I'm like, then they discovered, "Oh, no, they refunded it." And on all my reports, it disappears off of it, and so they don't give it to me. So, good information. So, but thank you. So, I'll look for that on the PayPal there, and I'll know what that's for, when you do it that way. So thank you so much. I didn't think you knew, um, about it, but I'm glad you came back. So let me give that a love and a like. I got you on the donation list, so you'll be up here after Nelia as well. All right. So let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for all your love and support and all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful that you're part of the giant love tsunami, helping spread love across the world. So cheers, cheers. All right. Well, thank you, Nelia. You're looking good too. I can just tell in spirit. All right. Let's move into this stack here. So, Nelia, you are at 5:48:06. So there's your timestamp there. And I want to know, what does Spirit want you to know? Let's take a look here and see what we got going on. Got 3 and 2 and 1. So it's a countdown to something here. Let's see what we got going on here. It's great to see me alive too. No, oh, you mean live. All right. Well, on the bottom of the deck, you do have the King of Cups. It's a great balancing energy, between like head and heart, and it's like the emotional waters. Usually, usually behind the King of Cups are like big waves, but there's calm waters around the king, which represents their ability to calm their emotional flow, and they allow their mind to give them different perspectives, their higher mind, to just kind of calm things out. So I like that. Let's see what's unfolding here. You got 3, 2, 1. So the 3 cards, yeah, you got a death and a rebirth energy coming in here. You got the 4 of Pentacles as well, and the Queen of Swords, which is interesting. They're the reverse counterpart for the King of Cups, because the King of Cups rules over emotion. Behind the scenes, all the kings have swords. The Queen of Swords rules over swords, but behind the scenes has cups. So it's almost like it's an unlikely pair where people are like, how do they get along? But people don't realize what's below the surface here. But I feel like there is a little bit of, an ending, beginning energy here. And the 4 of Pentacles does involve like how we're looking at our self-worth energy, bit of solid foundation energy that comes in here too. So I feel like you've been in a transformation, and I feel like you're understanding more about how you're seen and how you're not seen, and how some people don't know you as well as they think they do. That's interesting energy. And it's okay, because with the 4 of Pentacles, you're realizing that other people's opinion of me doesn't mean anything about me. They're telling me about who they are. And I don't know everything that's going on with everyone else either. So it's almost like this: we don't see the world clearly. We don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And this kind of awareness that, we're, that we may not be seeing people uh, for who they are, just kind of our reflection in them as well. So, we've got that kind of, energy that's kind of flowing in there. So hopefully that makes sense. What else? So that then the 2 cards here, yeah, I feel like, whatever this 3 of Swords and 5 of Cups, there are definitely some feelings of low vibration emotional energy. and this, disappointment energy that's coming in here. So I don't know, who this is about, but I definitely feel like with all of this kind of bubbling below the surface, it does feel like you're feeling like someone's disappointing you, um, or that you have emotions that are triggering because of someone's actions or non-actions, words or silence, um, and and that someone else is also feeling this way, and I love that you're growing through this, and this is a countdown where you're learning through this because you're just going 3 cards, 2 cards, 1 card, right? That you're getting to the root of whatever this was, these feelings these were, whether it's something current or even something more so from the past that you're releasing and working through. Underneath those 2 cards, you do have this, yeah, it does feel like it has to do with 10 of cups, which could be either a relationship, or family too, with this energy that's coming in here, but I feel like there is a clearing away of some old emotions, uh, and old stories that don't serve you anymore. So could be this full moon energy coming in here too, right? You feel like life is stagnant. And so I feel like there that could be some clogs, that you're ready to um move these things to open up the flow of life for you. In fact, my next podcast coming up is going to be talking about a little bit about that because we're talking about how to expand our spiritual gifts and our empathic gifts, and the emotional clogs are what keep things from flowing. And as we remove some of these emotional clogs, that helps the flow of stuff. And then we feel life kind of return instead of, like you said, kind of clogged and stagnant. So I like this that you are going through this release energy. Yep, and you're ending in here with the 4 of Swords, which is this resting of the mind, this, letting go of expectations, seeing things from a higher perspective. Usually the 4 of Swords are sleeping on the Ace of Swords. With the 3 of Swords, right? The 3 of Swords on the wall, that means that they're seeing things from that higher perspective through the Ace of Swords, and they're releasing these old ways of thinking, the old stories that when someone did this is what it meant. When they did that, this is what it meant. And then thus, this is how I'm supposed to feel because this is what it meant. But those are old stories, old opinions, old, you know, bedtime stories that we were told, not real, and not the ones that we want to choose now. Almost want Lordy, 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 lordy. But there is this, flow here. What's below the surface of that? Yeah. So there is a little bit of transformation that you're going through, and, realizing there's some, with the Wheel of Fortune and this transformation of these energies, it does feel like you're revisiting some old situations where you felt like something happened to you, and you're realizing that's an old story of victimhood, that's not me anymore, and you're realizing, "Oh, I'm gonna go back and look at that from my new perspective, from the new way I look at things," and then I realize there's a gift in that for me, that I wanted this to happen for me, right? The tune of 4, the fortune, the Wheel of Fortune, and there's this transformation, it's this bringing things to life, and all that energy we're using to maintain some old stories and some old charged emotions gets to come back to us, and then it gets to set us free. So I like that for you. So I feel like that's what they got. Let's see what your fortune cookie. We're doing angel numbers here. So let's take a look here and see what we got here. All right. You got 0707 compromise, which says self awareness, forgiveness, professionalism, empathy, tenacity, and freedom. There's that freedom. Let go of what no longer serves you. Stop holding on to grudges. There we go. Express your emotions and aim towards a compromise. Where there's a lack of understanding, it's best just to move on. The truth will set you free. So I like that. The capital T truth. Well, that must be the refrigerator. Hear a little in there. Hearing things. Woo. So I like that for you. That's what they have for that one for you. So many blessings to you. All right, let me take a look here. So we've got a couple more people that came in. We got GJB for general read. We'll get you on the list there. And Ankita, we'll get you on the list here too. All right, good to see you guys. All right. Thank you. And Emma, I'm not sure if you had a chance to send that PayPal yet here. Um, I just kind of want to just make sure the last one went through before I do another one, if you don't mind doing that there. All right. And Nelia, thank you for your additional donation. Let's get you on the list here. So that will be for your second one there. I think I got everyone here. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, well, thank you so much. I learn a lot through channeling spirit for everyone's questions too, because wow, and I get it. I get a lot of repetition of messages, of awarenesses, and so I get properly brainwashed, and I'm glad. It definitely helps me out. All right, so let's see. Make sure I got everyone here. I don't want to make sure I just missed anyone up here. So we did those, we did those, we did those, we did those, we did those. All right. I think we're good there. And I got those free readings there. All right. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Okay. And just for the sake of time, I'm just gonna jump to Nalia's real quick here, Emma, and then as soon as I get that other one coming in, then I will do your other one there. So I appreciate that. So 55932. So Nelia, there's your second one there. Whoops, why did it do that? Oh, the chat is acting up. There it goes. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Yeah, you have been so supportive over the years, right? So thank you. So you want a general on your current workplace and will I retire within 3 years? Where am I headed? All right, let's take a look here. So a general on your current workplace. We got those there. And then will you retire within 3 years based on current energy? Oh, yeah, we just hit 6 hours. It flashes when it goes 6 hours. I was like, whoa. And then where are you headed? All right. We got boom, boom, boom. So let's take a look here. Yeah, we definitely have death and rebirth on the bottom of the deck for that. So maybe that is retirement. Let's take a look here. So your current workspace, yeah, you kind of have this little bouncing back and forth between the Four of Wands and the Nine of Swords. Because the Four of Wands, of course, is when we focus on joy and celebration and what we love about our job, then we draw in more of that, right? And then when we focus on our expectations of what's not happening or our fears or any kind of lack energy, then, there is that, energy of lack and then we get more of that. And so I love that work is such a wonderful, you know, I don't know, a wonderful training ground, you know, of like it's a laboratory. We get to experiment on days where, like I was grumpy working in a call center. My customers were grumpy. When I went on break and readjusted my attitude, all my customers started being upbeat and happy. And it was like, whoa, It does work that way, you know? So I love that you're learning a lot about, I can be happy anywhere when I'm focusing on what I'm grateful for, or I can be miserable anywhere if I'm focusing on what's not happening. And we're the ones that draw the experience in for us. So I feel like they're just looking at this is a laboratory that you go in every day and you're a mad scientist doing mad scientist experiments in your mad scientist laboratory. I like that. Will you retire within 3 years? Yeah, you get the 6 of Pentacles. That is abundance. So that is, a yes energy, and that makes sense with the death card underneath there too. So I like that. Um, so it feels very positive there. And where are you headed? You want to live the dream like me? I wish everyone could. I'm so blessed. Yeah, you have the Ace of Wands. A new passion is where you're headed to. You got the Four of Pentacles again. You had that in your first one here. Um, Something about possibly movement of home with the Four of Pentacles. You do have the Ten of Cups energy, this joyful energy, and the Ace of Cups too, which, the 10 of Cups follows the 9 of Cups, which is like an emotional dream come true. And I feel like you can follow your heart. In fact, something that, you can look at over these next 3 years or whatever, is what is it what is your dream? And is it your dream of your heart or is it a dream of your mind? Because this is about getting into the dream of your heart. How do you want to share your heart with the world in your own special, unique way? And I feel like that's what they're, you know, um, you know, uh, kind of nudging you toward is discovering what that is. And I like that for you. So I feel like that's where you're headed, and I feel like it's all possible. But so much of it is learning that whatever we're focusing on is what we're drawing toward us. So the more we can focus on what we're grateful for and living the dream right now, the dream doesn't have to wait, you know, for then. You can start living the dream now because every moment that you know what your heart is drawing you towards and you're taking a step, every step you're living your dream. It's not your dream is being lived when your dream is lived in the moment and every step that you take to get there. So I like that. Right, so that's what they have for you, Nelly. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here. You got 0303, taking chances. I like it. Success, knowledge, friendship, impatience, freedom, optimism. Says when chances present themselves, seize them and do something out of the ordinary. Whether in your professional or personal life, you will find success by welcoming creative impulses and having faith in your own abilities. Trust in chance and take risks on opportunities that could change your life for the better. I like it. So fun times. All right. So that's what they got for you, Nelia. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. And Emma, thank you so much. I did get your PayPal in here, so I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for your additional donation. Now we're at 6:05:38. So here are both of your timestamps. Boom, boom. And I want to know, when will you meet a new love interest? By the end of the year, right? We welcome Nelia. So let's take a look here. We'll do a when card here. And see here. What's the when? Based on current energies, when will you meet a new love interest? Of course, our futures are always transforming and changing. I have I don't know if I mentioned, I have a podcast called The Easier Path. I actually have one of my episodes was called Faded Love, which is a fun uh, episode that talks about the paths of faded love versus stepping stones versus possibilities and what spirit has shared with all that, and even some great hints on how to make that an easier path and how we can draw things in sooner because it's usually ranges that we meet people and we can bring them in sooner or push it back to later. It talks all about a lot of that. So if anyone's interested, that's the link for it that there. So if you're interested there. Emma? All right, let's see here. You got the Three of Cups. Ooh, so it looks like a new love interest coming in with this Three of Cups energy, which is July 2nd to July 11th. So that's coming up here pretty quick that you'll meet a new love interest here. Yeah, definitely by the end of the year, based on this energies. And the more with the Three of Cups, you're focusing on joy and gratitude for the love you have had in your life. What you don't have to like be grateful for the entire person. Just what are the things that you enjoyed in past relationships? Because you don't have to be joyful about the entire because no one's gonna have, like, a perfect experience with someone, right? But it's like, what did I love about my interactions? What am I grateful for in because it's like going into a donut shop and you point out all the things you hate, you end up with a box of donuts of that you hate. If you, point at all things you love, you end up with a box of donuts of things you love. So it's kinda like whatever our energy is focusing in is what we're drawing in there. So I really like that for you. Three of Cups is also like a tribe kind of energy, which you might we'll take a look here. I wanna just see, is it, someone new or someone you know, right? Page of Pentacles, the Moon. Yeah, the Three of Cups is kinda like friends or tribe energy. You have the Page of Pentacles, which can be like you know someone already, and the Moon card can be some hidden emotions. And so I don't know if there's someone in a friends group that you're interested in or friends of friends, but I just feel like there's something here that is already existing that will be revealed. And in that Three of Cups again, because it is like the tribe and like my group of friends or whatever, that there could be someone in there that is this new love interest. Yeah, again, Page of Pentacles. Just so you know, I've got 3 decks that I've mixed all together, and I have them in 3 stacks, so you can get things again. Pages for me, like aces are new, brand new. Pages for me can mean someone returning back or someone you already know, kind of energy. Let's see what else we can find out to see, can we know who this is? We definitely have a thinker, Capricorn energy, or a big thinker energy. Um, could also be someone at work that's part of a friends group at work, because the devil is Saturn, Capricorn energy that rolls over the house of work, career. Wow, and then you got the moon again. So you've got Page of Pentacles twice, you got the moon card twice, which is kind of this revealed, like hidden emotions revealed. And you even got the sun card coming in here with this energy, which the sun card is a bright, shining light. It comes right after the moon. And, the moon and the sun have an amazing relationship. One rules the night, one rules the day. The moon is the reflection of the sun. Um, it's just a beautiful stories of the sun and the moon relationship energy. So even though it might be like opposites, like night and day, like we wouldn't think that we would be attracted to one another, but it's almost like opposites attract in a way. So let's see. I want to know more. I'm getting snoopy now. Yeah, I feel like they've been Nine of Pentacles is someone that's been kind of an introvert, kind of to themselves a bit. Um, well, one of you is an introvert and one of you is an extrovert with the Seven of Wands and the Strength card with this energy, which makes sense. The Moon card kind of feels like an introvert, and the Sun is like, "Hey, everybody." So it could be that that's something that's the difference between the two of you, but that kind of works a lot. And I feel like with the Ten of Swords, it is someone unexpected because the Ten of Swords is, I'm done trying to live up to all these expectations of supposed to be and should be and whatever, and people pleasing. And so it is definitely like this unexpected type of energy that's coming in here. So, oh, hopefully that helps. But I definitely feel like there's someone there. And again, I feel like you know them already. But there's a lot of hidden emotions between the two of you. And with the page, moon, moon, I feel like you both kind of feel the same way, but you're, again, this opposites, this attraction of opposites that's coming in. So I like that for you, Emma. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And because your donation is $5 or more for this one, you have an animal apothecary. So what else can we know about new love interest, please? And thank you again so much for um, resending that donation. I'm so grateful. Wow. Yeah. You're about to shine. There you go. There is that, whatever this was hidden's about to come out, and the sun shining bright. So I feel like it's about to be revealed uh, to you here. Hell yeah. This is an armadillo. Just as we see armadillo wearing an armor of scales, this reinforces the idea of going inward. The inward work is exactly what allows us to shine outward. This inner contemplation leads to a more brilliant inner light that'll eventually be witnessed and felt by all. I feel like this is what you've been doing, right? Armadillo says that what you have to offer will be recognized. Do not get bogged down with how and when. Do not be led by outside validation. Instead, be led by the greater consciousness you were created from. We connect to our inner light when we connect to the source that created us. Armadillo's medicine asks you to create very intimate relationship with that which created you. You're being asked to level up your daily prayers or meditations and create a dialogue with capital L life. Drop all your wants and desires and create an intense conversation with the great mystery about receiving guidance to do what you were created to do. We all have a special gift that lies dormant within us, waiting to actualize. In this moment of deep connection to the great mystery, a mysterious energy begins to activate our gift. This conversation and prayer you create needs to feel very real. Prayer does not need to look one specific way. It is intimate communion with that which you were created from. Start speaking to life. If you create this intense and mystical relationship with life daily, you will begin to witness yourself unlocking all your gifts. Life speaks back to those who speak to it, but it is your job to start the conversation. You might not receive an answer right away, but it will come to you with full force in the perfect way at the right time. Armadillo's medicine says that you are about to be seen, heard, felt, witnessed, understood, and recognized. It's coming for you. You're about to shine so brightly. But now is the before time when you first must ignite your gift of light through going inward and channeling the universe. That's all. I love that for you. Wow. Shazam. So that just makes so much sense with that moon energy and something being brought to light and being brought forward. So I love that for you. Hallelujah. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donations. And I'm excited for your adventure. Hell yeah. All right. So many, many blessings to you. All right. So I think we are done with all the donations, and I have a couple more free readings. Absolutely. Thank you so much. So we got GJB, you're up 61640. Let me go. And for your general reading, let's see, what does Spirit want you to know right now? Got this, and we've got this. You got the Empress and the Knight of Wands. Wow. So this is big birth energy coming in fast out of nowhere. Knight of Wands is the fastest moving knight. It is fast, 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 fast movement, and it does bring in that kind of, it's like a horse that's been running 100 miles an hour and suddenly they just run across your screen. Whoosh, whoa, what was that? It's that fast kind of energy. And you got the Empress, which is birthing, harvest, creation energy. So whatever this is that you've been kind of focusing on, wanting to create, wanting to come to fruition, it feels like you've been waiting, for this to arrive, and kind of like almost like the Seven of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. Now suddenly you wake up one day and here's fruit on the tree. There's three, and then the next morning there's 13, and the next day there's 30, and it just feels like whatever abundance that is coming from whatever your creation and putting energy into and have been putting energy into, you're going to see this harvest, and it's going to be a fast exponential increase, whatever this is. If it's, job, you get promotions kind of energy. If it's, something that you've been creating for monetary reasons, here comes the money, comes in, comes in, comes in. If it's a relationship that you've been focusing energy on, it grows fast and it comes towards you. So whatever it is that you were during the slow period learning and growing, feels like you've applied it and you're getting the fruit from it. So good, fun energy, right? And you got this big fruition energy of Sagittarius full moon tomorrow, which brings in, Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, which is the expander and the abundance kind of energy that's coming in. And full moons are about culmination and fullness. So boom, boom, here we go. Something's starting. All right. So that's what they got for you. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Right. And then Ankita, you're up 6/19/15. So Ankita, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And current feelings of Abhishek for you. All right, so let's see what's going on with Abhishek's feelings towards you here. Thank you. All right. Well, we've got, let's start off with this because this just kind of nips it in the bud a little bit, because you got the World card, which is, this feeling, and you even got the Six of Wands. Both of these are victory energies, or, the World card is the last card in the major arcana, which is, this is, significant ending, a significant new beginning, a new adventure for them. And they do feel like this is the beneficial thing, that the relationship has ended there. They do think with the Justice card, this is Libra energy that rolls over the house of relationships. So I feel like they're more focused in on where they're headed and where they're going kind of energy. And the Justice card, they do think about, what was good about our relationship, what didn't work out well that I don't want to repeat. So it's more of analysis, the Justice card, of looking at those and balancing the scales and trying to figure those things out. But I just feel like they're not wanting to go backward. They are wanting to go forward into whatever adventure they're heading toward. Um, Something, I feel like they're kind of in this, I don't want to, get into something with someone that has, we have to have intentions and things right now. I feel like they're kind of focused in on just being free to go on their adventure, to experience life, to finish up their, military service, or at least the stint that they're on, to see what's next for them. But it feels like a lot of, me focused energy, not so much, um, looking backward and trying to rehash old things. They're very much a mind person. They're not a big heart person. Um, so, where you will be purging them or transmuting and moving emotional energy. They're kind of processing mental stuff. So it's not personal that they didn't care about you or anything. That's just not, they don't work the same as you do. So it's not going to be the same experience for them as it is for you with the, ending of the relationship energy. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they got for you right now. And I think that is it, everybody. So I think I've got all the free readings. I got all the donations completed. So, of course, I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights. So I will be back tomorrow. Can't believe it. Tomorrow is Sunday already again. Whoosh. Tell you what, can't believe Monday is June 1st. What the heck? Right. If you guys haven't checked out my podcast, here is the most recent one, which is learning the language of emotion. We're phase one. We're learning about our empathic abilities, our spiritual gifts. And this was talking about learning the language of emotion first. And the next one coming up, phase two, is going to be about kind of clearing clogs, how we can do that and activate our gifts more. So that'll be coming hopefully next week. I'm working on it. I'll prioritize it. But if you want to catch up on the rest of the podcast, the playlist is down in the description area, or if you click on my name, it'll take you back to my main channel, and it's listed at the very top, the playlist for the easier path. So thank you guys again so much for all your thumbs up, all your love, all your support, all your wonderful comments you make on my social postings and my videos, and those of you that watch the easier path and all that. So grateful. You're definitely helping me live my dream and spreading the Zen love with the world. So thank you for being a part of that. And until I see you again, remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So till I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Enjoy the full moon tomorrow. It's going to be in the wee hours of the morning, in about, I think it's like 5 hours or something from now, something around there. But enjoy that. And we'll see you on the flip side. Much love. We'll see you.